15 degrees above average.
It is crazy out here.
So will we see any relief this weekend? We're live with your latest forecast. Then, missing man mystery, a new twist in that missing persons case in Texas. Authorities discovering a man allegedly missing for 8 years had been living at home all along. The details just ahead. Plus, tailor-made inside the growing trend of build-to-rent communities.
People are taking a different path to homeownership.
No mowing, no repairs, no problem. Vicki Nguyen taking a first-hand look with what you need to know about these new neighborhoods. And tailor-made. Overnight, the pop superstar releasing a new version of her hit album, Speak Now, with familiar hits and some new songs as well. And the fans, well, they're speaking out. Today, Friday, July 7th, 2023.
Happy Friday from South Bend, Indiana. Boise, Idaho.
Boardwalk, Texas.
San Antonio, Texas.
Albany, Georgia.
Hi to our daughter Christine, watching from Galena, Illinois. From Louisiana to New York City.
Go Tigers!
Today is Audrey's birthday.
It's my sweet 16.
Celebrating our birthdays. Today I'm 55, and I just turned 56.
Back now with today's consumer and a new trend in what for many is a tough housing market.
Yes, a lot of people who have been priced out of owning a home are turning to something called build to rent.
Yeah, not a concept a lot of folks were familiar with until now. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen is in the house to tell us all about it. Oh, I like it. Thanks for
Indeed, in the
raising
house.
roof.
Like what you did there.
Good morning. Imagine living in a 3 or 4 bedroom home with a 2-car garage and a backyard, but you actually don't have to cut the grass or handle any repairs. These build-to-rent communities, they're entire neighborhoods of single-family homes built just for renting, and they are now popping up across the country. They're already helping to alleviate the national housing shortage. Here's how to find out if build-to-rent is right for you.
The American dream isn't for sale, it's for rent in this community near Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome to Harmony Heights, 153 and 4-bedroom single-family homes, all brand new and part of the build-to-rent trend. Renters enjoy modern appliances and luxury finishes, spacious closets, and smart home technology. An app allows them to request fixes. Their monthly rent and a small fee cover all maintenance and landscaping.
Think of an apartment complex, except you break it down into single-family homes.
Richard Ross is CEO of Quinn Residences.
Who is renting these homes?
A third of our residents are people who can't come up with a down payment. They can't afford 7.5% mortgage today. But 2/3 of our residents are residents by choice, meaning they elect to rent.
While the median sales price for existing homes has dropped nearly 2% from last year, a recent report shows renting as more cost-effective than home ownership in 95% of the U.S. right now.
Here in the United States, there are almost 1,000 of these build-to-rent communities with single-family detached homes. More than 500 are in the works. Each community has 50 or more homes, renting for an average of $2,000 a month.
I never even heard of a community that was strictly a rental community, so I was pretty intrigued by it.
Luke and Rebecca Montgomery spent a year looking to buy a home, but struggled to find anything within their price range and big enough for their family. Then they found this neighborhood on Zillow.
This is not the time to buy or build. We would rather wait it out a little bit and see what happens. So this was just the right solution for us.
How nice is it to have the benefits of home ownership without the responsibility?
It's nice to be able to know that in the event something happens, it's not all going to fall on your shoulders. I can find myself very bored. I don't have to cut the grass.
Empty nesters Marco and Myra Martinez says the low-maintenance lifestyle gives them more time to enjoy the things they love.
I love to hear the birds singing and to see the trees behind my house. It's beautiful.
A career change prompting their move from Texas. The couple says instead of buying, they decided to rent so they could see if they liked the area first.
This community offered us a great opportunity to rent a house where we feel safe. You don't have to own all the time. I mean, you can make the decision of renting and thinking about it, and sometimes that's better than just owning.
You can use an online calculator like one of these to see if it makes sense for you to rent or buy in a particular location.
People are taking a different path to home ownership.
David Howard, CEO of the National Rental Home Council, says Build to Rent provides an innovative way to introduce supply into the housing market, which is an estimated 6 million homes short.
What does it mean when it comes to affordability?
It is almost $1,000 less expensive on average to rent a single-family home than to make a mortgage payment on a single-family home.
When considering Build to Rent, experts say do your homework. Look for reputable developers. You can search those affiliated with the National Rental Home Council at buildforrenthomes.com. Also, think about location and if the community matches your family's lifestyle. Tips to help you lay the foundation for your version of the American dream.
Love that.
And you might think build-to-rent homes lack a sense of community with tenants moving in and out, but Howard tells us residents on average tend to stay 2 to 4 years, so you do get a chance to know those neighbors. They also have build-to-rent townhouses and row homes in more urban areas. You'll find those single-family communities mostly across the South in the Smile States like Florida, Texas, and Arizona. And no, Craig, I did not make up that term.
Smile States. I like it, though.
Yeah.
I mean, South Carolina should be added to the list.
Sure. It's not about the smile of the people. It's just how it looks, when you look at the map of the United States.
What a good idea. Yeah, it is an interesting
A chance to build your credit up to hopefully buy in the future.
Yes, they will report that you are paying your rent on time, which helps you build your credit score. And some of these communities, like Quinn Residences, they offer education about how to save and build equity towards a home. Yeah.
It's a difference.
Well, good, Vicki. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We have a very special guest joining us this morning on the Plaza, bringing some soccer excitement to the Plaza. Here's a clue. That is Emmy-winning sports commentator Andres Cantor. He is here to bring us up to speed ahead of the 2023 Women's World Cup in Australia and New Zealand this time around, kicking off in just a few weeks. Always good to see you. Welcome back.
Nice seeing you guys. Thank you for having me back. I'm so excited. I'm about to go to New Zealand and Australia for the FIFA Women's World Cup. It's going to be awesome. Telemundo is putting on a show that no one will want to miss.
And this is the first time that the Women's World Cup has actually been in 2 different locations, right?
Yes, it is. It's a different location. It's in 2 countries. It's in Australia and New Zealand. It has more teams, 32 opposed to 24 in France 2019. And of course, the storyline, guys, is can the U.S. three-peat? Can they become champions for a 3rd time in a row? It has never been done in the women's game or in the men's game. So we are keeping our fingers crossed for our own U.S. women's national teams.
Right?
They are the defending world champions.
But who's their toughest competition?
England. I think the dream final would be England against the U.S. And as a matter of fact, they are having a send-off game this Sunday We're going to broadcast it on Telemundo and Peacock against Wales at 3:30 Eastern. So it should be a big party out in California before they head out to the World Cup.
Well, you're known for your signature goal. You guys know when they do that in football and soccer? Yeah. So we want to know if we can help you do that before we take off. So I'll do 3, 2, 1, and then we're all going to do the goal. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
That's all we don't have the pipes like you. Andres Cantor, always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Best of luck, safe travels. By the way, Telemundo and Peacock, home of the Spanish language coverage of the World Cup, kicks off on July 20th. And as Andres mentioned there, you can catch Team USA's big send-off match versus Wales this Sunday.
I love that. That was exhilarating.
I took that challenge.
All right, up next, we are sticking with the sports theme because NBC Sports reporter Corey Robinson is here to tell us how he is trying to add Olympian to his resume in a sport that he just started playing. But first, this is Today on NBC. All right, we are back at 8:38 with our countdown to Paris Olympics and a member of our NBC family who may just inspire you to chase your dreams.
So fun to have Corey Robinson here today. He's a correspondent for NBC Sports. He reported at the Tokyo Olympic Games.
And that's actually where I met you, I believe, at the Tokyo Games. Now, Corey's got the Olympic bug in a bit of a different way, shall we say?
Yeah, good morning.
This is wild.
Yeah, so look, rowing is really hard, and I wanted to be an Olympian. My dad's a 3-time Olympian, so I said, you know what, I'm going to try to do it in a sport I've never done before.
Okay,
why not?
Why not?
This is not my typical workout. 6 months ago, I decided to pursue a goal that many dream about, but few ever achieve. To become an Olympian and compete at the LA Games in 2028, in my case, as a member of the U.S. crew team. As a boy, I always dreamed of being an Olympian. My dad, NBA Hall of Famer David Robinson, played for Team USA at 3 Olympic Games.
Corey Robinson!
At Notre Dame, where I played college football, many told me I also had the perfect physique for crew. So the seed was planted. Problem is, I'd never rowed a day in my life.
So in the boathouse, coach.
To get there, I first connected with high-performance rowing coach Michael Mardinoff. He's trained many members of the U.S. team here at the New York Athletic Club outside New York City.
Coach, I have never rowed before. Why did you agree to train me? You don't normally do this.
Yes, normally I don't. I sense huge determination. With every detail we discuss, you were passionate about it.
My first goal, to get invited to the National Crew Camp, where rowers compete for a spot on the U.S. team. To do that, I'd have to learn the form of rowing from scratch.
The technique is very unusual because we're going backwards. It's not natural for humans to do that.
More than anything, rowing is about endurance, requiring hours of hard training every week. To fit this in with my day job at NBC Sports, I rise before dawn, eat a full meal, then ride the subway 2 hours to the boathouse, where Coach builds my stamina, coordination, and technique. He says a huge part of making the U.S. team is mastering the mental side of rowing. To learn about that, I came to Southern California.
You're going to be a little bit of an underdog.
And met up with former Team USA rower Megan O'Leary.
I still catch myself like, oh yeah, I went to the Olympics.
Like me, she was a top college athlete who started crew in her late 20s as a hobby. Pretty soon, she quit her day job to train full-time, eventually making Team USA and competing at 2 Olympics.
What should be my goals? Understanding that this is a 5-year journey, LA 28, and I'm starting this year.
Yeah. Your first time on the water, you're gonna feel like a giraffe learning how to walk for the first time. It's gonna be clumsy. As long as you give yourself that room just to be like, okay, I'm gonna make mistakes. That's how great rowers are made, is that they're constantly making the tiniest improvements and they're not frustrated by, not having that overnight success.
Now, after months of practicing on land, the day had finally come for me to hit the water.
I'm starting to get the hang of it. I got my sea legs.
I began with a few laps in a training boat.
We're working this way, look, like that, and not like this.
Yeah. Still too high.
And especially you don't want to do this.
Yeah.
Then the real test came in a much lighter and narrow Olympic boat. I got in a few good strokes, and then
I'm not demoralized. I'm a little hopeful, The pinpoint balance is crazy. It's like being on a nice edge.
Yes.
That's the hardest part.
Well, first of all, welcome to rowing.
Thanks, Coach.
Yeah. No, it was great. I think you got some potential. So.
How much potential do you think I can make it to LA 28?
Yes, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, wow.
So believe it or not, Coach said that the fact that I don't flip over right away was a good sign. So now I can actually row for about an hour and a half on that boat, the little tiny one.
Okay, so you got your balance down.
I got my balance down. I'm starting to get the technique down. But yeah, it's a lot of hours needed. I think 2 years probably of just rowing and
I can't believe you take the train for 2 hours just to get to practice.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to want it, So I bought an erg. I sent so I basically sent a cold email to the national team saying, I bought an erg. I want to be an Olympian. How do I do it? And then this is what started the journey.
Kids, don't try this at home.
Oh, that's true. Just cold email.
What kind of time commitment are we talking about here?
Right now, it's like 20 hours a week, which isn't bad because it's just all technique. My technique is so really awful. But the good news is I got 5 years. So I think after about a year or two of mastering technique and getting my physio up, then it's going to be like literally 40 plus hours.
You're 6'4". Does that help or make it harder?
It's actually, I think, the perfect size. That's what happened. So I got scouted. Some Olympians were like, you have the perfect body for rowing.
Wow.
And I didn't know that. So wide receivers, I guess, just we are perfect rowers, I guess.
All right, so we want to keep on this journey with you. So keep us posted, Corey.
Thank you, Craig.
Best of luck. Best of luck.
Give me all the energy, all the prayers.
I love it. I love this journey.
Remember, by the way, save the date for next summer when the Paris Olympics and the Paralympics come to NBC and Peacock exclusively.
But seriously, who wakes up and is like, I'm going to go to the Olympics? And then the coach is like, you could.
Corey
Not us. Not us. Straight ahead, beauty items you're going to love this summer that won't break the bank. Great values for your hair, your skin, your makeup. But first, this is Today on NBC.
I'd like
Back now at 8:46 on the dot with today's style. There are thousands of beauty options, of course, on the market, but you don't have to pay top dollar for great results. So here today with 7 favorites is Lindsay Peoples, editor-in-chief of The Cut. Lindsay, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
You have some good stuff this morning.
Very excited to show you some products we've been trying.
All right, let's start with blush.
Yes, so this brand is Milani. I think it's a really underrated brand. It has an incredible shade range. We use it for a lot of our covers. Specifically, this is a really pigmented brush. Pigmented blush, I'm sorry. So it has a lot of color. But it's not too shiny, and I think also just gives you a natural glow.
Look at that. That's pretty.
It's really pretty.
I love these products.
Yeah.
And you can get them CVS, Walgreens, everywhere else. Okay, how about this one?
Oh, this is a controversial one. So the L'Oreal mascara. I think for this one, honestly, it's very lengthening. And it has a lot of volume. It's controversial. A lot of the TikTokers were using this with false eyelashes, but it actually does
that's
work,
why it's kind of,
even if you're not wearing false eyelashes.
I will tell you, sometimes that bothers me when women will say, "Oh my gosh, look at my this wand," and it's like you have on lashes, fake lashes.
Well, this wand is really thin, so it does well with clumps.
Okay,
that's why. I love it.
All right, so next, let's talk about brow gel. I feel like more people are starting to use it, more women.
Yes, I use it every day. Even if you're just going to the gym, I think it always just makes your brows look really feathery
and like
really
clean.
Nice. Yeah.
Okay.
This
I've
one
never
from
used
Elf.
it.
Yeah, this one from Elf is around $10. I think it's a really great buy because you can always just swipe it a little bit, and I think it doesn't have any flakiness in it as well.
I was about to say it's not clunky.
Yeah. This one is perfect.
And what's the point? It just sets it.
Yeah, it just sets it so they can lay down. It frames your face well.
Okay. A hairdryer is an investment.
It is, but this one is only $120.
Okay. Tell us why it's worth $120.
I mean, there's obviously a lot of hair dryers on the market, but I think this one, a lot of celebrity hairstylists use this. It works for curly hair textures, fine hair textures, doesn't matter, and minimal heat damage. So
you know what? And it's fast.
Yes, very fast.
Okay, so you don't have to damage your hair.
Exactly.
All right, next. This is one of my favorite. I don't know the specific brand.
This
but
is my
body
personal
oils.
favorite.
Really? It's my new favorite thing.
I'm wearing it today.
Why this one?
It's $20. I think it smells like Le Labo Santal. It's a really dry oil, so it doesn't make you sweat,
smell it.
which is really nice. Oh, it's amazing. It's the best.
Oh, that is nice.
No, use
$22.
It's always sold out. So.
Okay. Now this is a tried and true brand, but you like the cream?
I love this cream. This is around $10 as well. I think it's what we call a dupe on social media because it has a lot of the same ingredients as other brands, but it's obviously a lot more affordable. I use it on my hands, feet. You can use it as a cold cream. Always have it.
Just as good. Okay. And last but not least, I told you my daughter's been begging for this. It must be all over TikTok or something.
Yes.
Ariana Grande has a new fragrance.
Okay, but it does really smell amazing. There's a lot of celebrity brands, but
this one's like legit.
No, it's very addictive. It's musky.
What's it called?
It's just the cloud. Yeah.
The cloud.
Yeah.
Oh, hence the.
Yeah.
Oh, that is nice.
It's really nice.
That's really nice.
It smells like it costs hundreds of dollars, and the smell doesn't go away. It's really potent.
And it's light though. It's not too heavy.
If you put the oil with that, favorite hack. Yeah.
This is why you're editor-in-chief. Lindsay, thank you so much. These are good. In fact, you can find all of these products on today.com/shop. And just so you know, Today earns a small commission for purchases made through the links on our website. So my paycheck just goes right back into the system. All right. Craig, over to you.
Time now for Today Travel. And if you haven't booked that summer vacation just yet for your family, fear not, there's still time. Our friend Misty Bellis here, Vice President of Global PR at Virtuoso, found a few perfect spots for every type of getaway. Always good to have you, Misty. Thanks for coming back.
Thanks so much.
Before we dig into some of these locations, let's talk about some ways to stretch the dollar. A lot of folks want to make that dollar go as far as possible. Do you have any tips for saving on travel?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we think of as the traditional seasonality of travel is back now. So what you want to do is travel during the off-peak times. That's going to save you hundreds, sometimes even thousands of dollars off your next trip. And when you're in cities, look for business hotels, because when those corporate travelers clear out on Friday and go home, the weekend rates are going to come down considerably. And oftentimes those hotels have those club lounges, which you can add on for just a minimal fee. And then also look at destinations that offer free tourist attractions, whether it's museum passes or park passes, activities for kids. That's going to save you a bundle on your entertainment while there.
All right, let's hit some of these locations here. A lot of folks want to beat the heat right now.
Yes.
You've got a perfect spot. It's a little cooler there right now.
Yes, absolutely. Breckenridge, Colorado. I have to say, I love Colorado more in the summer than I do the winter because you lose all this humidity that you have here and nice cool temperatures. And there's so much to do in Breckenridge. The Breckenridge Food and Wine Festival is still coming up. The Breck Epic Bike Race is coming up. And I have to say, my kid's favorite cookie shop in the world is here, Mountaintop Cookies. And you can stay at the Lodge at Breckenridge. It sits at 10,200 feet in elevation.
Looks beautiful.
Yeah, one of the highest in the world, actually. So nice and cool. And rates are going to start there at $189 a night.
All right, let's talk about a city that you call the perfect getaway.
Yeah, well, this is actually an island, Great Diamond Island in Maine. It's about a 30-minute ferry ride from Portland. So you have all the Portland attractions there, but then you're just a world away on this island where there's no cars. You get around by golf cart or by foot, and you have these beautiful secluded beaches, and you can stay at the Inn at Diamond Cove there. Just a beautiful hotel there. It's in the old Army barracks from the 1800s. It's been renovated, and you can stay for about $249 a night.
All right, let's keep it moving here, Beth, because now you've got a couple locations that are not on the water. They're not on the coast. We're going to go back out west. Oh, I love Salt Lake. I was just there last year.
Oh, yeah, it's a great town. And yes, when you come in off the coast, you're going to save money right away. And Salt Lake is great. You have a body of water if you want, or you can be up in the mountains where you can hike and bike and just a half hour away. So we recommend staying at the dual-branded Le Meridien Element Hotel. It's brand new. It's in downtown Salt Lake City, so it's close to everything. And rates are going to start there at about $189 a night.
All right, let's head to another one of my favorites. In fact, I was just in Louisville, Kentucky a few weeks ago, a city that's known for Muhammad Ali, bourbon, but so much more.
Yes, absolutely. This is such a great town. And one of the best reasons to go visit now is the brand new Hotel Genevieve.
Oh.
Just opened. It is in an up-and-coming area called New Louisville. So you have those bourbon distilleries there. You have the craft beer breweries right nearby, great restaurants.
Beautiful.
Yeah, fantastic hotel. You're going to stay for $179 a night, but they're also running a promotion now until September 4th where your third night will be free.
All right, I was actually surprised to see this next one on the list, Hawaii. Most folks think Hawaii really expensive.
Yeah, not usually your value destination, but right now it is because Hawaiian Airlines is running a promotion, $119 each way for your airfare from the West Coast. Now, the trick is that it needs to be booked next week between July 10th and 12th, depending on your originating airport, and it's for travel in August. But when you couple that with the Courtyard by Marriott at Waikiki Beach, which is running $159 a night, that's a great value.
Last but not least, really quickly here, 10 seconds, Kimpton Hotel, some really good deals right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Stay longer and save. If you stay 3 or more nights, you can save 15 to 25% off your stay, and that's for a multiple of locations across the brand.
And the Kimpton hotels are always solid, too. Missy, thank you. Have a great weekend. Don't go far, folks. Coming up on the Hood and Jenna, the star of Emily in Paris and Joyride at Ashley Park. But first, on the third hour, TikTok's favorite fashion stylist after your local news.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
This morning on the third hour of Today, record-setting summer, extreme heat across the country, and more historic highs on the way. What to expect in the days ahead. Then, feeling lucky? We have lotto fever with 2 soaring jackpots, Mega Millions and Powerball drawings this weekend. So, what are the odds of winning? Plus, summer-style hacks. Genius ways to refresh your wardrobe for free, like giving new life to your button-down shirts. And time for a road trip. We planned out the best routes for your family vacation, so all you have to do is buckle up. That's all ahead today, Friday, July 7th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Dylan here with Chanel and Craig. Al, still off, playing pop-up. How's everyone feeling today? It feels like Friday. I mean, I feel like every day this week has kind of felt like Friday.
It's that weird holiday vibe.
Yes. It is. So a lot to talk about this morning. And we will begin once again with the heat, extreme heat that has been breaking records all over the country. We've had a week of severe storms as well, and they're not over yet. It is all added up to misery for holiday travelers in the skies and on the road, or at least challenges. I don't know about misery, but that's where we find NBC's Emily Akeda. She's on New Jersey Turnpike this morning. Emily, let's start with, I guess, how hot it is this morning.
Hey there, good to be with you guys. You can already feel that heat and humidity setting in this morning. Parts of the Northeast cities will see up to 13 degrees above average for this time of year, but the heat is all the most oppressive in the Southwest. Arizona routinely seeing triple-digit temperatures this week, and that is where earlier this week, U.S. Border Patrol rescued a pair of hikers from heat stress. They used a Black Hawk helicopter to navigate difficult terrain, hoisting the pair to safety. And on top of the heat, 8 million people today in the country's midsection are bracing for more severe weather. We've seen the impact of these storms over the past 2 weeks, snarling holiday travel. You look at Houston and Denver airports yesterday, roughly half of the flights in and out of there were delayed there. But guys, I will end on a positive note, and that is the roadway traffic. Look at it moving smoothly behind me, despite the record 43 million people who got behind the wheel for the July 4th holiday. Also, you look at the gas price. The national average for a gallon of gas is sitting at $3.53. That is 2 cents cheaper from last year and last month, and $1.22 less expensive from a year ago. But can I just point out one other positive number, and that is $1 billion. Behind me so conveniently, the Powerball and Mega Millions number. That is how much between the two. It's soaring above $1 billion. I know my pal Jesse Kirsch is covering it. So, guys, I guess I should probably go pick myself up a lottery ticket.
Yes, you should.
Get out of that heat.
Yes, you deserve to win, Emily.
Jesse, what's the word there, buddy? To Emily's point. Well, how are the odds?
Yeah, well, and yeah, the odds, Emily will find this no surprise. I'm from Jersey, so I think if you're in the Garden State, your odds are infinitely better. But they're actually pretty good in Chicago, too. Someone not far from here actually won a Mega Millions last year. Let's look at what someone could win this weekend. $427 million up for grabs with the jackpot drawing tonight for Mega Millions. If you want to go even bigger, wait till tomorrow. Powerball looking at a $590 million jackpot. And all you need to play that Powerball, guys, 2 of these right here, 2 singles. That's all it takes. You can even have them auto pick the numbers for you. The odds, Craig, not that great. I know we were just talking about that. Powerball says your odds of winning are less than 1 out of 292 million. For perspective, according to some National Weather Service numbers, you're almost 250 times more likely to be struck by lightning in a given year. The Florida Museum says by their numbers, you're almost 80 times more likely to be bitten by a shark. All of that is much more likely than winning the lottery. But someone has to win. I'm hoping for it because it's been since April. That was the last time we had either a Mega Millions or a Powerball winner. If you happen to be the lucky winner this weekend, here's some advice you might want to take to heart. Get yourself financial and legal advisors because you're going to be looking at some new big life decisions. If you can stay anonymous, and it depends on where you play the games. If you can stay anonymous, you might want to do that to preserve some privacy and protect your family, your privacy from that perspective. You also might want to change your phone number for that as well. That's the serious advice stuff. Let's get to the fun. If you're going to splurge, if you spend all of the money, what are some of the things you could buy? How about more than 400 houses in Maui? It sounds pretty good. We've been thinking about this over here. You could also get more than 15,000 pickup trucks. I don't know if this could work, but maybe you could build a bridge to Maui with all of those pickup trucks. I don't know if that could work. Don't hold me to it. And then the other option for the caffeine lovers out there, you could get over 100 million venti caramel macchiatos. But for now, guys, just for now, because I'm feeling lucky, I don't have that kind of money yet, so I'm just going to stick with good old-fashioned generic coffee.
Yeah, you go to the place. Like, can I have some water in a cup, please?
Jesse, I know you listed some pretty random things there, but what would you buy if you were to win $590 million?
Yeah, Dylan, I've been thinking a lot about this. I think I'm going to call up all of my family, all my friends, going to charter a plane. We're going to take a one-way ticket to Monaco, maybe, or somewhere on the Riviera, and we're going to just stay there until it all runs out.
Oh, wow. Okay.
All right. I like it. Well, good luck with that.
Don't forget your friend Craig. I look forward to the phone call.
Thank you, Jesse.
He changed his phone number.
That's
Exactly.
right.
That was one of the
His own
tips.
advice. All right, turning now to one of the most popular vacation destinations every summer, although maybe too popular, because if you're headed to a national park, you'll be in good company. NBC's Gotti Schwartz has some great advice for navigating the crowds and why you might want to consider going off the beaten path. Gotti, good morning.
Absolutely. Good morning. If you're heading out for some fresh mountain air to the great outdoors, chances are you are not alone. We could be looking at some record-breaking crowds, and the last thing you want is to end up in a 4-hour traffic jam, even if it is in paradise.
When we think of our national parks, we often picture majestic peaks, spectacular wildlife, and iconic natural wonders. But over the last decade, national parks have seen a steady increase in visitors.
When you get here, expect to encounter a lot of other people.
Stranger. This year is the first year overall park attendance is back to pre-pandemic levels, well over 300 million visitors. So things can get kind of crowded. And though there are 424 national parks, more than a quarter of those visitors are flooding the top 8, more than 80 million people. That can mean up to a 4-hour wait just to get into parks like Yosemite. And without a reservation, you can't drive into some parks at all.
One great way to avoid crowds are to go early or come late in the day or in the season. National parks are amazing to visit in the fall and in the spring, so maybe hold off on that trip until October.
Or consider parks less traveled.
If you really want to see geysers and mud pots like you would in Yellowstone, Lassen Volcanic in California is a great alternative. If you want to see bison, you might check out Theodore Roosevelt in North Dakota. If you're looking for iconic mountains like you might see at Grand Teton, we'd encourage someone to visit North Cascades National Park or Black Canyon of the Gunnison in Colorado.
If you can't avoid the rush, there are still ways to get the most out of your visit. First, plan ahead. Make sure you have a reservation where you need one, either for a place to stay or to get into attractions that are most important to you. Use a National Park Service app. It's an interactive map, a pocket tour guide, has accessibility information, and more. And for your safety, remember, the parks are wild. It's important to respect them. Don't go off trail or approach the animals.
Seeing bison or wolves or bears can be some of the most amazing and memorable moments from a visit, but make sure to respect wildlife. They are wild. They're wild animals. Keep your distance.
Some of the hikes that I would recommend is to...
You can also think outside of the box. Only about a third of parks are natural preserves. The rest are recreation, historical, or cultural parks. There are 12 in New York City alone, so consider parks like Selma to Montgomery and learning about the struggle for voting rights for Black Americans.
You are now officially soldiers in our Civil War.
Or Gettysburg National Battlefield in Pennsylvania, or Chaco Culture National Historical Park in New Mexico, where you can visit indigenous ruins. So whether it's an iconic park or a park less familiar, there is something for everyone.
And since we seem to be in the mood for some big math this morning, here's an interesting note. In 2021, visitors spent $20.5 billion in nearby communities to parks and created 322,000 jobs, which comes out to about every dollar that Congress invests in national parks. We're getting more than a $10 return to the U.S. economy. Yet another reason to love our parks, but love them as gently as possible.
Love them
Guys.
gently. Just so beautiful. We want to keep them that way. Gotti, thanks so much.
I had no idea there were 400 national parks.
Something we have to
and
do.
so many close by to where everyone lives,
That's true.
so you can always get to one. So if all of what you just saw has you dreaming of seeing the sights, coming up in just a bit, we've got gorgeous road trip ideas in some of the lesser-known national parks.
All right. Also ahead, our dynamic doctor duo. Do you like our little title there, dynamic doctor duo? We got Dr. Natalie and Dr. John to answer all of your burning questions about safety in the summer heat. We have some good advice for you coming up. We'll be right back. Welcome back. It has been a hot summer already, so with record highs all around the country. This morning, we are answering your burning questions. I love this music. I was trying so hard not to reference the movie. I'm like, or the music. I'm like, focus, Chanel. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres and NBC medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar are here to break down what we all need to know. Good morning.
Morning.
What do we call you today? Our dynamic doctor duo?
That's the doctor duo.
I love it. All right, so we have some good questions. Our first one comes from our researcher, Natalie. Take a listen.
Hi, Dr. John and Dr. Azar. During the summer months, heat exhaustion is a big concern of mine because when it's hot, I tend to get lightheaded, a little faint, and then sometimes I'll pass out. What are some of the signs of heat exhaustion I should be looking for, and what are some of the ways that I can prevent it from happening?
Wow.
Thank you, Natalie, for that question. So you want to think about heat exposure on a spectrum. If you can recognize heat exhaustion, you can prevent heat stroke, which is a medical emergency. So some of the signs and symptoms to look for are heavy sweating. That's your body's natural way of trying to get rid of heat. Your skin is going to feel cold, pale, clammy. You're going to have a fast pulse, but it's going to feel a little bit weak, and you might feel nauseous. Heat stroke is what we don't want it to evolve to. Heat stroke is defined by a core temperature of 103 or higher. Here, your skin is going to be hot and red and typically more dry. Your pulse might still be fast. It's going to feel strong, nauseous again, and probably the biggest pearl is the change in mental status. People are going to be confused. That becomes an emergency.
Wow.
And what do you do, Dr. John?
And that's the biggest thing is you want to treat it as soon as possible. Heat stroke is the medical emergency. Call 911. Okay. You want to get the ambulance there as quick as possible because they could start getting organ failure and die from heat strokes.
Wow.
You want to be careful. But when you look at heat exhaustion and heat stroke, like Natalie said, there's a continuum there. Main thing is get them out of the hot sun. You want to make sure that they're in a cooled environment. Pour water over them, cold water, put them in a cold bath, not necessarily an ice bath, but a cooler bath. And then you want to make sure that if they have heat exhaustion, give them small sips of cold water, electrolyte replacement fluids, anything like that. Heat stroke, don't give them anything to drink because they're going to be confused. They might be nauseous. They might get sick. So do that.
Should call
911. Definitely call 911.
All right. Let's get to our next question. This one's from Aldrin in New Jersey.
Hi, Dr. John and Dr. Azar. I love to go to the beach with my family, and we like to bring snacks. What are some foods to avoid in the summer heat?
And this is a great question because you want to be careful. And the last thing you want is people to go home and remember this because they got sick after your event there. The thing to remember is 40 and 140 degrees. You want things less than 40 or above 140. There's a 2-hour time window you can get in between there. And so if you're on the beach, you have to be very careful. Some things to think about, things that need refrigeration. You want to be extremely careful with that out on the beach. Fresh salads could be a problem as well. If you have anything that's mayonnaise-based, potato salad's always one of those big things that causes a lot of issues. You want to be careful. Uncooked meats, and then pre-cut fruit. Keep it whole, and then cut it when you get there. Of course, you're going to have sand and everything as well. So just
wait, it's bad if fruit.
What's pre-cut
gets
fruit?
too warm?
I'm sorry?
It's bad if fruit gets unhealthy.
Well, the fruit can get warm, and it can also get insects in it and things like that. So you just want to be careful when you get there.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, we have a couple of young viewers with a question.
We love being outside in the summer.
What are some things that we can do to beat the heat?
That's Nate Matt Greenfield, our producer's son right here.
Great question.
All right, so the theme here for water is that you can drink it, you can eat it, and you can play in it. And one of the biggest things about staying hydrated is remember if you're going to be outside on a hot day, start drinking as soon as you get up. If you wait until you're thirsty, it's probably a little bit too late. Regarding eating, you can eat foods that are high in water, like fruit and things like that. But the point we're trying to make is that we don't want it to spoil outside. Okay. And then, of course, you can play in the water, sprinklers, pools, that kind of thing. Stay out of the sun from 11 to 2. That's the hottest part of the day. Take cool showers and baths. Think with clothing. Think loose and light. And never, ever, ever leave children or pets in the car. Period.
Do people still do it?
A second.
And they think, I'm just going to crack it. And you hear you walk by and you hear
Not
the dog
even a short break. Not even a short break. Just don't do it.
Especially kids' temps go high, sky high so quickly.
Right. Dr. John, Dr. Azar, thank you guys both.
Thank you so much.
This was great.
Get the brain trust here.
Yeah.
Let's start a podcast. Coming up here on a Friday, I recently went down to Williamsburg, Virginia, to uncover the story of one of America's first black churches, how that community there is now telling the next chapter of history. That story is coming up right after this.
This morning, an update on a story we started following over 2 years ago when archaeologists began excavating the site of one of Virginia's first black churches.
And Craig, you actually went down to Williamsburg to see the incredible progress they're making.
They have made incredible progress. Several parishioners, in fact, at today's First Baptist Church can trace their lineage back hundreds of years to the founding of the church. Now, through the archaeological work being done there, they've gotten some new information about how their ancestors lived and where their final resting places may be. What you're seeing is history unearthed. Each level of soil, painstakingly excavated, reveals different clues about the black community that worshiped here in Williamsburg, Virginia, during America's earliest days. When we first brought you this story about the original First Baptist Church in February of 2021, the team at Colonial Williamsburg had just started working at the site. Now, their work is complete.
The goal, again, is authenticity to the extreme.
Jack Gary and his team took on this important job in coordination with the First Baptist community and other ancestors. Founded in 1776 by enslaved and free blacks who worshiped together in secret. The congregation built the first church themselves as early as 1805 on a plot of land given to them by a local landowner. A tornado destroyed it in 1834. In 1856, a new brick church was built, which stood for 100 years until Colonial Williamsburg bought it and tore it down. A bigger church was built nearby, and that original plot became an empty lot used for parking buses. Since our first report, Jack's team has uncovered the foundation of that original church and so much more. When you started, the expectation was, we'll find the old church building.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And here we are 3 years later, and you found 63.
That's right.
People.
That's right.
They found the cemetery of that original church, and if you look closely, you can see the shapes the caskets made when the soil was disturbed during burial. The living descendants were moved by the news. Dr. Julie Grace and Mark Garner both have family links to that early community. What have you learned?
It made me feel a connection. It made me feel that finally the world will know who we are.
I, didn't even really know about my family line that I've now gone back and started to look into.
With the ancestors' permission, 3 sets of remains were removed. Even in poor condition, tests showed that 1 set belonged to an African-American teenager. Descendants were then able to see the remains remotely. How did that make you feel?
I don't think I was ready for it. At that moment, I realized this could be someone related to me.
To actually know that these are the remains of a person that, may be in our family. Yeah. I really wanted them to examine all 63 of those graves.
But since the experts told them there was little chance of learning more, the ancestors voted to leave the rest of the graves undisturbed.
They've told us their story.
Exactly.
This work has gone a long way to repair the relationship between Colonial Williamsburg and the congregation. Connie Harshaw is a church leader.
There was a lot of pain, but the fact that what appeared to be an intentional cover-up has now been intentionally uncovered. So it's sort of a healing process now. So I think it's a good change. It's a good change because now we're telling a more complete story.
That story is entering a new chapter. What do you want to see done there?
Something needs to be done to memorialize the cemetery of people that are out there, to be able to tell their story. I think it's more than a plaque.
I would be honored, to have people just come by and just be able to sit there and feel the presence of those who have been laid to rest.
Wow.
And those plans are actually underway. The design team working hard. The hope is to reconstruct the church and to have a proper memorial in place to open by 2026.
That would be amazing. And I bet you'd be there.
I will be right
great
back.
to cover. That was great. All right. Coming up, we're going to take a turn and show you some summer style hacks. In fact, listen to this. Over 17 million people have checked out this video on TikTok. So, up next, we're going to give it a try. We're going to show you how to do it. Plus, more tricks to transform the clothes you already have. You don't need to buy a thing. We're going to show you how to do it. And then later, road trip. We have great destination ideas to inspire your next getaway. Look at that. We need a fan. Get some wind going there. Where's your seatbelt? We'll be right back.
That's funny.
That's so cool.
Welcome back on today's Style File. We've got some fun fashion hacks to put a new spin on your summer wardrobe without costing you a single penny. Here to show us all the tricks and trends is style expert and fashion content creator Lena Nori. Lena, good morning.
Good morning. I'm so grateful to be back.
We're so happy to have you here because these are really fun tricks. So we're starting off with, when you have the long button-down shirt, you kind of try to tie it up, but we have a video here of when the tie goes wrong because it just makes it look too bulky. But you're going to show us the right way to do it.
Yes, definitely. So this is one of my favorite hacks. This front tie allows you to not only hold your top in place, so unlike the other ones, you're going to pull it through. So you're going to start off with the first 2 buttons, and
Okay.
you pull it through the hole, and then you grab the other side, and you pull the other side through the opening as well.
Okay.
And then you just pull it from side to side, and this will not budge.
It'll stay like that?
It'll stay like this.
Even on a shiny shirt?
On a shiny shirt, and it's a whole new way to
Oh,
wear your
that is
button-up top.
really cute.
So
Okay,
cute.
we've got Talia here with our next one, and this, I haven't actually seen the TikTok video for this one, but your bra's on the outside of your shirt. So what's happening here?
Okay, so I love this hack. It's not only perfect for summer, but especially if you like to wear high-waisted bottoms, it's showing you how to take your longer tops and crop them. So she's starting off with her shirt upside down and inside out.
Look at that.
And then she's wearing her strapless bra on top, and then she's just gonna pull it right over her shoulders. And you wanna make
Okay.
sure there's no material bulging out.
So it's nice and
So cute.
That's it?
That's it. And just like that, you have a
cute is
whole
that?
That's awesome.
new stylish crop top. And you can actually make it as short or as long as you want, just
And it's
depending
not
on whatever
tucked
you're
in, so you're not all like
Bunchy.
bulky.
It's not
Okay.
tucked in, so it accentuates
That's
your
so
waist.
cute.
It's perfect for summer or if you're throwing it under a blazer too.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Talia's
Talia.
dad's watching, so we'll
All right, let's
say hello.
We got a hack for Jack here.
Yeah.
This is Jack. Jack's part of our team. This is to make your James, excuse me. James, why don't you correct me? Jesus. James sits right outside my office. This is for t-shirts to make them look more fitted?
Yes, so as you know, most men have a t-shirt in their wardrobe. It's a staple piece, but not all t-shirts are made the same or fit you correctly on your arms. So this is a way to basically make your sleeves look more tailored. You're going to grab an oversized rubber band. You want to make sure it's definitely oversized.
He has big arms. So
Yes, he does have big arms.
That's a big
I thought they hired an Abercrombie model for this.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're gonna put the rubber band exactly where you want the fold of the shirt to be. So we're gonna put it just a little bit over that, and then you just fold it over and just right through, and it gives a more tailored and fitted look for your t-shirts.
That's like an old 50s style. So
Yes.
I like that.
James is going to start wearing his t-shirts like that?
We're gonna do it on both sides for you.
What's the hack involving the sweater there?
Okay, so as you know, men don't really have a bunch of accessories to wear. So this is not only a great hack for styling your sweater as like an added look to your summer look, but it's also super cute because if it gets cold at night, you just take it off and you pop it on your shoulders. So instead of tying it around your waist and making it look bulky, he's gonna drape it over his shoulders. And then we're going to pull
Craig, I can see you doing this.
Let's wait to see how it turns out.
Okay, we're gonna pull both sleeves like this in a shape of an X. And then you're going to grab the under one and you're going to fold it over just like this.
Okay.
Okay, and then you're going to grab the bottom sleeve.
Okay.
And you're going to open it up.
Oh.
And you just tuck
like
it
a sock.
beautifully. I'm laughing because that's literally what we were calling it.
Yeah.
So it's perfect.
Look
So
at
it just
that.
fits.
Jay, you got a new look.
That's
I can see you rocking that.
It's stylish. It gives a whole Hamptons vibe, perfect for the summer. And then when it's cold, he just pops it off.
I love
and
it.
Puts it on.
James is ready for the weekend.
I love it. All right, so our last hack is for a cardigan.
Yes.
What are we gonna do with it? This looks fine to me.
Okay, it actually looks great. So especially if you're going to the office and you're cold, we're gonna show you how to turn your cardigan into a shrug because shrugs are trending right now. It gives you a prop look. So
Okay.
Sarah is going to take off the cardigan.
We're like, ooh, okay, what are you gonna do?
And then she's going to put it on backwards. Yes, we're putting on the cardigan backwards.
Okay.
And then she's going to grab the bottom and essentially pull it over her head.
Oh.
And then you just drape it over your shoulders however you'd
And
like.
that looks
and it's
so much cuter.
How cute is that?
First of all, it's not only cuter, not that there's anything wrong with cardigans, it's so much cuter. It gives you a
That's
whole
so much
cropped
cuter. And I wear
look.
cardigans all the time.
Yeah.
I'm about to be so hip.
You do, and you wear them the other way.
I do. I'm like, you just wait till Monday, y'all.
And actually, so you can wear this to work, so it's a whole business look. And then if you're going to happy hour,
Don't wear that to work.
That's so cute.
This is great.
These were great.
Lena, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
That's called a shrug.
Our models.
It's called a shrug. You like just kind of drape it over your shoulders, accentuates your waist. It's kind of a relaxed.
I come in all swaddled and
Coming up, we're going to take our shrug and pack some snacks, get your playlist ready. We're going on a road trip, y'all. We got a few destinations that your whole family will love.
I love
That
this.
guy's been in the car all morning. Then later, Joy Bauer answering viewers' biggest nutrition questions like which type of chocolate can benefit your health?
Oh, we have props.
Yes, Joy's got the answers when the third hour of today rolls on.
I hope the video keeps going for that.
a summer road trip.
We are.
All right, well, we have some amazing vacations for your whole family will love. From Condé Nast Traveler's Deputy Global Editorial Director, Jesse Ashlock. He's here to walk or drive us through where we're going this summer. Hello.
Good to be here.
You don't have to hold the wheel the whole time.
I'm driving. You know, who drives like this?
I'm a little bit concerned about what's going on.
Exactly. First of all, you know what? Talk about the benefits of a road trip.
Listen, so a lot of people during the pandemic got a pandemic pet. My family got a pandemic car. And like a lot of Americans, we rediscovered our backyard. And now it's great that we're traveling again, but everybody's doing it. The airports are jam-packed. The TSA just had its busiest day ever. And ticket prices are way up. Meanwhile, gas prices are down a bit. And the road trip is still the best thing in the world to do in the summertime. So let's do it. Where are we going?
So you've got a suggestion for nearly every part of the country. So let's start here in the Northeast. What road trip do you recommend here?
Well, one of my favorites is kind of my backyard, just up the coast from us. You start out in South Kingston in the Newport area, and you head to Bar Harbor, Maine.
Oh, I love Bar Harbor. And
Newport, one of the very original vacation towns. Everybody's into it again because of the show The Gilded Age. They want to tour the iconic mansions. It's great. Great in the summertime. You got Newport Folk, Newport Jazz in the summer. Then you drive on up 95, eat a lobster roll, hit Portland, Maine. It's the kind of the birthplace of the locavore movement. Visit 4th Street, the restaurant, and then Katy National Park on Mount Desert Island, outside of Bar Harbor. You can hike the carriage roads that the Rockefellers built, and kind of soak up that Maine atmosphere.
And it's just beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. One of the most wonderful places on
air
Earth.
just smells so pretty. Okay, so now we're going to head down south. Where are we off to?
All right, we're going to start in Nashville and head down to Macon, Georgia on US 41, which is kind of like the South's answer to Route 66. And it's one of those old highways from before the interstate system, and which gives it this kind of nostalgic veneer. You've got the old motels and auto camps. Nashville, you can spend some time at the Country Music Hall of Fame. One of my favorite places, gawking at Elvis's gold caddy and George Jones's nudie suits. I think Chattanooga is one of America's under the radar gems. Ruby Falls and Lookout Mountain and Rock City are a wonderful tourist attraction. They've got a great aquarium. And then head to Macon, where Ocmulgee Burial Mounds is a prehistoric Native American site that is going to be our next national park in all likelihood.
I love that. Okay, so let me keep on driving here. Now let's
Keep
drive.
your eyes on the road.
Let's
You
keep
move fast.
Now let's drive to South Carolina, South Dakota for all
Get
those.
some glasses.
Why is she driving?
She's the last person who should be driving.
All right, we're going to start out in Yankton, in the corner of the state, and basically this is another kind of backroads drive on Minnesota 60, which is one of the old highways. We used to call them the Blue Roads, and you'll go through these picturesque riverside towns like Stillwater, Minnesota, and then find your way to Lake Michigan, where you'll wind up on a peninsula in between the lake and Green Bay.
I love this idea. These
And if
are
you've got
great.
time, hit Minneapolis, go to Paisley Park, Prince's home and recording studio. Go to Awamni, the sous chef, great new restaurant. Minneapolis, one of the best cities in America. Love it.
Nice. Okay.
Last but not least here, let's go out west.
Look at Dylan.
Let's go. It's like you've never driven.
Don't make me come back there.
She's never driven this car
Pull
before.
over this car.
Let's go to Utah. Where are we going?
All right, let's start out in Monroe, near Arches National Park, one of the best national parks, but it is beloved. So get a reservation in advance. And pro tip, go early in the day or late in the day. The crowds are a lot thinner then, and it's actually the most beautiful time to visit the park. In Moab nearby, there's this awesome new luxury glamping spot called Ulum. And then head into the heart of the Rockies and go to Telluride, which is a mining town, now probably most famous for the film festival, which happens at the end of the summer. There's wonderful hiking, and if you're a thrill seeker, they've got this awesome Via Ferrata system, so you can hang on to a metal rung on the side of a 14,000-foot mountain.
That sounds
perfectly
amazing.
safe.
Okay.
That sounds. Did you guys like your road trip?
This was great, Jesse.
I loved it.
I enjoyed Jesse.
Thanks for taking us
The
seriously.
driver's not.
You know what? Don't make me come back there.
Around.
I'll go on a road trip with you guys anytime.
Thank you, Jesse. All right, can we turn on the radio? And the there we go. The July-August issue of Condé Nast Traveler is out now.
All right, coming up next, Joy Bauer is here fielding nutrition questions from our viewers, like why salty foods make us so swollen and what to eat that could help lower your cholesterol naturally. We'll have those answers when we come right back.
All right, roll down the windows.
We're back, another edition of Superfood Friday SOS. This is where we answer your questions, and to do it, we brought in the expert. Today, nutrition and health expert Joy Bowers here to break them down, to share some helpful, healthy eating strategies. Always good to have you. Let's dig in. Here's our first question from a viewer.
Hi, Joy. I'm Ina Espinoza from Ann Arbor, Michigan. How much protein should I be eating?
Oh, good question.
Simple.
Yeah, and so we spend so much time talking about why protein is important. It helps with our muscles, our tissues, keeps our appetite in check, jacks up our energy levels. But we don't talk about how much we should be eating each day. So I really appreciate this question. Here's the easiest way to figure out how much you need. Take your weight in pounds, divide it in half, and that's about how much protein you should be eating each and every day. It's not an exact science. In grams. In grams. So it's not an exact science, but it's a really good reference number. So, for example, if you weigh 140 pounds, you want to aim to eat 70 grams of protein each and every day. Yeah. And also, I should say that you need a little bit more if you're pregnant, if you're nursing, or if you're a serious athlete.
And these are some foods that are rich in protein.
So the good news is that there's so many foods that have a lot of protein. So, for example, a cup of cottage cheese has about 24 grams of protein. This is Greek yogurt. A cup has about anywhere from 15 to 18 grams. 2 tablespoons of peanut butter, about 8 grams. An egg, 6 grams. A cup of beans has a lot, or lentils. This is a palm size or a deck of cards for chicken, fish, or meat, 21 grams. And when you think about it, we probably have double this for lunch and dinner.
Let's talk about these next foods here, because we've got a viewer question related to heart health. Let's take a listen.
Hey, Joy, this is Steve from Westchester, New York. I was just wondering if there are any specific foods that I might be able to eat to help me lower cholesterol.
That's a great question.
Yeah. So diet has a huge impact on our cholesterol level. And in order to lower our cholesterol numbers, first you want to minimize saturated fat, refined carbs, and added sugar. And I know that's easier said than done, but it's really important. But the good news is that there are actually foods that have cholesterol lowering capabilities. And I geek out over this because it really illustrates the power of healthy eating. So first I'm going to start by saying that there's a type of fiber called soluble fiber, and it has the capability of latching on to circulating cholesterol and escorting it out of our body. And you find it in things like apples, avocado, oats. These are chia seeds, lentils, and beans. Here I'm showing pistachio nuts, because pistachio nuts, as well as sunflower seeds, they have this natural occurring plant-based compounds called plant stanols or sterols, and all you need to know is that that helps to block the absorption of cholesterol.
I love pistachios.
These are the things you want to put onto your menu.
Very, very helpful. Sunflower seeds also help keep you awake on a road trip.
That's true.
Who knew there was a car in the studio?
Okay, now we have a question about chocolate.
I know that dark chocolate is healthier than milk chocolate, and I want to switch. What % should I look for in the grocery store? Thanks so much, Joy.
Oh, that's nice.
So sweet. Sometimes if you get too much dark chocolate, it's bitter.
That's right. So, like, as a general guideline, the darker the chocolate, the higher the percentage of cacao or cocoa, the greater the health perks. But it's not as easy as just going to the store and buying the highest percentage, because then you don't have that out of this world indulgent chocolate experience. So what I like to do is, first off, we're showing here the middle ground. So this is between 60 and 80%, I think, is the sweet spot, because
that's good chocolate.
It delivers the health-promoting flavonols, but it also is gently sweet, and it has that melt-in-your-mouth deliciousness. I would tell people to start at 60% and then slowly work your way up and see where your palate prefers.
70 is great.
I love like 72%, and there's a lot of great brands out there. If you're only looking for pure health, you could go for the Gusto, 80+%, but I'm just going to tell you, it's going to be intense, it's going to be
That's a lot.
It's not as sweet and indulgent.
Yes.
All right, so next we're talking, I think, sodium. Let's listen to our last question.
Hi, Joy. This is Darby and Mango from Austin, Texas. I wanted to reach out about salty foods and why they make me swollen. I've always heard this happens, but why does it happen, and how long does it usually last?
That's a great question.
We have this saying in my office, where sodium goes, water flows. This is a real thing.
It is. I've learned my lesson in the mornings.
The sodium is a component of salt.
Okay.
And when you eat a salty meal, that sodium draws in water, and you're going to feel it in your fingers. Sometimes you get a swollen face, puffiness around the belly. The good news is it will usually ease up in 24 hours or so, and you can also expedite the process by drinking a lot of flat water and eating potassium-rich foods.
Oh, shoot, we're out of time, so let's hurry.
Okay, so some of the more surprising places that you would get sodium, we have, like sausages,
meat,
jerky, shrimp is really salty.
Shrimp?
Bread.
Really?
Bread has a ton, and obviously restaurant meals, they pack in the salt. So
For
you just want to
more
be mindful.
Cholesterol-lowering recipes, it's today.com/food. We'll be right back.
Thank you. I learned something.
Why shrimp? Because it's from going to do it for us. Coming up on Monday, our fearless Start Today leader, Steph Mansour, has how to stay cool during summer workouts.
Hoda and Jenna are up next with Ashley Park from Emily in Paris, now starring in the movie Joyride.
Have a great weekend, y'all. Happy Friday.
Have a good weekend.
Mwah.
Today, from Emily in Paris to Joyride, actress Ashley Park is here. Plus, the writer and producer behind some of your favorite shows, Gloria Calderon Kellett. And find out if one of our Plaza friends hits it big in our Boardwalk Bonanza.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey everybody, it's Friday. Don't you love a Friday?
I
in
love
July?
a Friday.
God, it's been sweltering, hasn't it?
Oh, I love the summertime.
Me too. I love it.
You know what? It is also wedding season.
Yeah, it always is.
We don't understand why.
Right.
Who declared it that? But it is.
I think people like the beach and they like all of that stuff.
And tan lines.
And tan lines, and you feel fresh. Don't you feel I feel my best
in the summer?
Yes. It's like you have a tan, you've been out in the sun, you feel alive.
Yes.
Your bare feet are on the ground.
Yes, most of the day.
Yes.
You're playing more.
Yes, you're playing.
It's so funny because I watched a little movie with Mila last night because Poppy was at a friend's house. And she said, I like watching a movie better in the summer. Wow. And I said, why? I mean, by the way, we started it in our pajamas at 5:22.
Yeah, exactly.
I said, why? She said, because this was a little scary, but I'm not even going to think about it because I've been running around all day. I'm just ready for go to bed. But in the winter, sometimes I let my mind wander.
Yeah.
And
by the way, that's
true.
so right.
I'm like, exactly. Now it's time to go to sleep. Come on, we're tired.
All right. So back to wedding season, which also means bachelorette parties, and that's a big. Everyone loves a good bachelorette. I don't even want to imagine yours. Okay. How many people? How many bridesmaids did you have? Don't tell me. Because you've been a bridesmaid how many times?
Yes, but I also
How many times were you a bridesmaid?
I think 14. I was young.
Did you have, okay.
I was young when I got married, so there was a lot of people invited to my bachelorette party.
Okay, so you had a huge, was it wild?
It was fun.
Where was it?
In Florida.
You went on a destination bachelorette
I went on a
party?
destination, and it was over President's Day weekend.
Of course it was.
So it was 3 nights. It was really fun. We danced. We did all the things. But anyway, don't worry about me. That was also a long time ago. This is what's happening now. A recent article in the New York Times says that the joys of solo bachelorette trip, people have started just going by themselves.
Lone Ranger, going to some health and wellness thing, or going to a beach, or going somewhere where you can just reflect.
Yes.
Chillax, get your head ready, realize that this is the beginning of a whole new chapter. I kind of get it because, you know, big moments require like time to sit with it.
And
it's
think.
like, it's like people who, you know, are going through their graduation and you're just racing through it. It's like, this is a moment, mark it. Like, let's mark the moment. I love a bachelorette where you're drunky monkey and dancing, but also you do kind of want to say, this is the end of this chapter of my life. I'm not going to be single.
I definitely think it's probably the more mature choice. To be solo and interceptive. No, interceptive? Introspective.
Close.
And learn how to speak. You know, just relax into it.
Yeah.
But I will say, I kind of liked being with friends right before you were with a husband forever.
Right, because you know that they're going to...
You're with a husband forever.
And you need your girls.
You might want to be with friends to dance.
What do you think in general about a solo vacation, though? Forget that.
I've never really been on a solo vacation. I've done one retreat by myself.
Yeah.
That's it. Because I have a twin sister.
You've always had another
I've always had a little partner. What about you've taken some?
I've taken a couple. I took one to Mexico, but it was kind of weird to get on a plane by yourself. To get off the plane by yourself, to get into a taxi.
Why did you decide to do it?
I just was at a point in my life that I just felt like I needed a clear head. I feel like, you know how you're like, this relationship, this isn't working. Do I like my job? It was many years ago, but I remember going and landing and walking into my hotel room by myself, which is also weird. Putting my stuff away and going, okay, well now what do you do? But I realized I brought books and I decided I was just going to take it slow. I think it is good if you go solo to have a little plan, because I think just wandering around isn't a great plan.
Well, it can make you feel lonely too, you know? And I think,
and you're eating table for one. You know.
Okay, so there's a new trend that's in sleeping department.
Apparently families, I think it's just families, but they're sleeping in these huge, mega, oversized beds.
But how
So it's not just a king, it's like a king and a queen smushed together. And it's where everyone, I guess, can just sleep together in the bed.
Wait, I just need to get back to that photo, because how does one get a bed that large?
Maybe they're custom made, or
maybe they put
just
two
stick
kings together.
Because you don't even see or custom made, but probably just two.
How do you have a bedroom large enough?
I don't know.
When Henry and I first moved to New York, our bedroom literally consisted of just our bed and a tiny thing.
There's no room to walk around.
No, how do you?
In a New York apartment, you can't. But if you had a regular home with like a bedroom, I think it would be unusual. Would you have all your kids sleeping in your bed?
I mean, sometimes I do, because they have nightmares, and I try to be a patient, loving mother. But no, hell no. Oops, can you say that?
Yes, you can.
Because then there's people. I mean, Poppy sleeps with me sometimes when she has bad dreams.
Yeah.
It is a very fitful sleep.
Yes.
It's like
boing. Yeah. I
What
think
about
it's a lot.
you? Do you
Sometimes the kids come in bed with me because that just happens
at nighttime?
Yeah. On the weekends, not during the week.
I know. We have to wake up too early.
We're up at 3. We can't.
No.
But during the weekends, they'll tiptoe in and cuddle in.
In the morning, though.
Well, sometimes in the middle of the night, they just come in.
And how do you sleep?
Not very well, but I kind of do. I do kind of like,
I know, but you don't want it to be. The problem is, it should not be something that happens every. I mean, for everybody does their own thing.
Okay, well, let me ask you
For
this.
me.
Forget about the kids being in there.
Yeah.
Can you sleep with someone touching you?
Absolutely not. Can you?
No.
Not even. I mean, not even that.
No.
I don't even want a hand on the shoulder.
We don't mind the pre-snuggle before it's nighttime.
No.
But after that, Good night.
I like how we speak about it as a we.
Yeah, we do. We don't like that.
We've also gotten into where we talk about everything. Like, I'll be like, Hoda and I are just against this. And Henry's like, are you and Hoda in a relationship?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we sure are. Okay, there's a new thing that's having a moment.
Okay.
And it's the Notes app.
Okay.
And evidently, there's tons of TikTok and Twitter posts about the Notes app. Here's one meme that went viral.
Okay.
Some people say the app is the most intimate part of the phones.
Okay.
Girls' Notes app B, grocery list, childhood trauma, travel plans, babies' names.
Draft breakup text. Situations, appointment reminders.
Did you see gut-wrenching paragraphs about life's worst experience?
And what are the guys?
I know. Is there a guy, or we're just talking about girls? I've realized by looking at this that
I don't know what mine.
Unfortunately, Mila has taken over my Notes app.
Oh, what's she write? What's she write?
She wrote a play.
Okay, just in case. Okay.
She wrote a play called Annie 2.
Okay, okay.
Annie, Mom. Grace, Mom. Yes, Annie. Annie, remember 7 years ago when I was only 11, now I'm 18, but it feels like
she can write a play.
Strange that
Good
she
for
writes
her.
it. And then she cut and pasted the songs for tomorrow. Seems like in Annie 2 they sing tomorrow.
You better save that, because when she's a playwright, God, this goes on and on. My word. Oh, my word.
I know.
What is happening?
I get to watch it too.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And what about yours?
Okay, mine are, I write weird things. Natural History Museum, Central Park West and 81st Street. Okay, I wrote, look, this one I just wrote 9 to 2:30. I don't even know why. Why did I write 9 to 2:30? Okay.
Okay, wow. We're just stuck. You guys, it's a pretty special day. Do you know what it is today?
Yes, it is.
It is our senior broadcast producer, Meredith's birthday! Happy birthday, Meredith!
Gosh, it felt like July 7th just crept up on us.
I mean, how is it already July 7th?
How is it? Anyway, we love you.
We love you, Meredith.
Happy, happy, happy birthday, honey.
Without that person right there who's now getting a cake, our show would never be on the air and we'd probably be sued.
Yes, we would. Way to go, Mare.
Thank
we love
you, Meredith.
Oh, there's Donna with the cake.
Cute. We love you.
We love you. Look at Meredith. She's like hard rap, people. Hard rap. All right. Coming up next, guys, we're talking tacos. So what's better, a soft shell or a hard shell?
This one's so easy. It's a food fight when Hoda and I hash it out in the great debate right after this.
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back. Here we go. Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda. Happy birthday! We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
Summer is the best time to dig into our favorite foods, but depending on your preference, sometimes it sparks a little disagreement.
Okay, well, it's time for another edition of
The Great Debate.
Here's what's going to happen. Our director, Lee, is going to give us each a topic, and we'll have 20 seconds to make our case. When we're done, we'll hit our bell, and our judges, Talia, Gavin, and Rainey, are standing by. They're going to pick a winner at the end of every round.
Lee, can you give us our first topic,
Good
please?
morning, ladies. All right, I want to show you a photo. Here you go. Take a look at this. Your first topic, brownies. Do you prefer a chewy middle piece or a crispy edge piece? Jenna, you're up.
Yes, okay, this is an easy one, Lee. I like A. You want to know why? You see that edge? It's crispy on the outside and yet soft in the inside. You get the best of both worlds. You go with that middle piece, guess what's going to happen? Salmonella! Salmonella! Salmonella? Because guess what? That eggs It's all not cooked, half-baked, give you a stomach ache.
Okay, I don't know what that was. I have no idea
But
what
you
just
liked
happened.
it.
I did
But
like
you
it.
liked it.
All right, Hoda,
All right.
your 20-second rebuttal begins right now.
Here we go. Of course you want that middle warm piece. You know why? Because then you get in and you get a nice scoop of ice cream. You put it on top. That dry, crispy edge isn't dry and crispy. It's dry and brittle. It doesn't even taste good. You're like, why did I get... My mouth is full of chalk. No, I like the moist, delicious...
Ew.
Wait. Take your spoon. Ice cream, brownie. Every bite is sweet.
Ew.
Next.
Did you say the word moist?
You don't need to go there right now. All right, judges, what say you? Oh, yeah, Mama got it.
Talia!
No.
Talia, I'm going to remember that.
There you go. Way to go, T. All right, you're next.
All right, ladies, your next topic. I think you have some tacos out there. Do you prefer soft shell or hard shell? Hoda, it's your turn. You're up.
Obviously, who doesn't like a crispy crunch when they're having a taco? Look how nicely it all sits in there. It's not drooping off the edges.
Take a bite.
Now, the best part is, watch this. Crunch.
Oh, dribble, slow-mo dribble.
And maybe I'll take a little chip so I can get some guac. Wait, watch. I'll get some guac.
All right, Jenna, your 20-second response begins right now.
I grew up in Texas. Don't take my tacos and put them in a old, crusty shell. We want real tortillas, flour, corn, wheat, what have you. You eat down, stays in. Guess what? This is the vehicle for the meat, not some gross, crispy chip. No.
I don't know. I might have pulled that one out.
No, you did not.
100% crispy. Oh!
Crispy.
Okay.
I might be going home.
Okay. But it's not over yet. You can redeem yourself.
Well, you won too.
All right, here we go. Pizza time. Your final topic. Do you fold your pizza slice when you eat it? Jenna, it's your turn.
Go ahead, Jenna.
No, I do not fold my pizza slice, Lee. I'm a 41-year-old woman, okay? My child folds it like this and eats a little
like
bite,
that.
and then oil dribbles into their clothes. I eat it like a grown woman.
Okay.
All right, well, that was something. All right, Hoda, your response begins right now.
Okay, just so we're clear, you don't fold a pizza like this. You fold a pizza like that.
Ew, gross.
Do you not live in the city of New York? Wait, look. Wait, if you're a New Yorker, there's only one way to eat a pizza. Like that. Look, everything stays in, nice and warm. God, that's good. Hit it. Yeah.
Hoda for the sweet.
I lost every
I
single
tried.
one. You know what? Congratulations. I knew I was going to have a hard time with the taco.
Why?
Well, the crisp noise that you made, the brownie is also a hard one to sort of fight for.
If you knew that you didn't fold it like this.
I don't fold pizza. I'm not 12. Okay, coming up next, we love her and Emily in Paris.
Now Ashley Park is taking us on a joyride. We're going to hear all about it after this.
I can't believe I didn't win one.
I'm not.
Y'all didn't feel sorry for me? Whether she's on the Broadway stage or a TV screen, Ashley Park is one incredible actress and singer. From Mean Girls the musical to our favorite show, Emily in Paris.
Well, now Ashley stars in the new comedy. It's called Joyride. Ashley's character takes a trip to China with her friends to close a business deal, and it gets a lot wilder than they ever expected. Take a look.
好，我们玩拜拜了。
Oh, high five! Let's play! Oh, is this a drinking game? What are the rules?
Okay. Oh my God. First of all, that was wild. What is that? The slap game? Is that what they call that?
I don't know if they actually made up that game, but yeah, it was very fun.
Did you get to actually go full force on that poor dude?
With Ronnie? No, Ronnie's amazing. I think people will know. I threw up on him right afterwards, so that too. Like fake throw up. But no, he was a great sport, and he was very good about, we just practiced it a lot.
Ashley, we're such fans
We
of yours.
are.
I love visiting
And it seems like you're in this incredible moment. What did it feel like to be the #1 call? You know, you're the star of this movie.
I think I was really happy, you know, like starting on Broadway too. I've always been really grateful. I started as like an understudy in the ensemble, and I really worked hard to earn my way to like a different quality of character. And I think that I'm really happy that I was surrounded by such amazing creators, Adele, Cherry, and Teresa, Asian women as well, and then also to be surrounded by such an amazing cast of co-stars. I was very, very happy that this was my first time as a lead.
I think that's so cool, and I think it takes patience too, because I think any of us who've been sort of waiting for our turn have wondered, like, when is it going to be my turn? How did you carry that patience with you? How did you not get frustrated?
Yeah, I think I had to just really find genuine happiness, and it was very easy to do because I just love to perform. I love to sing and to dance and to act, and I found real happiness in just being a supporting character all these years. And so I'm always very grateful to have that kind of support around me as well.
You said something really cool. You're on the cover of Women's Health right now, and you said this. I got to the point where I found my worth in not being the central focus. I was still treating myself like a supporting character.
Yeah.
So what does it feel like to treat yourself like the lead?
Isn't it interesting? I feel like when you find happiness in being a supporting or, you know, not being in the spotlight, I almost had a hard time after years of doing that, really taking up space.
That's interesting.
And your own personal life too?
Kind of. I think this like journey, especially with Joyride, has kind of mirrored myself taking up my own space and empowering myself a bit. And yeah.
I think that's cool. Tell us about Joyride. It looks like, first of all, it looks like so much fun.
So much fun.
Yes.
We've gotten to watch it with some audiences now, and it's just like the best feeling to have an entire theater of people laughing together.
Yes.
It's debaucherous, it's wild, and it's also really, it's been lovely to see people walk away with like their hearts kind of, you know, it's a powerful message as well of like friendship and finding your identity and yourself.
And to see an Asian cast and also behind the scenes, how empowering did that feel for you?
I mean, it was kind of a game changer for me. I'd never had that, to be surrounded by and led by other Asian people, and it was just kind of like the summer camp I never got to go to. But really just not having to navigate, having to explain myself ever, and just like really focusing on my character Audrey and the relationships and the story of it. It was just, when everybody is that hardworking and prepared and has the same perspective, it's just so fun.
When you say not having to explain yourself, that's an interesting line. Just describe what that means.
I think it's just not having to explain why my character might feel a certain way with, you know, being an Asian American in that sense, and just like really getting to explain. It's like it's a funny beep movie, you know. It's like it's funny and it's fun and it makes you laugh and cry. And first time I read the script, I laughed out loud so much and I cried. And so I think that just like having Adele, Cherry, and Teresa and Point Grey and Lionsgate really championing us and really saying, go balls to the wall. Can I say that?
Yeah.
False is acceptable.
By the way, that's one of Jenna's every other word.
I like to say that.
Fine.
Okay, you also are about to be in Mean Girls, the musical, the film with Tina Fey.
Oh, it's a cameo, but I was very happy to go to set for a day.
That's so cool.
Yeah. I mean, I love working with Tina Fey and Jeff Richmond and that whole group of people, and I love Mean Girl. You know, that was such a big part of my life.
Yes.
So I was so happy to go and truly just play for a day.
And you're going to be in Only Murders in the Building.
You're very busy.
I mean,
well, how are you doing all this?
A major moment, which we're so thrilled about.
Oh, thank you. It's been fun. I mean, I think all of those things, I'm very just happy. It sounds cheesy, but just to be really surrounded by amazing people. And Only Murders in the Building was no exception. You know, that cast, especially this season, was just wildly...
I mean, look at this cast.
I know.
Jonesing to be on this show. Wow.
Aw, I love them, yeah.
Okay, well, we are so happy for you, and this is such a fun movie. People are going to come out and
This is like a perfect
I'm really excited.
movie.
It's a
summer movie.
Yes.
True.
And by the way, Joyride premieres in theaters today, so get your tickets.
Coming up next, one of the coolest women in Hollywood behind some of your favorite shows, Gloria Calderon Kellett. She's got a fun new series to tell us all about after this.
All right, Gloria Calderon Kellett grew up watching popular TV shows in the 80s like The Love Boat, Fantasy Island, but she rarely saw characters who looked like her on screen.
Yeah, so as a first-generation Cuban-American, Gloria decided to write and create her own shows. One of them is called With Love, which is back for season 2 on Prime Video. In it, Gloria plays Tia Gladys. Take a look.
Welcome, family, friends, lovers, and strays, to the annual Thanksgiving Game Night! This is good. All right, fam, you know the drill. Noobs? Oh yeah, this is no joke. We take it real serious. This is single-player elimination tournament-style gameplay. That means winner moves on, loser goes home, weeping in many cases. Chewy, I'm looking at you. Oh. Remember last year?
Look at you. By the way, we're in awe of you, Jenna and I, because you know what I love? A lot of people, if they don't find an opportunity for them, they think to themselves, well, I guess my opportunity doesn't exist. Very few people say, you know what? I'm going to create my opportunity. How did you decide to do that? And how did you know exactly what to do?
Well, I didn't. I didn't know what to do. I mean, look, I'm a daughter of 2 Cuban immigrants who came here with a suitcase. Like, my day will never be as hard as any day that they had coming here and starting a life. So when you come from that, it gives you like a, I got to do it. I got to make it happen.
Yes.
For them, and they're also so nice. They're so nice to me. I love them. So I have to do it. So everything is just really walking with purpose of the sacrifice that my parents and grandparents made so I could be here, so I could be free, say what I want to say, be my full self.
Okay, first of all, talk about your parents.
Yeah.
They worked multiple jobs.
Yes. They did.
And how do they feel now?
Oh, are you kidding? Well, I bought them the house across the street.
Quit it.
So they live across the street from me, and I get to see them every single day. My kids get to see them every single day, and they're delighted. They're so happy. They're so proud. they're the first, they watch everything, even if it's like, this year's a little sexy, guys. It's a little sexy. So I was like, ay, Glorita, okay, I'm going to watch it. And they watch everything, bless their hearts. They're so wonderful. And it's wonderful to be able to share this with them.
You have this cool optimism. And I think creating opportunities, not just for yourself, but for other people, is really what makes you extra
100%.
special. Tell us about that.
Well, when I came up, there was really nothing on TV. Yeah. There was nothing. And I remember thinking once, like, oh, if I'm not like thin and blonde, I guess I don't get to fall in love.
Yeah.
You know, like you don't see it ever. And I was like, and I also love my.
And you were an actress, so you were looking for these
I was looking for. I was like, oh, Alyssa Milano's brunette.
Yeah,
right. Like, I'll take it. I'll take it. No, but so there was nothing. So I said, okay, there's got to be. I remember the first time I heard Calderon on screen. It was the drug dealer from Miami Vice, and I was like, oh. So, okay, well, and then when I started auditioning, it was Gangbanger's Girlfriend, Gangbanger's Sister. I wish I was kidding.
Yeah.
And there's
Those
always
were
so
the
many
only roles available.
You know, Rita Moreno talked about that even back in the day, and to imagine that we come to this point.
And to still be here where it's like, Chewy, put the gun down. Orale. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? So I was like, okay, I've got to sit over there. I've got to sit over there because they don't know. Bless their hearts, they don't know.
Yeah.
So I can help them.
So you then became a writer.
I did.
So
I
you
transitioned.
could write these roles.
Yes, I got to be over there. And for a long time, I just wrote on dominant culture shows. I wrote on, How I Met Your Mother. There's so many wonderful shows where I learned so much from so many wonderful people. And then finally, Norman Lear blessed me.
What happened there?
Yeah.
Oh my, well, honestly, they said Norman Lear wants to meet with you. And I was like, okay. Like, no,
you didn't believe it?
I didn't believe it. Yeah. And then they're like, no, for real. He wants to reboot One Day at a Time. And I was like, oh, well, that's going to be a disaster. But I'm going to take the meeting with Norman Lear, of course.
Yeah.
So I go and meet with Norman. We spoke and spoke. And I said, honestly, I don't know that you should do it. The community is so starved for representation.
Yeah.
People get it wrong all the time because they try to do this multi-Latino thing instead of being super, super specific.
Yeah.
And he said, well, what would you do? And I said, well, I would say this is my story as a Cuban American in Los Angeles.
Yes, specific.
Today, this is what we're living. And I'd do super, super specific.
And it happened.
And he said, well, let's do that.
Let's do that.
Let's do that.
Oh my God.
Don't you love it?
I love
Okay,
that.
so you have With Love, and you have a new show that's kind of awesome.
Dark, very unlike
Not
me.
like she likes a comedy.
I know. Usually, I'm very feel good.
Tell us about it.
Well, I'm obsessed with Daphne Rubin Vega.
Yeah.
Everything she does, I'm into. She was doing a podcast. She's doing the podcast, The Horror of Dolores Roach. Oh, okay. Modern day Sweeney Todd. Ooh. Except instead of being a British guy on Fleet Street in London, it's a Latina woman in Washington Heights.
Ooh.
I sent it to Justina because she was on One Day at a Time. She's one of my best friends. I said, Justina, you got to listen to this. This is good. Like, we got to do this. Of course, the brilliant Jason Blum took it. And I was like, oh. And then they sold it to Amazon. I was like, well, if you happen to
want a partner.
And they said, we would love for you to be on this. And Aaron Mark wrote this beautiful play with Daphne. Daphne and him are the executive producers. And Justina ended up auditioning and getting the role.
That's amazing. Gosh.
And then we did it, and it's so much fun. It's just about, what does this look like in this moment with gentrification, this woman that gets out of prison has all this rage, and the fantasy that she gets to play out where.
We know you love Justina.
Yeah, we love her.
She has a little something she would like to say to you.
No.
Hi, Glorita. I know that we speak every day, but I'm very excited that you're here and you're promoting your incredible show With Love, and you're just sending love out into the universe because that's who you are. I love you.
Oh my goodness.
By the way, you're doing it. You're really doing it.
It's so true.
We're so honored that you came here, Gloria. Come back and see us.
We adore you.
Anytime.
Yes.
We adore you.
You guys, this is so great because every morning it's this, but now you hear me.
We love you, Gloria. We're so proud of you. You're amazing.
That's awesome.
And you can watch season 2 of With Love and the Horror of Dolores Roach on Prime Video.
All right. Coming up next, from an invisible swim bra to a 2-in-1 beach chair. We got your better basics for summer after this. This is the summer of fun, so to help you make the most of it, we have found some must-have summer essentials, but they have a unique twist.
They sure do, and here to show us some better basics is style expert Jen Fallick. Hi, Jen.
Hello, hello.
You ready for summer?
So ready, especially now that I've got all these great things to elevate every day of my
We've
summer.
heard lots of things about bathing suits, but a bathing suit bra?
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
And I don't know why we've never heard of it, because it's genius. Like, if you wear a bra to go to the grocery, you should wear a bra to the beach.
Okay.
That'd be everything jiggling
Well,
around.
also-
So
About
this,
it.
this is the first, so this is aqua lingerie. It's the first of its kind. It's from a company called Stylist. And what's amazing about these bras is, first of all, the fabric isn't going to absorb water. They're made for the water. You have 3 different options. So there's an invisible bra, and that's what our model here, Red, is wearing. And they
Does that
designed
come
it
in the bathing suit?
No, it's separate. So you can wear it with any bathing suit. And they style tested it on all the popular suits.
So it works underneath.
It works with everything. So you
Okay.
can adjust kind of where it sits so that
Right,
it's perfect.
not like an
holds you
extra
in.
tan line kind of thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then there's also a minimizing bra, which is what our other model has on here, which we can actually get a little peek of it under her suit.
Yeah. I love a
So that
minimizer.
holds you, especially
Me too.
postpartum. It's really great.
Yeah.
And then there's a push-up.
Wow.
So you've got all these options, and they look like swimsuits, but they're bras. You
But
can mix
also,
and
does the
match them.
company make swimsuits?
The company does. They make these amazing compression swimsuits, and I love these little preos. They're quick dry.
Cute.
So it's so cute, right?
You guys-
Amanda and Lindsay, y'all are
Y'all
beauties.
amazing. All right, this chair is going to be a hot ticket
We want this.
item.
How smart is this, right? You don't want to lug a chair and all your stuff to the beach. So
Right.
instead, lug your stuff to the beach in your chair.
What?
These are they start as, you can use them as a cart, use them as a chair, lug up to 100 pounds of stuff.
What?
Get it to where you need to be. You've
Plus
got
they
all
have
terrain
these wheels.
Yeah, they can wheel right on the sand, sit out. It has 4 different recliners, so you can just figure out how you want to be comfy. Then at the end of the day, convert it back into a cart and lug all your stuff back to the car.
I like it.
Isn't that genius?
I think it's brilliant. Brilliant.
Okay, tell us about whatever this is.
So these are beach pillows. These are waterproof, sandproof, and what's key about these is that they are wind resistant. So they have these little
So they won't
pockets in the
blow
back.
away.
You put sand right in, just like
Oh,
this.
like
You
a pouch.
strap this to the
Oh.
back. And it's going to
Doesn't
sit
blow
in the
away.
sand.
Uh-huh.
It won't blow away, even on the
Yep.
windiest beach day. And it repels sand. The fabric is soft and comfy. Put it right on the ground. Put it on your chair.
I kind of love it because I feel like you don't even need a
And
chair.
you can use it for reading.
Yes, totally.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, this was a genius invention.
So
I
smart.
hate when my phone gets so hot it dies.
Well, it does. It has that. First, it gives you that exclamation point, and then it's
You never
over.
like that exclamation point.
No,
at
it
the end.
happens often.
over.
This is actually made of the same material that they use for NASA spacesuits. It's going to deflect 95% of the sun's heat and rays. Also, just a side note, it floats. So if you're out near the water and you drop your
You're on the
phone,
beach.
You know,
you
they're
can bind it,
waterproof.
and
You know
they're
your phone's
water-resistant, yeah.
waterproof. You can take video under the water.
You've done that.
I did. My daughter just did that the other day. It looked so
And
cool.
how
And I
was the
screamed.
phone?
I'm like, your phone's are no, it's totally fine.
Wow.
I don't think
And
you
does
should
this-
leave it under there that
Wait,
long.
and does
Right,
it-
I think it was just like a quick dip.
Does this hit all? Do all phones fit in
All
here? The
phones
big
fit
ones,
in
the
here,
big
yeah. And
Pro
so you can
Max
pick
or
your
whatever.
finish. Yeah, you can fit
And
any
they're
phone in
cute
there.
too.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
All right,
what
let's
about
get
these
some
hats?
This is so
look
smart,
at
right? So
this.
these are
Oh,
called chillers.
Look.
You put them
Wait.
into any hat.
They're
So,
an ice pack.
You can get a cooling hat, but they're never that cute, let's be honest. So with these, take any hat that you have and love,
you
you
just
put it in the
stick it-
freezer, you stick it in, it's gonna mold to this petal design. It'll mold right into the hat. So baseball hat, whatever. It's really actually popular with like landscapers, construction workers. It fits in a
Oh,
hard
it's a
hat.
good gift.
It's a great gift, and you get 2 in a pack, so you can have one in the freezer, one in your hat.
Love. Oh yeah, that's good for coaches.
It is really good
All
for
right.
coaches. So
Oh,
smart.
jeez. All right. So let's get to this.
Now,
This little baby blender.
upgrade your beach cocktails with this. It's USB rechargeable,
Love
the
it.
BlendJet 2. Super powerful, over 15 blends with each charge. So make a drink for
We just-
yourself,
yeah,
for your
we
friends.
just used it.
We
Super
did it,
easy,
see?
right?
We loved it.
And I love the fun colors. Portable, easy to use.
Brilliant
and
little carrying
work-
handle.
Yep.
I've never seen one as cute as this.
I know, I love this. And it's so light to just throw in your bag.
Yeah.
You can throw it into your little beach.
You know
beach
what?
cart.
What?
You could actually make frozen AG. Do you still eat those green smoothies you were doing?
AG1?
Did you
Yes,
do it
I love it. I did
you
it
do
today.
it today?
I do
because
it every day.
imagine if you put ice in there
And blend it.
Give it a
blended,
good blend.
it could be like a slushy with all that green stuff.
Okay. Anyway,
Hello?
all right. To check out these items, go to today.com/shop.
Coming up next, we're heading to the Boardwalk for some carnival games, and you never know what or who to expect.
Oh my gosh, Gerard.
What's he doing?
He's shooting hoops.
Oh. Oops, Gerard, we're sorry.
There you go. Come on.
up a week of fun and games with another edition of Boardwalk Bonanza. All right, here to play with us, straight from Salt Lake City, Utah, we would like to welcome our good friend Erin Hayes. Hi, Erin.
Hi, how's it going?
Erin is here with her family. They're on vacation. Her husband Czar's there. Their two daughters, Ava and Ella. Okay, girl, here's how it works. Here's what we're going to do. We got 3 games in front of us, just like you're at a carnival. On this one, you've got to knock down all the bottles. You can stand behind this line. Over here, you've got to pop 3 balloons. And then over there, you've got to make 3 baskets.
Okay.
Okay, and you have 45 seconds on the clock. And if you complete it, Jenna is available with our prizes.
Oh, you know what? I am available. I am here. So if you complete 1 game, you get a small toy. When you complete 2 games, you get a medium toy. And when you complete 3, you get a large one. Each comes with a little prize.
Okay, are you ready? Okay, so Erin, stand here on this line.
You got it, Erin.
And then here, take a couple of balls in your hand so you can be ready.
Both?
All right, just knock them both down. Just throw hard. Okay, 45 seconds on the clock. And go, Erin, go.
You got it.
Yeah, keep going, keep going. Yes, yes, yes. Go, 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 go. Yes. You got it. There you go. One more. Yes. Go, go. You got it. 3. You got it. 1. Keep going.
You got it.
You got it. Take your time. Go ahead. You got it. Throw hard. You won. Go, go, go.
2.
You got it, Erin. You got it. 2. One more, Erin. Yeah.
Come on.
One more, Erin. You got it. You got it, Erin. Yeah. Go, go, go.
3 baskets.
3 baskets. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Oh, you already got 2, so you're already there.
Baskets.
So take your time. Yes. Just like in high school. 2. You got it.
One more.
You got it. Take your time. You got it. Oh! So close. So close. Oh! So close.
What do we do?
We got the medium prize, kid. Wait, you got it?
She got it.
She got it?
They
You
said she
made it.
got it. You got the. Okay, so you didn't get the little prize.
No, you didn't.
You didn't get the medium
No, you
prize.
didn't, Erin.
You got this large unicorn. Let's see what comes with it. It says vacation.
Where are you
vacation.
going?
You've won a vacation. Announcer, tell us where she's headed.
You're going to Franklin, Tennessee. Just 30 minutes outside Nashville, Franklin is home to America's best Main Street. Filled with Southern charm, delicious food, and historic landmarks, Franklin is the perfect destination to escape and unwind. Your trip includes round-trip airfare, a 4-night stay at the idyllic Harpeth Hotel, plus food and beverages, and access to many of the hotel's amenities. Enjoy!
I want to shout out Franklin. Yeah. Franklin is right next to Nashville, which has the best music anywhere, and it's the home of Kathy Lee Gifford. So
It sure is.
Knock on doors till you find her.
Go where the wine is, and you'll find her.
All right.
Okay,
thank you so much, Erin. Thanks, guys. All right, we'll be back right after this.
Thank you. Good job.
Erin, great job, girl.
You know what? It shows you the power.
All right, that's going to do it for us. Next week, Grammy-winning music star Nelly Furtado will be here.
Yeah, plus Justin Sylvester brings us the Celebrity Scoop.
And health and wellness pro Allie Love and our favorite chef, Sunny Anderson.
All right, y'all, have a good weekend.
Bye.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names,
Only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Over the years, I have been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which was,
Exactly.
darn.
I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down. Oh my gosh, I had one job, none of which I mastered because I didn't know the first thing about how to cook. But those days are behind me for good, and I'm finding some confidence in the kitchen. Now, my friend and all-around superstar Drew Barrymore and her chef BFF Pilar Valdez are gonna teach me a few weeknight favorites. We're gonna be making a watermelon salad with pistachio duca and shrimp scampi with bucatini, both from their cookbook, Rebel Homemaker. I am so excited to be cooking with these ladies today, so let's get started. Drew and Pilar, I need to know everything you know.
Well, I know that I love you.
I know that I love you.
She really does, and we're so excited to be here.
What's the plan, Pilar?
So today's plan, we're gonna cut the watermelon, pickle the rind, prepare the duca, assemble the salad, cook the shrimp and pasta, make the pan sauce, plate and serve. So first up, for our watermelon salad, we're gonna break down the watermelons.
I do love a good piercing, but now, of course, I'm stuck.
Good.
Wow, this
Boom. Savannah, you're doing great over there.
Oh.
It's not a competition.
Look at the difference between our two
Yes,
halves.
look at your melons. Oh my gosh.
Put the other half
That's what I was
aside.
thinking. Why are we so juvenile?
I don't know, but
When
that's
are we
why
gonna
we're
turn
such
14?
good friends.
I know.
I
Okay.
see how this episode
Yes.
is gonna
Oh,
go.
yeah.
You're gonna lob off the top of it. We're gonna just take off the dark green.
Mine doesn't look anything like yours
So
does,
what
Pilar.
happened with yours, Drew, is that you didn't, you took off, you were overachieving. You took off the skin and the rind. But our first step was just to do the skin. So Savannah, you can continue on what you were doing, and now we're just taking off the rind. So exactly the same kind of sawing and shaving motion downwards.
Okay.
And
Now,
you're
are we
taking it
keeping
off.
this rind?
We are, because that's what we're gonna pickle, actually. So you're gonna take your watermelon, and you could cube this, but for this salad, I actually like to cut it in irregular shapes.
I feel good about this part.
Yeah, that looks really good.
Yeah, it does.
So you're gonna take your
rind, yes.
basically, and we're going to dice it.
Okay.
You're gonna flip it over so it has, Savannah, I can see the claw coming out, which is really good.
I'm trying to learn.
You want to tuck in those
I like to cut like
digits.
this.
I do too. I like to lop off.
And this would be a
Thickness.
dicing,
This
not
is a
mince.
dice. Nope. Because
What's
it's
the
pretty
difference
chunky.
between dicing and mincing?
Size.
Absolutely. Size matters. I'm gonna take a sip on that.
What are we drinking?
This is so good, by the
It
way.
is so
What
good.
is it?
It's a mocktail. It's a version of a Pimm's. It's based on a Pimm's cup, which is usually with gin, but this one is without.
By the way, you would never know there wasn't alcohol in here.
Oh my gosh.
Drew
What is
loves-
that? Very gingery, right?
Yeah, so there's ginger beer, and Drew, I know you love tea, so it's a combination of black and rooibos.
Okay, that's a very unique flavor.
Yep.
Okay.
So good.
All right, so wait, what do we do now?
Pickling anything is a flavor profile that I really love.
Oh, me too.
It is basically equal parts water and apple cider vinegar.
So
Savannah, so you're gonna
3/4
add
cup
that.
water.
3/4 cup water, 3/4 cup apple cider vinegar.
Got it.
And then
1
you can actually,
tablespoon honey.
and then one, exactly.
I
Ooh,
like
the honey
equal
bear.
parts a lot.
Yeah.
It's just such a easy brain
ratio to remember.
Yeah.
Let's add in the salt.
What, are you sprinkling it on purpose, or are you just trying?
No, I am, because I don't like the dump. Is
Yeah.
like, then you have to work harder to get the solubility. If you shake it in, I feel like it's just a better
That's
method.
actually a very good pro tip.
And then, Drew, I'm gonna have you add in the fennel seed, which is on top. Half teaspoon of fennel seed.
Honey.
Lovely.
Sprinkle on in. All right, you got crazy. It's half teaspoon coriander.
There you go. And we're gonna do half a teaspoon of the cumin. And then the last thing is half a teaspoon of the pink peppercorn.
I love pink peppercorn, and I especially love it on green dishes.
Yeah. Savannah, have you had pink peppercorns
No, I have
before?
not.
So they're really, and you can actually take a little bite, and they're like very fruity and floral.
Oh, yeah, but
they're not
peppery.
super, a little peppery, but not as pungent as a
Yeah.
black. It's gonna basically come up to a little bit of a simmer.
Okay.
And as long as the honey and the salt is completely dissolved, then you can pull it off. Drew, you're gonna carefully pour it into our 1 cup
She
of
knows me
water.
too
at a
well.
time.
She's like, you know that graceful ginger side of yourself
Yes.
that you don't have? Try
Right.
to tap
You're
into
just
it.
pouring it right over.
Yep.
Then what happens?
After 30 minutes, this is going to be good to go.
It's so
freshness.
easy.
Super easy.
That's pickling.
That's
Beholding.
pickling.
Boom.
Now we're moving on to the pistachio dukkha component of our salad.
Okay.
Dukkha is an Egyptian condiment. It's usually a blend of like nuts and seeds and spices. You
Okay.
should have some coriander seed. 2 teaspoons of coriander seed.
Okay. Is this the cumin?
That's cumin.
Okay.
Mhm.
Ooh,
Absolutely.
Going off. Going rogue. Okay, then it's
She's
one,
rogue.
1/4 cup sesame seeds.
Hold on the sesame
Oh.
seeds, actually, Savannah. So you're gonna toast that.
Can we
first.
turn it up? How high should it be?
Let's do medium.
Okay. Okay, and it's an empty pan. There's no oil or anything.
No, absolutely
Okay.
not. You want it in a dry
They have
skillet.
oils on them, right?
Yes, they do. So they're starting to release it, and you just have to shake it occasionally, not constantly.
Okay.
And you're gonna notice a change in color. They're gonna start to get a little darker, but really what you're looking for, Savannah, is the smell.
Okay.
It's gonna start to like release this like toasty smell. You're gonna smell the coriander. It's gonna be very floral.
It's starting. Can you smell it?
Let's give that a shake, actually.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I can. Ooh, I like it.
And on the average, would you say about 2 minutes, Pilar?
About 2 minutes, yeah. Take it off, because
Okay.
I can see a little bit of heat. Let's turn
Oh, yeah.
off the
Oh,
pan.
jeez. Okay.
Yeah.
Now what?
And you're gonna divide actually the spices between your and Drew's mortar and pestle.
Halvesy.
What I like to do when I have spices is that instead of go in and like bash immediately, I kind of like to muddle, so a circular motion, and that helps it break down. Because if you go in and you're bashing, it's
Yeah.
gonna like firework spices
Okay, so I'm like
everywhere.
just kind of stirring.
So, yep.
Could I start smashing
Yes,
now?
I think so. And you can apply a little more pressure too, Savannah.
Am I trying to get this to like a very fine grain?
Pretty fine. So with the dukkha, we want a little bit of a play on texture. So you'll have fully ground pieces and then some pieces that are just more broken up.
I'm happy with where mine is at.
How do you like
Right.
mine? What do you think?
Beautiful. Lovely.
That's
Good.
Yeah.
That's
And I think
nice.
you guys can both pop your spices, Savannah and Drew, into that bowl.
Okay. Into one bowl.
Into one bowl. Mhm.
Yeah, yours is nicer.
And that's really nice because then you guys have a texture.
Yeah.
Yes.
Play on
I
texture.
went hard, you went soft.
Well,
So now we're gonna toast the sesame seed.
okay, we need 1/4 cup sesame seed. So just let it go in there.
Unlike, yeah, you can shake it a little, you can use the spatula.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sesame seeds, as soon as they start to change color, you want to take them off the heat. So keep stirring that, Savannah. They're going to go golden really, really quickly. I can smell them, so I think we're almost there.
Okay.
And you definitely don't want to burn them.
No. Burning bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Burning bad. While Savannah is toasting the sesame seeds, Drew, I'm going to have you add in our salt. Our flaky sea salt.
Is this a Maldon?
Mm-hmm. It's a tablespoon into that bowl where your spices are.
I love a Maldon.
I do too.
It's so different
I
than
put
other
it on
salts.
top of my chocolate chip cookies.
Yes. Nice.
Look at you. I didn't know. A little baking skill.
And then, Drew, you're going to do, those are hemp hearts or hemp seeds, 2 tablespoons. And
Hemp seeds.
Savannah, yes, they're really great forms of protein and fiber and vitamins, actually. And again, it's like we're playing a lot with textures.
Yeah.
So that's a really lovely addition. Your favorite, Drew, half a teaspoon. I would say, Savannah, maybe 30 more seconds on that, and then we're going to be good. Of pink peppercorn and just a smidge of black pepper.
Okay. Smidge. That's more than a
that's plenty.
smidge.
That's definitely more than a smidge.
Wow, you have a hot,
I love
spicy
pepper.
tongue.
Everything
Okay.
could be coated and rubbed in pepper.
All right, do you think we're good on these seeds?
Let me see. I feel like they're almost there,
Okay.
right? They're almost turning golden.
But we need music.
All right, I
Okay.
think that looks really good, Savannah. So let's turn off the heat.
Dump them
Yeah,
in?
dump it in. And now we have the pistachios.
I can just kind of like
Absolutely,
do this like
Savannah,
Julia
I
Child
like
style.
you. That's great. You're kind of rocking back and forth.
Am I making you proud, Pilar?
You are making me so proud.
This second.
I'm actually going to stop you guys right there because I really like the 2 textures that we're playing with.
Okay.
Savannah's on like a finer, and then Drew's is on a rough.
I think we've established
this
a
is a
pattern.
really good combo. We're going to scoop all those nuts into this bowl.
Scooping the nuts.
Yeah.
Pretty colors too.
Really, really pretty. Yeah. And Drew, you're going to give it a good mix.
No pistachio left behind there.
No pistachio left behind, please.
Okay, that looks amazing.
Yeah. And I'm busting out something here that I was told. It's a gold box Savannah's tasting spoons.
Do you have special spoons?
They're just special because you're supposed to taste your food. Did you know that? I didn't, and now I do. So just take a little.
Take a little, and then we can sort of play from there. So it's gonna have that floral from.
I
yes,
like it. I wouldn't
yes.
change one thing, would you?
It has enough
Perfect.
salt, enough pepper.
It really does.
All right, success, ladies.
The love story continues.
We made dukkha. We're gonna assemble the salad, but when we're plating it, it's gonna be a little bit of a friendly competition for them.
Let's go.
You guys got this. All right,
Okay.
so in your little jar is a simple lemon vinaigrette.
Okay.
It's just lemon, olive oil, salt, and pepper.
Okay.
And it's separated a little, so just give them a little shake.
It emulsifies it, which is
There you
ever
go,
so
Drew.
important. If anyone's doing an oil and vinegar salad, emulsify it first. It'll taste 50 times better.
Dropping your knowledge. All right, so in your bowl, you have a little bit of arugula. So I like to coat a little bit of the bowl. I know, it sounds crazy, right, Savannah?
But I'm not going to use all of that.
No, you don't have to, and you dress to taste. But when you coat the side of the bowl, you're basically not dumping it on the leaves. And then now we can start building.
Okay.
So a little arugula on the plate. Remember, you're making something beautiful.
Okay.
Arugula on the plate.
This is where the competition.
Yes.
Okay. So
And
what's our
then
next one?
Your watermelon slices, you're gonna dip it in the dukkha.
Oh, dip it in the dukkha.
And however you want to dip it is up to you, and you're gonna lay it on
you,
the plate.
You dukkha you.
So there you go. So you're just dipping those watermelon slices. And I like to leave a bit of it without the dukkha just so that it has that freshness, and then you'll get the pop.
Oh, so
of the
some
crunch.
dukkha and some don't. But I'm actually
I
asking.
feel like there should be like late night comedy.
I know. Just cheesy like Rodney Dangerfield.
By the way, the best.
Okay.
Here, there's no rules.
Okay.
Don't forget to finish also with your pickled watermelon rind. You can scatter it around.
How can I win? What if I make like a tower?
I know.
You can
by the
totally
way,
make a
I've been
tower.
Thinking of towering
Little
the whole
like
time.
Jenga.
Okay.
And then you can finish with a little bit of Maldon salt also, which
Okay.
just like brings all those flavors together.
I learned from
little Salt Bay Maldon salt.
Oh, I love it.
I don't know. Shall we
Oh,
Vogue for the camera?
Yes, I think we know whose is best. It's yours. This looks very pretty.
Really?
It really does. I like your little tower.
I feel like they're both pretty.
I also feel like these are three
Very
extremely different
different.
approaches. You went like
just put it on the plate.
no, actually, I feel like yours has like a
Lanes,
strategic
right?
pattern.
Yeah. No, it does.
And yours is sort of abundant, and mine is amount.
I love it. All right.
Shall we walk?
Yeah.
Cheers, guys. We're doing one of Drew's favorite recipes.
Scampi.
Scampi.
Who's gonna devein and have their way with those shrimp?
Well, they actually are already peeled and deveined, although Drew is killer deveining them.
All right, we've got the water boiling.
We've got the water boiling.
Did we salt it like the sea?
I love that. Say it again, Savannah.
Salted like the sea.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Drew, what I'm going to have you do actually is season the shrimp. So that's actually baking soda. And so we're going to do just a 1/4 teaspoon, Drew, and you're going to sprinkle it all over the shrimp. And the reason why we do baking soda, I love it, is that it basically helps the shrimp brown and get this really beautiful color. And then we're gonna do salt and pepper on your shrimp.
I feel like you should be doing it.
Yeah. Season it with salt and then we'll give it a good toss.
I love a little flour, a
Look
little
at, I
egg
learned.
wash.
I'm shimmying my salt.
No
Not
dumping over
dumping.
here.
No, not anymore. I'll never dump again.
So we're gonna let the shrimp that has salt and pepper and baking soda sit for about like 5 or 10 minutes. And meanwhile, we are going to attack our garlic.
Okay.
So today we're gonna slice the garlic fine. We don't wanna crush it because that's just gonna burn in our sauce. So what I like to do is just take the tip off. There's a little bit of brownness. You're gonna spin it, we're gonna cut it lengthwise. Okay. If you have some olive oil, we're gonna do 3 tablespoons. Happy to eyeball it. There's also a measure if you'd like, but
Well, I've been encouraged to eyeball, so I'm
think
gonna
you should
try.
eyeball.
I think this is 1 tablespoon.
I think that's good.
2,
Yeah.
3.
Beautiful.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of?
That's really, really great. And then you're just gonna rock it.
Our baby's all grossed up.
She's
I eyeballed. Okay.
Okay. And what you're gonna do, Savannah, is add the garlic.
Put it right in there?
Yeah. You don't want too high of a heat and to end up like me, who burns their garlic.
And Drew, you're gonna add the red pepper flakes.
Okay. And having enough oil helps you not burn the garlic. How many?
Half a teaspoon, so just that measure. And if you want things spicier, you can go more.
You know she
again,
does. Miss Spicy over here.
It's gonna start to change color. It's gonna go kind of translucent
Translucent.
and sticky.
I have
feel
it
like
in-
you can start pulling.
Okay. You do this.
So we were just infusing the olive oil basically
smells
with
good.
that garlic and pepper flavor.
Okay. Okay, so what? Throw this in?
You're gonna throw it in and then you're gonna give it a good stir. And we're using bucatini, which is basically like a thicker spaghetti with a hole in it.
Okay.
But you could use any sort of long shape of pasta. And you're gonna cook that pasta until just al dente because
Okay.
we're gonna finish it off in the sauce.
Okay.
But you're gonna lay the shrimp down in a single layer.
Okay.
And you're not gonna stir it, you're gonna shake it,
Lay it down.
occasionally, lay it down, yeah. Actually, will you hold, Savannah?
You don't think it's hot enough?
Yeah, so.
Stand back. How are you? What are you looking at to know if it's hot
So you
enough?
want a little bit of ripple, you do not want smoke. We're not like, trying to.
And no bubble.
Like, let me.
You want that sizzle and you're not
Oh
getting
yeah, I'm definitely wanting. I can see it a little bit here. Can I borrow that? There you go. Here you go. There you go. There you go.
Oh.
So let's start.
Yeah,
Here you
interesting.
go.
I stepped away. Everything started functioning.
Meanwhile, my arm is gonna fall off. Holding these.
Oh yeah,
shrimp.
that, you know what? I hear what you're talking about
Yeah.
now, Pilar.
Yeah.
There's a
I
definite
get it. That's
sizzle.
why she wanted to hear this.
No wonder.
Yeah.
All right.
People always talk about cooking, like smell and what you can see. I'm always like, I can hear my water boiling. I can hear it sizzling. Like,
I like that.
She brought in the strongest sense of them all.
Exactly.
The color will start to tell you when it's cooked. It starts to get pink.
Its
and
tails
these
are
shrimp-
already pink.
Yep.
Do I need to flip them over ever?
Not
You know
yet.
what? I think it's a little too early, but let's peek at one, and basically the color will have changed, and it's gonna have a little bit of like kind of. Ooh, okay.
That was
so
good to me.
a little more.
Okay.
And you can give the pan a little bit of a light shake, but we're not.
You don't mess with
We're
them.
not
Don't
stirring.
jostle
Yeah.
them.
So Savannah, when you flip them, you're gonna kind of move them to a different.
Okay. They're gonna go in
different spot. There
moving
you
different
go.
neighborhood.
Yeah, because it does, some stoves will have
shrimp
heat
zip
spots.
code
I know.
I'm gonna have you add 2 tablespoons of that butter. So that's 1, 2. Beautiful. Just into that pan.
Ooh, now we're talking.
Lovely. The reason why we put just the 2 pats of butter right now is that you're basically starting to build that flavor. You touch it with your finger right now. You see
Pretty
how firm it is?
Yes. Is that a good thing?
That is a really good thing.
Okay.
So we're almost there. So we're just gonna rescue the shrimp.
Take them out?
Take them out, leave the butter in and cook in.
Okay.
And
Oh,
they're basically like
That's it.
almost done. We're gonna finish them off with the pasta and the sauce. Drew, will you actually, speaking of pasta,
Stir.
I've forgotten. Please stir it.
Test
and
it.
then maybe just try a noodle. No, very far.
Nowhere near.
All right.
Hard as a rock.
Al dente.
Stiff as a board. This is like, it's gonna
Pencils?
That's great. So
No, that's, oh yeah.
So in this little carafe here, we have white wine.
Wine, okay. Dump it in.
Dump it in, and then you're gonna take your wooden spoon.
Deglaze?
Deglaze. What is deglazing, Savannah?
Scraping the nasty bits off the bottom. Yes, I know, the flavor bits.
Yes, absolutely.
I did learn a deglazing.
I love that. All right, you're gonna do not all that butter. Actually, you're gonna do 4 more tablespoons, basically. 1, 2.
Oh, look at you eyeballing it.
3.
That's impressive.
4. All right, and that goes into the pan.
Look at this is
Hey,
right
double
here.
duty.
This is graduate school.
We're gonna dump in the cooked garlic, all that oil, and the chili. We're gonna let this go. I want you guys to taste it. Where it is, there's Savannah's golden box.
That you
So
have.
there's no lemon yet.
It tastes lemony to me now.
Really? Oh, from the white wine, right?
Oh.
And that's gonna reduce and cook
Oh
down.
my! What do you
God,
think?
it's incredible!
I'm actually just gonna come in.
What's this,
and
lemon juice?
So it's 2 tablespoons of lemon. We're not gonna do all of it because I want to do kind of to taste. So let's start there. I think.
What do you think over there?
Done.
No, not done.
Still not done.
Well, actually, I'd like Pilar to test this.
Because happy to.
Noodles keep cooking.
Yeah, and we're
And-
gonna finish it off in the sauce as well.
So this
maybe it's
might
something.
actually be
Pretty
almost
good.
there.
Mm-mm.
Still one more minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost there.
Should I turn it down
So
more?
good.
Let's turn
It's
that
really
down.
going crazy here.
And how's that sounding now, Pilar?
Yeah. Now we got
That's
it on.
the sound I want. I like to pick herbs too for like
Yeah.
salads, but
Oh.
for something like this, I'm like, no, that's totally fine.
Okay.
So you want to get it again.
What'd
like,
you do? Did you cut off
comfortable.
the stems?
I put the stems underneath, so I cut them, cut the stems.
See, by the way, I'm
Oh,
grabbing this
like this?
before I
Yeah.
forget, everybody,
And then tuck
just so
them
you see
underneath,
it.
basically.
Oh, she's saving her pasta water.
Always
I like
save
your
a
Today's
little
Show
pasta
theme.
water.
Okay, and then I put the stems under.
So yeah, I know
Yes.
it's uncomfortable, but
Yes.
just like you can
Okay.
go slow, and you're gonna do a rough
Because
chop.
it's ready.
Okay. Drew reports that the pasta's
All
ready.
right.
Okay.
And Savannah, you're gonna start putting that pasta in. And it's totally fine that it has the liquid because
wondered.
that's just gonna make a nicer emulsified sauce.
Yeah.
Look how beautiful that
Oh my
sauce
gosh, this
is,
looks
right?
incredible.
And I think you do need a little bit more pasta water, Drew. What do you
Oh,
think?
aren't you
just
glad
a
you
little.
saved it,
A
Drew?
little bit, a touch.
Give me a little splash.
That's great.
Wow.
Yeah.
And is the shrimp just the very last thing I put on there?
Yes.
I like this big old skillet too.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun. Makes me feel like a real chef.
Savannah, you're gonna kill the heat.
Okay. Done.
And then you're gonna garnish with your chopped parsley.
Right in the bowl, huh?
Right in there.
And I don't want to go crazy, right? Just a little like that.
Just a little for color, and then
Okay.
you can give it a toss again.
It's
with,
the
Oh
shrimp
gosh,
is
this looks so good.
perfect.
Like
Wow.
It's ridiculous.
And how are we gonna
Perfect.
plate it?
We got a bowl for you.
Okay.
Now, this
Okay.
part-
This is gonna be a little tricky.
Because
this thing weighs 6 billion pounds. Ow, watch out, watch out. Okay, look, I think we did pretty good.
Oh, I think we did perfect. Look at it.
And then you
By
can
the way,
roll-
I feel like you should Lion King that now. The ball.
Wow.
And then you can serve it with a little bit more fresh parsley, chili
Okay.
flake,
Little
lemon.
garnish.
Love
as
it.
you
Garnish it up.
wish. Just a little bit.
We chopped those. Let's go.
Yeah.
Guys,
Shall we?
let's chow down. Let's do it.
Oh yeah.
How
So-
beautiful does this look? I mean, this is our garden party. It's so pretty.
It is really chowy.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
My first duku. I've never had a duku before. Duka.
The duca.
Exactly. It's so good.
You really get those spices
You do. It's delish.
in the back of the palate and through the nose. But it's so cold and refreshing.
Also, right? And then you have the pickle that comes through that is just like a little floral.
Listen, I love that pickled rind.
Yes.
I never knew I could feel that way about a watermelon rind.
I'm really excited that you're saying
Me
that.
too. This
Savannah.
is a whole new world for me.
Yeah.
So I want to show you, some people call it a nest. I'm really gonna focus on the pasta. If I catch a little
Clear
shrimp
some
in there,
way for you.
I catch a little shrimp in there. So be it.
What are we doing? We're gonna make a little round ball.
Well, you're supposed to make a pasta nest, but this is not working. And then my tongs also won't go all the way to the, God darn it. Here, you know what will really help? Let me try this again. Let me get it with a fork.
Okay.
Because that,
like a fork.
I feel like this is gonna, yeah. There you go.
This should work much nicer.
Do you want to nest
There
me?
you go.
I want to nest you.
Okay. Oh, that's so pretty.
And then you just kind of dip the ladle.
There you go.
Oh my gosh,
And then
fancy
you
pants.
can unfork it.
And then a little bit of shrimp.
You're so classy. Here.
Thank
There.
you. Yeah.
All right, I'm eating.
Third time's a charm. I believe in you, Drew.
Okay.
So.
Let's see. Oh no,
move
you're
down.
nesting.
Oh, there
That's
you
your
go.
best nest yet.
There you
See?
go.
Third time's the charm.
Oh,
And
that
then-
is beautiful.
That's so pretty.
Oh, yeah.
I'm chowing down. I can't wait
Yes,
anymore.
yes.
This is delicious.
You guys cooked that shrimp like perfectly.
The shrimp came out
Real good.
real
right?
money.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I agree.
Money shrimp.
Proud of us.
And that like little pop from the shrimp too, that baking soda like really affects the texture, so it feels like super fresh.
It does. Ladies, I'm so proud of us. We raise a glass
To friendship.
to friendship.
To friendship.
Cheers.
Over the years, I've been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. And we had made that pesto, which was, oh,
Exactly.
darn. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook. But I'm hoping to put that all behind me. Today, cookbook author and Southern comfort food extraordinaire, hostess with the mostest, Elizabeth Heiskell, is here to teach me the basics of how to cook. She's gonna be my guide as I attempt to make steak 2 ways. First, marinated skirt steak with roasted pepper and onions, and then a steakhouse-style filet mignon with roasted Brussels sprouts. I've been waiting a long time to use that cast iron pan. Frankly, I've been avoiding it, but no more. So let's get started. Again.
I know, I'm so excited.
You are my Obi-Wan
This
to my
is
Luke
it.
Skywalker.
This is it, honey. I promise we're gonna make it happen. And I mean, honestly, who does not love a perfectly cooked steak?
I love a steak.
Everybody does. And I swear, it's so much easier than you could ever imagine, okay? This is our plan. Marinate the skirt steak, cut and prep the vegetables, grill the skirt steak, sear, baste, and finish the filet mignon. Let the meat rest. Cut and serve. All right, so here is our marinated skirt steak. Go ahead and get this out.
Do I just go to the butcher and say I want skirt steak?
Exactly.
They won't laugh at me.
No, let's unfold him.
Why do we call it skirt steak?
It's just that cut of meat. It goes actually under the abdomen. That is
yes, it's
exactly
like-
where it
goes.
goes.
Like, it fits you,
All
the
right, now,
waist. Okay.
Yes, if you have a piece of meat that is as big as your waist,
Yes.
you're gonna wanna cut it,
Yes.
okay? So we're gonna cut this into 4 pieces so that we can manage it in our skillet.
Now,
okay?
is this one of those against the grain things?
Not right now. After we cook it,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
absolutely. But right now, I just need you to cut this into
Cut in
4
fours.
pieces.
Okay, I got it.
Yep, yeah, nice, long, good. Very, look at you. Oh, look, we get some skills. We're just gonna measure out all of our ingredients for our marinade and put them right in the bag. Cheers. I mean, seriously, it's Wednesday.
Cheers. Only on days that end with Y. Those are the only days I drink. Okay, let's go. 1/4 cup packed light brown sugar. This I know how to do because of baking.
Now, and remember this, yes, open this up. This is kind of interesting. So we put a little piece of bread in here.
Why?
Well, because it's gonna keep the brown sugar from getting hard.
This is very soft brown
I'm
sugar.
telling you, that's because of the bread. Roll it in there. Let's do our soy.
2 tablespoons soy sauce. 1 tablespoon.
1 tablespoon
balsamic
of
vinegar.
balsamic. Very good.
1 can chipotle in adobo
Well,
sauce.
first, it's tomatoes, onion, garlic is
Oh.
making the sauce. It's earthy, it's smoky, and it's gonna add another depth of flavor to this marinade. So let's chop this up.
Okay.
We wanna chop
Are we
it
gonna chop up all the?
No,
all of them?
no, that would set us all on fire. And so we want it to be, you're good.
Okay.
Yep, And then, once you kind of get through,
It's real
then you
juicy.
can always go back over it.
Yeah, like I would just, my instinct would be to kind of like do this thing.
Very nice. Yes, look, see, did you just see that? Instinct.
Instinct.
You're getting it, you're getting
Okay.
it. So because it's a little bit of a tougher piece of meat, that's why we're gonna marinate this. Now
Okay.
listen, you can do this for 8 hours. We would love 24 hours.
You mean marinating?
Exactly. So, I mean, if you ran home and, you know, even if you only had an hour, you know, that's gonna be good. First,
Something
we
is
wanna
better
pull all of this air out of this. I'm sorry. That's one of my favorite parts. I don't know
You
why
do,
I
I
love
love-
doing that.
I love you. Skirt steak, I love you.
And so then what we'll do is massage it.
Do you feel like this is
I do.
fully
I think
coated?
you've done an
And
absolutely
I put it in the
beautiful
fridge.
job with that. And then, yes, that is going to go into the fridge to marinate. And so we'll just put it back here.
All right.
So now we finished our marinade and we're going to start our roasted vegetables.
Okay.
And I have got something that is going to change your life when it comes to this.
Tell me.
So this is, it has all the vegetables that you might want to roast and then the different times. And you don't have to have a recipe. This is going to be so freeing for you, honestly. So we're going to start with our Brussels sprouts. I'm going to show you and then you're going to finish. So we're going to cut the end off of it and then we're going to cut it in half and it's going to go into our bowl.
Okay.
Okay?
What about frozen? Sorry.
Brussels sprouts?
Yeah.
Well, what happens
That's how we
is-
did in the 70s in my mom's
Well,
kitchen.
and that is why we didn't like them.
Oh, I hated them.
They were disgusting.
When I was a little kid, to put one bite of a Brussels sprout in my
there
mouth
was,
was
oh
as
God, it was hell
close
on
to
earth.
torture as you could
Hell on
imagine.
earth. If you roast them though, it's a whole new world. And then here we are again. You've got those done. Those
All
are
right,
beautiful.
set 'em over here.
And that's what we're gonna pair with that filet mignon. And now we're gonna move on to our peppers. And so what I like to do is cut it in half. Go ahead and cut it straight
Just
in
like
half. Being very careful to see where you're, beautiful. And then I just pull this right out. And then we're gonna make nice long slices. You want to keep it even. That's one of the main secrets about roasting vegetables is that they all need to cook and get finished at the same time.
What about these white bits? Like
So
I used to cut those out
And
sometimes.
you can. I want to show you something. So if you will hold your knife here, it's going to give you a lot more security, and I think you're going to be more comfortable with it.
I like your grip. The grip is better.
It's so much better because you have more control. And when you have more control of your knife, you're more comfortable. All right, so now we're going to get to our onions.
Oh, onions. How are we doing it though? Dice?
Now, we're going to do just like a rainbow, so just a half moon. So we're going to cut it in half.
Okay.
Both ends off, and then keep going. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna roast all of our vegetables on separate pans because again,
Well, that sounds like a
they're
pain.
well, it is, but it's really gonna make that much of a difference. When you're only using a few ingredients and salt and pepper, the technique is so important in making this successful.
Okay. I would've just thrown them all in the same
I
pan,
know you
'cause
would
who
have,
cares?
and some of them would have burned, and some
Okay.
of them would have been raw, and then you would have been frustrated and said, I don't know how to roast vegetables.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's technique.
Yeah.
You're getting very good with your knife, and I'm proud of you.
Well, thank you. I'm working on it, but I do have to be reminded about where to hold it, to grip it. It's like a bat when you choke up on the bat.
Or your tennis racket. You know
Yeah,
this.
I do.
If you held your tennis racket with your finger hanging out like that, you wouldn't be worth a damn. Okay.
I'm still not worth a damn. Just FYI, but point taken. Point taken.
So now I want you to generously olive oil these. There we go. Beautifully coated. Good. And that's going to help to ensure that this is going to caramelize. We want it to get that beautiful brown color.
Now I can't stop.
See, I know, it's kind of fun,
Yeah.
isn't it? Now we're going to salt it generously. We're going to pepper it generously.
Now, do I need to like sprinkle, then toss, or just throw it all in there?
Sprinkle.
Too much?
That's
a
it.
lot.
That's going to be done. Okay, that's all you need, and then we'll toss it. It kind of helps if you want to, you know, go ahead and go in the circle so you're not just dumping it in the middle.
okay.
That will kind of help it just a little bit.
I would say less pepper than salt, no? 'Cause
And
it's
that's the
pepper
great
kinda
news.
stuff.
It's yours.
Okay.
So do whatever you want. This recipe is not the boss of you.
Yeah.
You are the boss of it,
That's
okay?
right. Take that recipe. I'm not going
All
to
right,
take
now
it
we got
anymore
these
from you.
mixed. Now, and also at home, listen, if you don't want to pull out 3 different sheet pans.
I don't own 3 different sheet
Well,
pans.
that's the deal. Okay, I get that. You can always separate it.
Okay.
So you could do Brussels sprouts here, onions here. So let's
Okay.
throw the onions on one.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, just not to share. Okay. It says don't crowd the pan.
Correct. We do not want to
These
crowd
Brussels
it.
want to keep their social distance.
Let's flip these little guys over because the more surface area that's on the bottom of this pan, the more beautiful they're going to be. All right, and now we have one more. Spread that
And why
out.
are we doing 3 pans again?
Because they're all going to cook at different times.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and if we otherwise, the Brussels sprouts are going to be raw, these are going to be overdone, and
Yeah.
the onions are going to be burnt, and we cannot have that.
No.
And so now we'll go in the oven with these. Why don't we put peppers and onions on top, and then we will do our sprouts on the bottom.
Okay. Well, that was easy enough.
There we go. Now, so what we'll do is we're gonna let that cook for a little bit, and then what we want to do is we'll want to rotate the pan.
Like just move them around.
Exactly.
But do I have to flip them? I could get obsessed about flipping each onion.
You could, but you don't need to. Okay. Very nice. That's good.
Okay. All right.
All right, so now our vegetables are roasting in the oven. You just gave them a nice toss, so we're gonna leave those alone for a minute, and we are gonna get ready to cook that beautiful skirt steak.
Okay.
All right, so we'll go ahead and grab that.
24 hours it's been marinating.
Now, what we're gonna do is pull it out. We're gonna put it on this paper towel. What will happen when we get ready to cook this? Our pan is going to be as hot as the hinges of hell. Do you understand me?
Okay.
And if this marinade is still on here.
Like that was drippy.
No, you're good.
Okay.
We're gonna pat it. I mean, we're about to get serious with this.
Okay.
Because it will end up just steaming it and almost boiling it.
Oh.
And that's not what we want. We want that beautiful caramelized crust. So we are really gonna get all the moisture out of it.
Okay.
So we are gonna press on this.
We're soaking it up.
Now let's come over here. I want you to.
Just a question. Is this pan hot?
Hot as the hinges of hell, honey. It is hot. Do not touch it. Brush it with the canola oil, and that will help it not stick. When we did that marinade, you have to remember that we added a little bit of sugar. We've also got balsamic that has sugar in it. It's going to smoke a little bit, okay?
Smoking now?
Yes, because it's hot. So let's turn our vent on, which is that little button right over there, and that's gonna pull the smoke up.
Okay. That vent's over there. How's that gonna help?
It will.
Okay.
All right, let's put that down.
Doesn't matter which side?
No. Just put it down. Very good. So, but this little bit of smoke, it's gonna be so worth it, I promise. Let me get the grandma timer, grandma timer.
Grandma alert.
And so literally it's just gonna take 3 minutes on both sides.
Why do we use a cast iron pan? Why couldn't I just use a skillet?
Oh, honey, because cast iron holds the heat. It cooks so evenly. It really is just the absolute best way when you're getting ready to cook a steak.
Now, is it hot?
It's hot as the hinges of hell.
Just kidding. Oh my gosh, it's
You're
sticky.
okay.
It's broken.
No,
I
it's
burned
not.
it.
No, the reason that it's sticky is we had a little bit of sugar in the marinade. But look at that. It's beautiful.
Okay, I gotta tell you, I would have said that's burnt.
No, it's caramelized. That is absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my God, I need the jaws of life
Calm
to
down.
get this thing
Deep
up.
breath, deep breath. You're good. There you are.
Oh boy. Oh
Look
boy.
at those beautiful marks.
I mean,
You're
it looks
killing
pretty. It smells good, but see, this is where I would have felt like I did it wrong.
Absolutely not. That's what you want. That's that wonderful, crisp, caramelized. Oh,
let's get on there.
That's the heaven.
I mean, come on.
You got it. You got it. There you go.
It's a stubborn one. Okay, 3 minutes, said Grandma.
Beautiful.
3 minutes on the other
beautiful,
side?
Beautiful, yes. I think we're right there. We're about there.
Just pull it up.
Good.
Look
Excellent,
at that.
excellent,
It doesn't matter what side.
Look at how beautiful that is.
I must say it is.
Let's put it over there and let it rest.
Okay. Rest for 10 minutes.
Be careful, that pan's hot.
I know.
The pan is hot.
Wait, I'm sorry, is the pan hot? Let me turn this off. Now it's not hot. right, let's get these veggies out of the
All
oven
right.
before I burn them.
Oh, they look good.
I think they do.
And now we've got our onions and then our peppers.
Should those have been browner, or does that look good to you?
I think that's nice. I think that's really good. We're gonna use these for fajitas after we slice that skirt steak up, and then the Brussels sprouts, we'll have
This
that
is
with our beautiful
fajitas.
filet
This is a
mignon.
fajita seed.
You are absolutely right. All right, so now we have our vegetables out, and we're ready to go with the filet mignon.
Oh,
We have two beautiful fillets.
They're so cute.
Aren't they lovely? There's two beautiful. One for me,
you,
one for you.
One for me, exactly.
So salt and pepper generously. If you don't season it well now, you literally have missed the boat.
You said generous.
Generously.
Sides?
Absolutely. If you're gonna eat the sides, you want it to be seasoned, right? Just there. Good. Very nice. Let's do that on both fillets, and then we'll do the same thing with the pepper.
Do you know if I served filet mignon to my husband?
Oh, he'd lose his mind.
I was gonna say he'd have a heart attack, not because of the red meat, but because I had actually
I'm telling you,
cooked something. He'll just be like, "Where's
and
Savannah go?"
I love how you just did that. That was a pro thing.
Woo,
that was pro.
You know what? I don't like things to go to waste.
And there you are.
Okay, how do you think? Good?
It's perfect.
Okay,
Absolutely
great, great,
perfect.
great.
I want you to go ahead and at least smash your garlic, and let's go ahead and pull our rosemary off. Use the side of this. Hold on. Let's
Like
do
this?
one clove at a time.
Oh.
And let's turn the knife away from us. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
And then, but I'm gonna smash
and then
it.
you're gonna use
Should
your
I cut
hand.
these tips off before or no?
Oh no, it ain't gonna do a damn. It ain't gonna do anything.
Okay.
Perfect. Good.
Now, is that smashed enough?
Well, I mean, I would have put a little
mean,
more
that doesn't
effort
seem
into
that more
it.
smashed.
Let's do it. Come on. Okay, good. Good. Very
That's
nice.
good, but
That's
they're still
it.
big old.
Well, if you
It's
want
okay.
to cut it up, you
Well,
can.
I
It's
do.
not necessary.
It
It's
says
more
smash.
just.
I want to be smashed.
Okay, smash it. Smash it.
And not just with the
smash it,
margaritas.
And not just with the margaritas. And
That's
then
smashed enough, you're saying?
You're beautiful. It's just a quick, easy. You know, it's just a throw in, just a little flavor.
Okay.
And then we have our rosemary.
Leaves from one sprig. Is this the pull-off deal? You
Is
taught me that
it?
before.
Is it? I think it is.
Okay.
So we'll start at the top, and then you're going to
start at
pull
the top.
back. Good. And now you can do it. And doesn't that make it so much easier? And and then just pick off the little ones on the end.
I enjoy brushing oil.
Now, before we go, we're already starting to smoke. Let's get that vent on, okay?
Oh, the
let's
vent.
turn the vent on. Hey,
Okay. Whew. So should we go for it?
we're ready. Let's do it.
Okay.
All right, so here we are. Oh, and hear that? So that's nice. That sizzle was ready.
How long does it do?
I think it's probably going to take about, 2 to 3 minutes. We just want to get that beautiful caramelization. We want to lock in all of those juices.
This is about like the crust, basically.
Very much so.
Should I be doing something with this butter to get ready for this whole scene?
Well, I mean, you could go ahead and cut it.
You think that's 3 tablespoons?
No, that's not.
Like there.
Right there.
That's right.
And
I
a
know that
little
from
more
baking.
isn't going to hurt this.
Correct.
And just know, Savannah, that smoke is normal.
All right.
All right? Oh, that's nice. That's very, very good.
Isn't that?
And now we want to go side, side, side.
Okay, so that's how it should look.
I love it. I love it.
All right, so now this seems like
Side.
a tricky little thing here.
Why?
Is
You've
it 3
got it.
Okay, is it 3 minutes on each side?
Do you want to go ahead and do
Oh,
the
yes,
other one
it
too?
is. Yeah.
Beautiful. Are you just not concerned about my steak,
I don't-
Savannah? As long as yours is
What about
perfect.
me? Okay, yeah. Does
So let's do a flip.
Does each side, like, oh, jeez. Oh, boy.
You can do it. Let it
Can I
go.
go? All right, and then your guy goes over.
I swear it is just like Mr. Miyagi and the Karate Kid. I'm so proud.
It really is.
I'm so proud
Look
of
at
you.
Elizabeth,
But I mean, that
Savannah.
was beautiful the way you just flipped
Oh,
that.
thank you.
You're getting this.
There's nothing like low expectations, Elizabeth. This is fun.
All right, and let's get that side right there.
I'm getting the bottom, right?
We're still doing sides, and
Yeah,
then we're gonna
sides.
Okay.
And I still have this too.
One more little side there. Very
This one
nice.
doesn't have another side, interestingly.
Okay, so then we have the bottom.
Like some people. But wait, now should we do the other? This is still a rare side.
And
Should
so
I do
now
that?
we'll put that one down.
Get
And
it on
while
down.
that one's working, then we're gonna do our little pan sauce.
Okay.
So we'll add our butter.
And I'm just throwing it in there.
Yeah, throw that in.
Fun.
And then you can kind of hold the pan with the towel, okay? Be very careful. And now let's add our garlic and our
Now
rosemary.
look how it looks like it's burning. I'm
It's
sorry.
not. It's just,
Okay.
it's not.
Just
It's-
throw this all in?
Throw it in.
Just sprinkle it around.
Very good. And then we have this spoon, and we're gonna just baste it. Be real careful of that.
So what's basting?
That
Just
pan.
spooning it on?
Just fill up a nice big spoon and pour it over. Oh, look at you.
Off to me.
Okay, that's it.
Come
Keep
on.
going.
Is it already like the leaves and the bits are there?
Uh-huh.
Now is it
Very
bad that I
nice.
just moved it?
It's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Look at that. I mean, that looks like, that's it.
Come to mama.
That is that's it.
I'd eat
That's
it right
what
now
you're
just
looking
like
for.
that. Keep basting?
Uh-huh. And now we're getting ready. One more baste. When we put our thermometer in, you want to be really careful that we go right into the middle of this steak, okay? If you go all the way to the bottom, it's going to give us a false read. It'll be too hot.
Oh.
So just stick it in. Let's go all the way to the middle. Right now, we're at 74 degrees on this
Okay.
thermometer.
I want to go like in the middle.
Uh-huh. Are you in the middle?
I feel like I am.
Okay, good. So this is going to be a team effort. Look at how it's coming up. I'm going to hold this. You're going to put one hand here and one pan there.
Yeah.
And then we're going to take it to the oven.
Oh, but we didn't check the other one. Do you want me to take this out?
No, it's fine. They're same size. They're going to
Okay.
cook just about
Do you want me
the
to
same.
take this out now?
No, it's going to go into the oven with the thermometer. It's an oven read.
It can go into the oven?
Well, this is going to stay out. That's going to stay in.
Wow.
And we're
okay.
going to do this together.
How we,
Now
which
the
wrap?
oven's hot. Go on in. So if you were at home by yourself, yay! You would wait and you would put your thermometer in now, and then you would shut it. And look at here. Look at there.
Wow!
Isn't that fun? And then we could even turn on an oven light if we want to look at it in here. So we want to get up to about, 127.
Okay.
Because once it comes out, the temperature's going to raise a few more degrees.
Okay.
130 is going to be a perfect medium rare.
Okay.
So we'll just sit here and let this
So you do
come
127 figuring it's going to continue to cook when it's out on the...
Correct.
How long in the oven is
That's
it really?
why, I mean, it's like, what, 4 minutes,
Yeah,
3 minutes?
so it's quickie. Okay.
It is quick, and that is the thing that's a little unnerving because it's not hard, it's just fast.
You just gotta be
so
ready to
both
rock.
sides and ready to roll. I mean, seriously, would your husband not die? And you can do this at home.
He'd be dead. I'd have to step over his dead body. He died of shock, and I'm like, excuse me. Well, I made
Hold
two
on,
steaks,
we
but
have
now you died of
steaks.
shock, so I'll have to eat both steaks myself. Or 1 degree.
Okay, there we go, 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 go.
Okay, now where do I put it though?
All right, we're gonna put it back on our induction. Okay?
Oh, jeez, it's
It's
I would
okay.
be like, it's
Be
dead. I
careful.
died
Wait, let's
here.
focus. Focus. Deep
crap.
breath, and we're gonna focus.
Oh, jeez, this is terrifying. Ah!
Shoot.
That one's on you.
Okay.
Where do I put it?
Right there.
It looks incredible.
Please, would you just look at that? It's absolutely beautiful.
Remember that time you burned me with the thermometer?
No, I don't.
It's a hot
Savannah, I
pan.
don't remember that.
So where do I put these? I should take them off
Yes,
this hot
take
pan.
it off the hot pan.
These look delicious.
And then let me grab our sprouts and we'll scrape them on, and then this one is gonna be done. We'll grab our vegetables.
Okay. Is it okay that they've just been sitting on those? They haven't like continued to burn or anything?
No,
Yeah,
not at
okay.
all, not at all. We'll just kind of add those to this.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's it. So now let's grab our beautiful skirt steak. It's been resting, so now all of those juices have reabsorbed into the fibers. Let's move this here. We can still use those
Should I
tongs.
serve it, or should
no,
I put
we're
it on
gonna
the
cut
cutting?
it. We're
Oh,
gonna
okay.
thinly slice it. And this, without a doubt, is probably one of the most important things. We are gonna cut this across the grain. So do you see these long fibers that are
Yes.
going this way?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, so if we were to cut it with those.
Yeah, I would have followed the
then,
line.
I mean, if we did this, it is going to be so tough in your mouth, you're not gonna be able to chew it.
Really?
So then we will cut this way. And you wanna kind of do it on the bias. So just a little bit of a angle, okay?
Okay.
All right, now I know you can do this. Very
Okay,
nice,
Yoda.
very nice.
There is no try, there is only do, says
But look,
Yoda.
and there you are.
I do.
I mean,
figure that out. Like,
This is
you
just
have-
wonderful.
Like, isn't it funny that like someone figured out at some point
That we need to go across the
Yeah.
grain. And now you know what they're talking
so this
about.
is this, and now I'll go like this.
Perfect,
Right?
across the grain. And that is gonna make sure that every single bite is so tender and so delicious and so flavorful, you're not even gonna believe it.
It's taking all of my self-control not to just start eating this.
Always remember though, Savannah, that since you're the chef, you get to have the chef special.
What's that?
You know, which is just like one little piece, like before it goes. Well, you gotta make sure it's amazing,
Taste
you know?
test? Okay, let me finish this, and I'm gonna do
Oh, it is, I'm sorry, I'm making you do all the work and I'm just sitting over here enjoying
Oh, I
myself.
love it.
Oh,
Is it really good?
It's absolutely delicious.
I hate these last little bits. That's where it's like the risk of blood is high. Okay, I'm gonna take a little chef's special.
But because we did that marinade, the caramelization, it's got that little bit of crunch, that beautiful
Real nice.
depth of flavor, that little bit of sweetness. So let's add it to our tray here.
Tongs? What?
Yeah, let's do tongs. Tongs are gonna be perfect.
Best steak I ever made. Only steak I ever made, but.
Is it really? You should be very, very proud of yourself.
Is this it? Is it dinner
This
served?
is it, honey. I mean, we can go ahead and take this over to the table.
Okay, yay.
And I'll grab these beautiful steaks.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better. Absolutely does not get any better.
It looks incredible.
And a margarita. But so see, you could serve this with the flour tortillas and the pico de gallo and cheese, or you could do that with the mashed potatoes and maybe some roasted carrots. Whatever your kids love, now you know how to roast every vegetable that there is.
This is the first time I've made a steak and the first time I've roasted a vegetable.
Cheers!
Not my first margarita. No, let's do this.
We're good at this.
This is so fun. Okay, so what do we do?
Let's do a little bit of this.
Come to mama.
And then here we are with those beautiful roasted vegetables that you
love
did.
it.
You know, it's that moment right before you cut into your steak that you kind of take that breath, wondering, was it cooked properly?
Well, that's what
Is it just like I like? Look,
It's so tender. Oh my gosh. This is my Christmas card.
That's it. That should be absolutely.
I mean, this looks incredible.
That doesn't get any
let's
better.
Taste it. Delicious. I
mean,
gotta say.
I'm sorry. You killed it.
So
Absolutely
good.
killed it.
It's so tender. Let me try these Brussels.
And I love
Not mom's frozen.
the aromatic of just that little bit of garlic and rosemary that we threw in at the last minute was beautiful.
It is really delicious. Okay, now I gotta try skirt steak. Tender, not chewy, because we cut it across the grain.
And that's the key.
I might have added a little more salt.
And that's fine.
Lesson learned.
So now you know. We've opened up so many possibilities to you because you saw two ways to make a steak, one with a marinade, one without, and then we know exactly how to roast vegetables. So you've got everything from roasting an onion and peppers if you wanted to make fajitas, all the way to beautiful Brussels sprouts or butternut squash. I mean, it's unbelievable what you can do now.
I know, it's like, so are you saying that like other cuts of steak I could prepare in the same way?
Absolutely. So it doesn't matter whether it's a ribeye or if you are doing a filet like we did today, it's the same method. It just depends on the cut of the meat. You're either gonna marinate it and have to be very careful with the way you cook it, or you're gonna go sear it on all sides and go in the oven to finish. So you've done it.
Now I can make anything.
You really can. Any sort of protein and vegetable.
I just have one final question.
What is that?
Is the pan hot?
Honey, that pan is hotter than the hinges of hell.
How about the streak? It's cold as ice.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you.
Over the years, I have been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. And we had made that pesto, which was,
Exactly.
darn. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook. And unfortunately for today's culinary coach and my dear friend Siri Daly, she's experienced my kitchen chaos up close a few too many times.
The biggest step is slicing it.
Oh boy, come on, oh my gosh. Well, I'm ready to put that behind me. Now, Siri's gonna teach me some kid-friendly favorites, including mac and cheese and chicken tenders with a few special ingredients. Plus, I'm gonna learn, finally, how to make a perfect grilled cheese. The real test will be to see if our kids love what we make, and they are a tough crowd. But I'm excited to give it a try, so let's get started. Hi, Siri.
Well, hello. Thank you for having me.
We meet again in the kitchen.
I know.
Although usually you're doing the cooking and I'm doing the staring.
Not today.
Or the
my
drinking.
Friend, not today.
Well, you know that my kids don't have the healthiest of eating habits. I really do want to learn some basic things so I could feed them a decent dinner, maybe sneak in some vegetables.
We can do that. Our plan for today is, first, Savannah will learn how to make a perfect grilled cheese. Then we'll cook the noodles for the mac and cheese. Make the cheese sauce, bread and bake the chicken tenders, prepare a special sauce, and serve.
Every Saturday, Charlie wants a grilled cheese for lunch, and I try to do it, but I end up, I put it on the griddle, I put butter, then I end up, the cheese doesn't melt, but the outside is burnt.
Right.
I end up putting it in the microwave, it's a disaster.
Okay, so here we go. We're gonna start with our bread.
Okay.
I'm gonna use some classic whole wheat, but we have sourdough here, Italian. I've even done it with English muffins, which is kind of fun.
I love that.
And cinnamon raisin bread, because I know Charlie has a hankering for that. You choose what you would like. I'm gonna go, like I said, with just the regular kind of whole wheat.
I'm gonna try whole wheat too.
We have salted butter here, just one side of the bread.
Okay, well, see, I do both
sides. This is the side that's gonna go on the griddle, and that will get it all nice and gooey and buttery and golden brown. You just basically wanna kind of smother it and make sure you get it all the way up to the edges so that not a single piece of bread is without.
But now if I did wanna do your mayonnaise trick, I would do butter and then mayonnaise.
Yeah, and then maybe just do like a little less butter, a little less mayonnaise so you're not, smothering it, but I have found it does tend to enhance the flavor a little bit, but there's nothing wrong with salted butter.
And you always keep your butter out on the kitchen counter, which shocked me. I thought you had to keep it in the fridge.
I keep salted butter out. Salted butter tends to last longer on the counter. My grandma did that, my mom did that.
And then it's nice and soft. You're not like, you know. Okay, I did mine.
Okay.
I beat you. Did I do enough?
Okay, now we're gonna use about 2 ounces of cheese, which is roughly like 4 slices.
And this is a pretty thin slice. Like some of my white American cheese is thick.
Right. So if it's thicker, then maybe 2 slices.
Okay.
But, I'm gonna try 4 here. And again, okay, now
what?
we're gonna turn this over because we wanna do it. That's the side that's gonna go on the griddle, right?
Okay.
Okay. So
already screwed up.
It's all right. This is pretty forgiving
Is
recipe.
it okay that it's like hanging over the edges? I get kind of obsessive about that.
You wanna get them just kind of right up to the edges, but it's okay if it hangs off a little because honestly, that's the best part. I don't know if your kids make you cut off the crust, but my kids do. And then pro mom tip, you just eat it.
Exactly.
So and that's your lunch.
Yeah, and that's your lunch. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're gonna put it on the griddle carefully because it's hot.
Wait, what did we put on this? Nothing?
No, because
no oil, no cooking spray.
The butter is basically your cooking spray.
Okay.
Okay. Now we're gonna not touch it for about 2.5 minutes. You kind of want to go slow and low, and then I'm gonna show you a little trick after that. Oh, by the way, we have some.
Oh, what is this?
Some spiked lemonade, if you would like to cheers.
Now we're
to
getting
our
closer
grilled
to
cheeses.
our reality.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
We'll have regular lemonade for the children.
Yes,
but, there we go.
exactly. Okay, so this is going on.
Yes, we don't want to move it because that will disrupt the cooking process, and we're really trying to get the bread nice and golden
That's funny
brown.
because what I'd be doing is pressing this down. Press, press.
Another thing, make sure you use a plastic spatula because anything metal will scrape your griddle or even your nonstick pan. That's key.
Okay.
Then, let me show you our little trick. Okay, you have one over here. This is called a burger dome. Okay, so after we flip this, we're gonna cover it with our burger dome for another about 2 minutes.
Okay.
And that's gonna ensure that the cheese melts and gets nice and ooey gooey and the bread still crisps.
Could I put just like a glass lid of I have for a pot?
Not glass. I would use, again, like a metal bowl or a pot. You could use a pot.
Okay.
Whatever you use, if it doesn't have a handle like this, use pot holders to remove it.
Why is everyone warning me all the time about the pans are hot? You know, I know.
Listen, I have burn marks from all my times in the kitchen, so you're not alone.
Okay.
I
know.
All right,
it's
we're gonna
hot.
flip them now.
See, I find that
you
hard.
need to use your fingers.
Oh, is
just
that
make
okay?
Sure. Yeah, that's
Ooh,
what
that
see,
looks
look.
good.
Look how pretty. Oh,
wow.
perfect.
But now the
Now
cheese
you
is
can
not
press it
melted.
down a little bit, so that's why now we grab our burger domes.
So right away goes the
Yep.
burger dome. I'm gonna get one of these.
That's it.
I wonder where I've been going wrong.
Maybe you're trying to do it too fast. I feel like a lot of people just want to crank up the heat.
Yeah.
And that will just burn your bread and your cheese won't melt enough.
What if I wanted to add like turkey or ham or something like that?
This is just like your basic grilled cheese. Now you could add tomatoes, bacon, ham, turkey, anything.
When would I add it in this process?
In the beginning, right?
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
When you put on the cheese, you would add whatever else you want. All right, I think we're ready.
Okay.
Let's see. Ooh, look at that meltiness on the side.
Yours is meltier than mine, but it looks good.
Well, sometimes it depends on the cheeses. I think that looks great.
Okay.
All right.
Ooh, I mean, this truly
look
does
at
look
that.
great.
Just slice it.
You know what my mom used to make?
Do you do triangles or rectangles?
I
We
like
both just did
triangles, rectangles, or strips. My mom used to do fried bologna a lot.
Ooh.
I know, it's very 70s. That tastes good though.
So good.
Oh my gosh. I'm a culinary genius now.
We did it. Grilled
Grilled
cheese. All right.
I needed to know this.
On to the next. We're gonna make a baked mac and cheese with a special ingredient. There's going to be cauliflower blended into the sauce. I'm telling you, your kids will not know. Okay?
Sneaking in vegetables
Yep,
is the
not
name
above
of the
it,
game.
not above it. So we have boiling water over here. We wanna always season our water before. So you can generously season
All right,
with
I'm
the salt.
I'm trying to get better at being generous.
Okay, because you're a very generous person.
Yes, but not with salt. And thank you. Thank you for the vote of confidence. I mean, like, I would normally have thought that's enough. More.
Should we taste it? So the reason you want to salt it so generously, especially in this case, is the pasta's only cooking for 6 minutes, so it's not going to have a lot of time to absorb
think
that.
I need more.
Let's just do more. I mean, you can.
It should taste real salty.
Yeah. Instead of using your finger,
Yeah.
just like pour some in.
That just seems so
Oh,
excessive.
gosh.
I can't.
Okay,
How
all
about that?
right, okay,
Good,
all
good,
right.
good. Okay, pour in. This is a pound of elbow mac.
A pound of elbow mac. So just take that wooden spoon and give it a stir a couple times just to break up the pasta. You don't want it to stick together.
Do I keep the heat on high?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You should be good. Okay. Now, for a nice little shortcut, I have this cauliflower that you can steam in the microwave.
That is cheating.
It's not cheating. We are busy mothers. There is nothing wrong with it.
We're microwaving?
We're microwaving it. Put it this side down so that the
Angel!
microwave. Just do 5. And that'll give us a good timing on the pasta. I mean, if you want, you can always cut up your florets and steam it. Like, I've done that, obviously, but
You know what?
on a busy night.
I know my way around a microwave.
This is Monterey Jack, which I'm going to take. That is cheddar,
Okay.
8 ounces each. We
Okay.
are going to, I use the big
I like the big
side.
side.
Yep.
I'm good on the grating until we get to the very end.
Right. That's when you kind of just want to, you know, scoot your hands back as much as you can.
I'm not gonna lie, my tricep hurts.
I know. So then you don't have to go to the gym either.
geez,
This is like your fingers are getting awfully close. Just keep going with this. Put it down.
I'm scaring you?
Yes.
Scaring you a little bit? Scaring myself. Okay.
See, like when I get to the very end, honestly,
Yeah.
this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna break it up because, again, like little pieces will melt.
Oh, see, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why. I don't know why people are nervous. Does the recipe call for blood? I can't tell. I think my arm's gonna be sore tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Now, what we're gonna do is
yeah.
we're gonna reserve 3/4 cup of the cheese.
Can it live together?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna put our cheese on this same sheet
Okay.
pan to just make some room.
Mine can come over
yes.
here. Oh, there's our cauliflower.
So the cauliflower's, I'm gonna let it sit for just a second because it's
Okay.
hot, and why don't we drain the pasta?
Okay. All right. Let me guess. Hot pot. Ooh, it's heavy one too.
I know. So right into the drainer.
Just pour it all in.
Yeah.
Right?
And then put some cold water, rinse the pasta because that's gonna stop the cooking process.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cold
so
water.
just cold water, it'll
Just
stop the
rinse it?
cooking. Yep.
Okay. It's not gonna get too soggy.
No. And then you can kind of just shake it, let it drain in the sink, and that's it. We'll leave it there while we make our sauce. So do you want to go grab the cauliflower from the microwave?
Ooh, I better bring a thing in case it's hot.
Just hold on to like the edges of the bag.
Okay. Ah, just kidding. Look, it says pick up here.
Yeah,
well, that's helpful.
so convenient.
That's friendly.
Okay, now we are going to cut that open and we're gonna pour it right into the blender.
So
All right,
that's that.
so now we're going to add 1.5 cup of milk.
1.5
We have whole milk here. You can use 2%, but I wouldn't go any lower than that just because it's gonna add flavor. And it's helpful if the milk is at room temperature. If it's not, you can always like microwave it for like 15 to 20 seconds. It'll just help when you make your roux that everything's kind of consistent.
I fear kitchen machinery. Anything with blades is a little scary. Does that seem good?
That seems good.
Okay, then what?
Okay, so on.
And then what?
And we'll probably hit the puree button if your blender has that. There you go.
Wow.
And we're gonna let it go for just for a little bit.
I always feel I have to hold it.
Okay. All right, that's looking pretty good. I think we can stop it and just, we want to blend it until it's really, really smooth and silky and creamy because any chunks might, you know, sound off the children alarm.
Alert, vegetable, alert, vegetable. Okay. Ooh, that
How
looks
does it look?
milky.
That looks very
I
good,
think
yeah.
it does.
Why don't you grab that butter,
All
and we're
right.
just gonna butter our casserole dish. Just
How
bring
am I
that over
doing
here.
it? Okay.
We're gonna, I mean, you can
Like
use
I would
your
just
hands,
go like take
but
the
I
stick
just like
and
to
stick it around.
Yeah, you could do that. Or you could just kind of like scoop it up with this and just get the sides
Your
in.
way seems
What-
classier.
I just don't like mess. I'm just,
I don't
so
either.
OCD.
You really
There you
are.
go.
Is that good? Okay.
Yeah.
But that
A little
doesn't
more.
seem
You
like
can
a
do more.
much.
Yeah.
Like I like to
Yeah,
get
I
in
would get a
there.
good goop.
I usually just take the stick.
Perfect.
Am I getting the sides
There's nothing
too?
wrong with taking the stick. Yeah, sides and bottom.
This is where my type A personality
Yeah,
really comes
yeah.
in. I'm like, I want every side done just right. I don't want to mess it up, you know? I want to get an A. I want to get an A.
A plus on buttering the casserole dish.
Okay.
Okay.
That's over.
Now we're gonna measure out 1 more cup of milk.
Okay.
There you go.
Got it.
3 tablespoons of flour. You can measure out and put in that little bowl.
Okay. This is
That's
mise,
gonna
or
be-
mise en place.
Absolutely. Wow.
Or mise en place.
Then we are going to start our roux. I'll put the cheese over here just for
Okay.
later. Okay, the first thing we're gonna do is get 4 tablespoons of butter, and you can kind of eyeball that.
Well, I can't, but I know that one stick
It's about
is
a half of
a
the
stick.
Yeah.
So it's like that.
Perfect. And
Okay.
just throw that right in the pot.
I enjoy this part.
Yeah.
I just like to see how the butter skates around. You know?
Right? It's really pretty.
Seems like
and
it's
it
having a
also
good time.
smells good.
Yeah. This is what cooking should be.
You can add the flour. We have to whisk constantly. That's why we love to have everything ready because this is kind of something you have to babysit.
Yes.
You don't really want to walk away at this point.
Okay.
Just make sure that you try to avoid the clumps.
Okay.
And then when
Add
we add the milk, we're also going to do it sort of slowly. We don't want to
Okay.
add it all at once.
I like to dump it in, so don't
Because
do that.
we want to activate the flour and the starch.
Does that look
and
frothy to you?
It's looking good, yeah. See how it's starting to bubble a little?
Yeah. I like to. This is awesome. I'm so impatient. I'm like,
I
let's
know.
get in there.
Perfect. Now you can add some more.
Wow, this is coming together.
Yeah. And then next, we're gonna add our milky
but I-
cauliflower mixture.
But don't I want to get this a little smoother first?
That's good.
Whew. God, this is worse. Not since my Jane Fonda aerobics routine have I worked out this hard.
Yeah, but you probably did that this morning.
I know, I'm like, yeah. Add the cauliflower puree and stir to combine. Is this a little at a time thing? Like this, or can I just dump it on?
Since you've already added, yeah, you're good to go now. Perfect. And
Wait,
it's gonna
this
start
is-
to thicken.
This is so
right?
sneaky. You would
So
never know
sneaky.
this is cauliflower.
Yep. And then we're gonna add our cheese.
Bring to a simmer. Now, is this a simmer?
Yeah, because see the bubbles starting to form.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whisking constantly. Cook for 1 to 2 minutes until thickens. Do you think that's thick enough?
It's getting there. Another way to tell is if once you kind of lift it, you want to just see some of the remains on the spoon.
I mean, this whole constant stirring.
Yeah.
It's like a baby. You always have to be
about
watching
5
it.
minutes of babysitting.
Yeah.
All right.
This seems cooked.
Yeah. So now let's add our cheese.
Okay. All right, we're just gonna dump it in.
Yeah, and then just continue to stir.
I'm gonna have a big splash. Okay. Now I'm gonna get my stirrer out.
Yeah.
Goodbye, whisk.
Goodbye, whisk.
You've done a good job, but we're moving on. Okay.
This is my favorite part.
Yeah,
too.
this
It
looks
gets
pretty
so
yummy.
cheesy.
Season with salt to taste, but
and
I'm not there ready for that.
Here's where we grab the magic
spoon box. Do you want to taste it, or are you trusting me?
I'm gonna trust you. I trust your palate.
I think it needs a little salt.
Some salt. Go for it.
Okay. Well, not a lot though.
Okay.
It's pretty tasty.
There you go. I mean,
More?
there's salt in the cheese naturally, and so that's good.
I mean,
okay.
I don't know. The salting thing is very perplexing to me.
Now I'm
'Cause
gonna
it's
grab
like, I don't want to over salt.
the
but I don't wanna
pasta. I know.
undersalt.
That's why you can always, you can.
Now what happens?
Put some on. Now I'm gonna break this pasta up just a little bit so that it doesn't clump
Oh,
together.
you
when
add
we
the pasta
yes.
to here, but
Uh-huh.
it says remove from the heat, so I think I need to
Okay,
turn it
you
off.
want to turn it off? Yep.
Okay.
And
It's off.
then I kind of declumped the pasta so we
okay.
don't splatter ourselves.
I mean, this is starting to look
Stir
real
that up.
good.
We're gonna
I would
put
eat it just like this.
Yeah, but it's gonna get so nice and baked and crispy on the top, and because we're gonna add that cheese that we reserved.
So I'm just basically trying to coat as much now. This is just about
Yep.
stirring and coating.
And then we can just pour it in because we can also kind of stir it up in here.
All right, I'm going to transfer it. Are you ready?
Yep,
Do you feel good
ready,
about that
ready.
decision? Oh, I didn't taste
I will
it
have
again,
a
but I'm
sip
just going to
while
trust.
you transferred.
Okay.
I kind of like this. I'm not doing any work.
You are. Trying to explain this to me is work. Okay.
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 You got
ready?
it?
Yeah.
Yum.
Ah, it looks so good. Okay.
Now
Yum.
just sprinkle the top with this remaining mixture
Oh, with
of
the
cheese.
remaining cheese, just okay.
I'm gonna just eat some.
Yep.
While you do that.
Love that. And this cheese will get kind of brown probably, right?
Yes. So now we're gonna bake it in a 350-degree oven for about 45 minutes until it cooks all the way through, gets nice and hot and gooey. The sauce will thicken some more in the oven.
Great.
Perfect.
Now, if I wanted to just stop it right here, cover it, and then bake it at a later
Yes,
day,
you
could I do that?
You could absolutely do that.
Okay.
Put it in the fridge, even in the freezer if you wanted to, but in the fridge, just make sure you kind of let it sit at room temperature for a little bit before you put it in the oven, and it's good to go.
Should I put it in?
Yeah. Top oven.
Okay.
I'm so proud.
Me too. Remember that time?
Good job.
All right.
High five.
Yay!
mac and cheese is in the oven. Now we are going to make some Parmesan crusted chicken fingers.
Yum.
Chicken tenders.
My kids live on chicken fingers.
Right? And so first we're going to set up a dredging station. So first, why don't you grab the flour, and we're gonna add 3/4 cup to this pie pan. And I like to use pie pans because it's just the perfect shallow dish with, you know, the ridged
That's a good
sides.
idea.
Yeah. Now we're gonna use 3 egg whites. Have you ever separated?
I have. I
Okay.
think I do know how to do it. 3 egg whites.
Do you want me to do one with you? Or do
Well,
you
let me
wanna-
try,
Okay,
and you
great.
can grade me.
And then, yeah, you can put the
egg whites.
Egg white will go in here. Yeah.
Well,
egg yolk. There you go.
Oh shoot. Okay. You got any extra eggs? Just.
And it's
I know.
okay. So
it's
this
not
isn't
pretty.
like this
it's
isn't
not pretty, but I can do it.
Yeah, that's perfect. But I'm gonna give you a little tip. Instead of cracking the egg on a side, crack it on the countertop.
Oh, really?
It'll give you a more even shell. Sometimes when you crack it, there you go.
Oh.
When you crack it on the
Oh my gosh,
it
that's
shoots
so much
right.
better.
There you go.
Wow, game change.
Okay, so now the panko, and we're gonna use about a cup
that
of
the panko?
Yep, that's
Okay.
the panko. You can use breadcrumbs too. I just like panko because I feel
What's
like
the
it
difference?
gets a little crispier. This is a Japanese breadcrumb.
Oh, okay.
Breadcrumbs tend to just be more fine.
1 cup.
And I like the crisp that panko offers.
Okay, good
Yeah,
to know.
so
I actually always wondered what the heck the difference was. Okay.
1
I'm
cup
just
of
sprinkling
that.
it around. Okay.
And then a 1/3 cup of Parmesan.
Okay.
Right there. And then you can use that whisk to kind of, perfect.
Okay.
And just kind of combine that. So now our dredging station is all set.
Okay.
Chicken, we have 5 chicken tenders here, which you can find at the store. If you don't find chicken tenders, you can always buy breasts and kind of just cut them into strips.
Okay. So now, what am I doing? Just laying
Just
it on
gonna
the
lay
pan?
it on here because it's just gonna be a vessel for us to season the chicken.
So I'm not, this isn't the pan I'm gonna
No.
cook in?
No.
Okay, so I don't need to grease
Nope.
it or whatever. Okay.
Perfect.
So it could be a plate, could be anything.
Yeah. And then season generously, the word of the day.
Both sides?
Both sides. So you can use
Okay.
those tongs to flip it over. Because this is really the only point other than like the Parmesan that we're seasoning. That's
enough?
great. That looks great.
I'm getting
Perfect.
more
Yes.
like
Yes,
liberal with
I like
my
it. Okay. That's
salt. Good?
Awesome. Yep. And then turn it.
Okay.
Perfect.
And I guess you could do pepper if your kids liked it, but it's always a little it's questionable
Exactly.
whether they do. Is that good?
That's great.
Okay.
That's perfect.
All right.
Okay, now we are going to spray our sheet over there with some baking spray.
Okay.
Because then we're going to put it right on to our
Are we baking these?
dish. Yes, we're going to bake them.
Oh, we're not frying?
We're not frying.
Oh, that's healthier, right?
Yeah. So first we're going to coat in the flour. You can just do one at a time.
So I'm just dropping it. How
Just
much?
make sure
just
it gets
a little
just
bit?
coated on both sides.
Like that's good?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
great.
What about the sides?
And
No? Okay, they're fine. Then
to the egg whites.
And I'm just coating both sides
Uh-huh.
too? Okay.
Perfect. You can kind of like let some of that drip off because sometimes it can get a little goopy. Perfect. And then into the panko.
Okay.
Get that nice and coated.
Yeah, this is the good stuff,
Yes.
right?
And you can,
Okay,
yeah,
and then-
perfect.
Okay. That's good?
Yeah.
Okay. And just set it there.
Set it down. And
Okay.
then
And then here we go.
repeat.
Ooh, it's the last one.
There we go.
This lucky guy is gonna get all this good stuff. Okay.
All right. Into the bottom oven.
All right. 425 convection oven. How long?
450.
450, like I said.
About 10 minutes. smell the chicken. It's almost done. We're gonna make a really quick special sauce. You can call it Savannah's special sauce. So this is a cup of mayonnaise.
Okay.
We're gonna add a 4th cup of ketchup.
Okay. Any old ketchup?
Yep. And you can taste this if you like less ketchup, if you like more, if you don't want ketchup. It's just kind of a fun. It just looks like the sauces you get at like fast food restaurants.
This is a
tablespoon of mustard. You can use yellow, Dijon. I feel like the Dijon can be kind of spicy for kids, so
Yeah.
I stick with yellow.
Kids like sauce. They like to dip.
Yes.
And just mix it
Dipping
up?
is key. Yep.
With the whisk or this little spatula?
You can use that, whatever. Yeah. Until it kind of gets that like pinky special.
Oh my gosh, it is the stuff that's on your fast food burger. Savannah's secret sauce.
Savannah's secret sauce.
Okay.
So why don't you spoon that into, yep, there you go. And then, perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, now why don't you go check on the mac and cheese?
Okay.
Because it's probably done, but what I like to do sometimes at the very end is just broil
looks done.
Okay, well let me see. Let's just broil it for like a couple minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Because it'll just get nice and caramelized on the top. You just have to
How
make sure
long?
you watch your broiler because every oven's different. It could be like 30 seconds or it could be 2 minutes.
What am I looking for?
Just to get that kind of brown caramelization. But why don't you grab the chicken because I think that's done. Here, do you need oh, you got it.
When you tell me to watch the oven, I am ready to do it. I'm ready to stare obsessively.
Stand
this
there.
looks good.
Perfect.
I can't believe we made this.
You made this, Savannah, correction.
It looks yummy.
Right, here, put it right
Oh,
here,
okay.
and then you can just take the tongs and throw them on there, and then we'll check on our mac and cheese. It should be done.
Ooh, nice and crispy.
Perfect. And they look really good.
They actually do.
Okay, now we can grab the mac and cheese.
Okay. Ooh, yeah.
Does it look good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ooh, got that little golden top.
Perfect. Yeah, just gets it nice and, I love the crusty edges.
A little broil. Ugh. Okay.
All right, you grab
I
that.
still haven't learned this technique.
I
too
will
well.
grab, that was pretty good.
Okay.
I'll grab this, and we can eat.
Yum. Okay, we
Yum.
did this.
We did it.
Let's eat like toddlers.
Okay.
This actually looks very good to me.
I'm excited.
Okay. So be careful,
Can I
that's hot.
serve you up some?
Yes, please.
Look at how, you see,
It's good, and look at that.
it sounds all nice and crusty.
I'm gonna see if I can taste the cauliflower.
Yep, that's the real test. Well, the real test will
come.
come. Let's see.
Okay, I'm just gonna use my hands, take some chicken, put some Series Savannah special sauce.
Yep. No, this is all yours now. You get to take credit for that sauce.
Okay. Smells good. Bon appetit.
Cheers, bon appetit.
Cheers. Okay. Here's the test.
All right.
I'm going for the cauliflower.
Me
now
too.
First. I just want to see.
So hot.
Hot and delicious. It's really good.
It's so good. You can't tell.
You cannot tell.
Not one bit.
I'm just gonna get into this chicken. Should I dip it
Moving
the way
on.
my kids would? No,
Yeah,
let's go classy.
whatever.
You're right. You're right.
All right.
It's good.
So good. There is no
It tastes
right. There's
good.
no right and wrong when it comes to kid food.
You are actually a delicious chef. So thank you for doing this silly kid food with me. But this is what I actually need to know.
It's not silly. We have picky eaters combined.
Yes.
And so this is what we have to do. I mean, we have to have fun, interesting meals for them.
It's good, and now I don't have to feel so guilty. Well, this is a triumph. There's only one thing to do now. You know what we have to do.
Put it to the test.
Put it to the test with the kids.
Right.
I
An
think we'll-
excuse to get together.
Exactly. Let's do
Let's
it.
do it. Good luck.
To you too. Over the years, I've been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. And then we had made that pesto, which was,
Exactly.
darn. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook. But I'm putting those days behind me for good. Today, Executive Chef Aisha Nurjaya is here to help me test my culinary prowess and step it up a notch. We're going to make a Mediterranean-inspired mezzi feast, including my favorite chicken shawarma with a tangy white sauce and homemade hummus, plus a few special favorites from her show-stopping restaurants, Shuka and Shuket. I'm a little nervous, a little intimidated, but mostly just so excited to try. So let's get started. Chef Aisha, you know I am your super fan.
And I appreciate that.
And now you have heard that I don't know how to cook anything, right?
I've heard that, but I want to see it for myself.
Let's get started.
Okay, perfect. Well, let's cheers first.
Oh.
Have a drink here.
Oh, where's my... Oh, what is this
This
fancy
is a gazelle. So this is like basically a fruit juice that's topped with a little bit of seltzer. And some herbs.
That is delicious.
So there's some blood orange in here, some cara, a touch of grapefruit, and seltzer. And if we're feeling like getting a little litty, we're gonna put a little tequila.
I could see a little something extra in there, but I've got it. We've got knives. I have to stay sober for
We're gonna
this.
stay focused right now.
Okay.
Okay.
So let me look at the recipe.
Sure.
Because I'm a new cook, I get obsessed about the
All right.
recipe.
But I have a plan. Our plan for today is start the chicken shawarma, make and mix the white sauce, prepare the hummus, create a pantry salad, prepare the toppings for the chicken shawarma, and serve and eat. We're gonna start with the marinade first.
Okay.
Okay? So right to your left, you have some lemon juice.
Yes.
We're gonna put that right in here.
Okay.
And then we're gonna use some garlic paste. Now this garlic paste, I'm gonna hand this to you.
Now this is one, I'm already scared. Garlic paste. Well,
Don't be
first of all, I
scared.
gotta open it. Okay.
But I'm gonna
Oh,
show
there it
you
is.
something. We're just gonna put a little bit of olive oil in this spoon and kind of coat it with this.
Oh, you're like basically greasing your...
Exactly.
Wow, that is so smart.
Right, so if-
Cooking show over. This is incredible. This is revolutionary.
Would be great if you added a little bit of that olive oil in there.
How much?
All of it. It's like baking where they tell you like dry ingredients versus wet ingredients.
Yes,
You want to
okay.
kind of put either all the dry in first or the wet. I
How
like
much
to do
whisking?
the wet. No, that's fine, as long as it's combined. But right now we're gonna add a little bit of our spice blend. You have 1 tablespoon of black pepper. This is cinnamon.
Okay.
So
Well, right now,
that was paprika, this is cumin.
cumin.
And this is my favorite.
Okay.
It's the color of my shirt.
It is. What is this?
This is turmeric.
I was gonna guess that. Oh, I love
So
it.
this is really gonna give that earthy flavor to the shawarma and also that beautiful color. So we're gonna whisk that together.
I'm starting to recognize
beautiful
this
this
marinade.
is.
I know.
All right, perfect. All right, so this looks beautiful.
Okay.
And now we're gonna do the onion. So I'm gonna
Okay,
do
wait.
one.
I know how to do this.
Okay. What you wanna do is, at this point, you can cut the little piece off at the end. Here.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
This is off.
Yes. And then you kind of want to follow the curvature of the onion with your knife. So we're not going to slice straight down. We're going to slice like this, a little bit on an angle, if you will. Yes, perfect.
Like that?
Yep. Perfect. Okay. There you go.
But now that's done.
Look how beautiful that is.
Okay.
So we're going to put that in there.
Okay. Put it in.
Okay. And we're going to mix this together.
Okay.
Do you mind grabbing the chicken? So right now we're gonna use chicken thighs, and I
Okay.
love chicken thighs because I find them to be super forgiving.
Yes.
Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna dump the chicken right onto our thing.
You're a wild woman.
Because we don't need all of this paper.
Okay.
It's like Christmas. I don't
Exactly.
Christmas. Okay, so I'm gonna cut this first so I can show you. If you notice my hand is like this, like doing a C, and then you're going up and down, slicing right through. How you feeling?
Good. Is it like... Okay.
Beautiful.
Is it?
Yes. Okay.
It's hard to do that knuckle thing. I know
Yeah.
you're supposed to.
You have
but
to practice it.
Yours looks like it's easy to cut, and then when I do it, I'm like sawing like I'm Paul Bunyan in the forest.
have
Maybe
to-
I just need to be more confident.
Yes, you have to be easy on yourself in the beginning. Okay, so you have one more there.
Okay, here we go.
Right.
Okay.
Now, your best, we have beautiful kitchen tools here, but your best kitchen tool are going to be your hands. So you're going to get right in there.
Ooh, and I like it with the gloves, because then
You're
I
gonna
just don't
massage
feel all
it.
gross.
Right.
Hello.
So you want to make sure that each crevice of those chicken thighs, remember the parts that we saw that were open, like where the bone was?
Yes.
That all that marinade gets in there.
Okay, so I really want to get in there.
Exactly.
Okay. These thighs have the life.
You're
a full
kidding.
massage here.
Look at this.
They're living
The
their best
spa
life.
treatment. It
Yeah.
looks beautiful. So we're gonna have you put that in the refrigerator.
Okay, I'm gonna cover
I
it and put it in.
Yes, and I have one in there if you don't mind grabbing it that
Oh,
has
yeah.
been marinated already.
Okay.
I'll make some room for you. Perfect.
48 hours later,
48
through the
hours
magic
later.
of television. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da.
So let's uncover this.
So this is made. No, what if you really didn't have 48 hours or you're a bad planner?
I mean,
what's
you
the
could
bare
do,
minimum?
You could do it for 4 hours. You could.
Really?
But I can't guarantee you that really deep flavor.
Got it.
That's the only thing.
Fair enough.
So if you smell this, you can smell all that hard work that you did with the garlic.
Delish,
And
yes.
I'm gonna hand you this sheet tray. So the key here is what we wanna do is make sure that we put this on the sheet tray, but we give it enough space that the heat is hitting it, so we're not overcrowding it.
Okay.
Why don't I just help you out by kind of like doing a little bit of the dump method
Oh,
here.
is that all right?
Yep.
Oh,
and then
okay.
you are gonna use
And
your
then I'm
tongs to
Okay,
spread them out,
yeah,
right?
cool. But like, does each guy have to live in his own little world?
No, they just have to have a little space around them. Good?
Yeah, I think
Perfect.
so.
So we'll walk this over to the oven.
Now, does the rack position matter in this?
As long as it's in the, as long as they're not on the same shelf, you'll be okay.
Okay.
So I'll go here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna put that in there.
Chicken shawarma is in the oven, but it's not a good shawarma unless you have this beautiful white sauce.
You have to have the white sauce.
So what is it?
So have you ever eaten like out of a cart, a halal cart?
Yeah.
And you get like chicken over rice, and the guy says white sauce, hot sauce, and you like double white sauce?
Yes.
This is really where this recipe was born.
Okay.
It is now like the ranch of the kitchen. They put it on shawarma, family meal. I've seen it go on pasta. I mean, they take it to a
French
place.
fries?
I mean, that's the best.
Yes.
That's the best application if you ask me.
Okay.
So we're gonna take some of the technique that we learned in the first about the wet and the dry.
Yes.
And we're gonna start this. So
stealing
to
your
your
whisk.
left,
Okay.
you have some creme fraiche.
This is mayo, I recognize that.
Okay, we have
anywhere.
mayo.
A couple mayonnaise.
And then in your next container, we're gonna have the yogurt. I like to use Greek yogurt because I like the thickness of it, and it gives the sauce like a nice body.
Okay.
So you have lemon juice there.
Yeah.
To your
lemon
left.
Juice, lemon
Okay.
juice. Okay.
And then the next thing you're gonna do is gonna grate that garlic clove on the microplane.
Oh, now this is
Have you done that before?
I haven't. I have to say these things are scary.
The reason why you feel comfortable is probably because you don't want to nick your finger.
Because I have nicked my finger.
So what you would do is put on a glove. Okay,
So I'm
you
gonna,
put
the
that
whole thing.
3/4 of it. It's an extra large clove I chose just so that you wouldn't feel.
See,
we're
yeah, it's so
getting too close.
scary. Like, am I doing like this?
You are.
back
Can I
and
just show you
forth?
something though?
Yeah.
You have to be in a place where you feel comfortable. So this
I don't feel
rested on
comfortable.
here.
Yeah?
This
Oh.
at a point, and then if you do this,
Oh,
you have a
that's
lot of
better.
space between you and the edge. So you could kind of.
Oh, that's a better
Just
way
do
to
that
do it.
3 or
Yeah.
4 times.
I gotta tell you, this gives me a little anxiety.
So tap it 3 or 4 times.
Oh.
And let's turn it around. Should be all good. And that was perfect.
1 teaspoon sherry vinegar.
Okay. Now, if you don't have sherry vinegar, red wine vinegar will do.
One time when I was in high school, my mother said to me, Savannah, did you and your girlfriends drink my sherry wine, cooking wine? And I was like, no. But then I thought to myself, would that work?
Perfect. Okay. And we're gonna add the dry spices now.
Oh, there they are. Okay, see, I missed it. I'd have been like, and we're done. White sauce over.
Almost,
No,
almost.
okay.
So we have black pepper, half a teaspoon. And next is our garlic powder. And here we have onion powder.
1 teaspoon onion powder.
Onion powder and garlic powder are those 2 spices in your pantry that will always get you out of trouble.
Okay.
If you ever need like a quick marinade and you don't know, onion powder, garlic powder, salt, and olive oil do the trick.
Like they cover all the sins, huh?
All the sins.
Okay, there we go. That's
Okay.
Okay, good.
Okay, and
Did
then
I
we have
get
our
it all?
salt.
No salt. How much salt?
One
half teaspoon salt.
Okay. How would you tell if this is good or not?
I learned something.
And what was
You
it?
must taste it.
And here, I present you with your magic tasting spoon box.
I just love this.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to
Let's
taste it
taste it.
too. And what we're tasting for is that all of these key players are in harmony together.
I mean, sprinkle my ashes with this. It
You
is
did a great
so
job.
good. Do you think
Now
it's
you
good?
can- it's delicious.
I think it's perfect.
And now you can understand why my kitchen uses it on everything.
I wouldn't change one thing.
So let's put this in the bowl that we're going to serve it in because
Oh,
it's one
okay.
less step that we have to do later.
Oh, smart,
Maybe
okay.
I'll get you another spoon, or you got it?
No, I'll do it like this.
Okay. And the key when you do it like this is just keep pouring it right in the middle.
Oh, okay.
It'll make a little beautiful mound.
Is that good?
Yes, it's perfect. It looks delicious.
I get obsessive about Clean Plate Club here. Okay.
Okay. So we're going to put this in the refrigerator.
Has anyone ever licked a bowl?
Absolutely. I mean, this is also good with crudité.
Oh.
So if I was cooking,
Yes.
I would leave this dirty bowl right here.
Yeah.
It's not chicken. We're okay.
Yes.
We'll have a little snack. So let's get this in the
We
refrigerator.
gotta cover and refrigerate.
Perfect.
Aisha, ask and you
As,
shall receive.
as promised, we have a little bit of celery sticks
Okay,
here.
let's just
and
try it
this,
out.
we're just gonna have a little snack. I mean, we deserve it after all this
Oh
cooking.
my gosh, we do. Can I double dip on my side?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's so good. Have I mentioned how good it is? for our next trick. Homemade hummus. 2 words I never thought I'd utter. Why should I make it when I can go to the store?
You could always customize it to how you want it. If you love garlic, if you like smoked paprika, if you want to keep it super plain. So we're gonna show you a plain hummus.
Okay.
And then we're gonna doctor it up as you like. I heard through the grapevine that the machine we're gonna use is something that you're not a big fan of.
Don't say the food processor.
I'm gonna have to. It's like you're a Home Alone moment with the big furnace in the basement.
I have food processor fear.
We're gonna show you exactly
thing.
how unintimidating it is.
Okay.
So let's grab the food processor.
First of all, it weighs 600 pounds.
It does. First of all, this machine is built for safety. So we're gonna open the blades here, and then we have all of these accoutrements, if you will.
Now, see,
So
I'm always
this
thinking I'm
is-
gonna get cut.
right. You always wanna kind of assertively take it out and hold it by its edges, because this is very, very sharp.
Yeah.
This is the grater. This is what you would wanna do if you were trying to make coleslaw. And this is the blade. So this slices things in discs.
Okay.
So if you had zucchini, cabbage would be good in here
What about
too.
potatoes? I hate slicing potatoes.
Potatoes would be perfect.
Okay.
Okay, so that's this. And then it comes with this nice microphone, so you can sing karaoke while you're making it. But that's really for the attachments, and we're not gonna use that right now, okay? And this is the blade.
How do we choose this one?
Because this is the one that's gonna puree.
Oh.
So here we have
All right,
chickpeas.
yes.
So we're gonna throw them in here.
Stuff them in.
1, 2. Okay.
4 cups cooked chickpea, 1/2 cup tahini paste.
So you're gonna take
Oh, it's not
that,
that
your
pasty.
with your small little spatula, because you want to get every
Oh,
single
I see.
little
Maybe
morsel
it
of that
is-
out.
Maybe it is a little pasty.
It could work with this.
It's viscous. Yeah. Okay. That's
Okay, so
that.
your tahini is in, and then we have our lemon juice.
1/4 cup lemon juice.
Right. Okay,
Pro tip.
olive oil.
1/2 cup olive oil.
Okay, you can put that in there. Perfect. And then you have salt.
Kosher salt. Now, this is one of those. How much? You guys, you chefs, you never want to say.
Well, this is a good technique for you to learn. So that's nice, but this is what you really are going to look for. You want to
But
make
how
it
do I
rain.
know that-
Because listen, you're going to have to learn how to cook by taste and touch. Okay. So I know that when I grab that's 28 grams.
Okay.
Because I've been cooking for a long time.
Wow.
So if a recipe calls for 1 tablespoon of salt,
yes.
Can you open your hand? So you know
That's
what
a lot.
right, but you know what that feels like.
Yeah.
So half of that is what you would have used in that recipe, but I already put it in for you.
Okay. Just
So this
kidding.
way you know. This is where you know what it feels like.
Okay.
All right. So put that on your board.
Put it on my board.
It's okay. And then we got to do a little bit over the left shoulder because we can't
Oh,
have anything.
is that
happen
like
to
a
us
good luck thing?
when we walk out of here today.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. So we're gonna put the lid on.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah. I mean, oh boy. Oh boy. Stand clear.
So what I'm
Do
gonna
I need to cover this? Is it gonna come
just
exploding
like,
out?
Hit this button. It's a
That
pulse.
says off. Ah.
Okay. Good. Do it again.
Where should I put this?
Yeah. Put your hand up there. Keep going.
Now, how come I don't just on it?
So you can on it, but what I like to do is kind of pulse it so that it gets all the ingredients together. So now you can put the on button.
Okay.
And just let it rip for a little while. All right. Like have a sip of your gazos.
This is fun. Sure beats chopping all this stuff.
Absolutely. Okay. And we're gonna stop this. And this is really quintessential when you're using this machine because the blade is on the bottom, right? And it's only going in one direction. What we like to do when we use this is take the top off, and we like to go around, which I'm gonna do this time, and you'll do the next, and take what's the ingredients that are on the bottom and kind of flip them on their top. Because we wanna make sure that when we're making this hummus that everything has the same consistency, okay?
I have to go pulse again.
No, you're gonna put it on.
Oh.
And at this point, we're gonna stream in some of that water.
All at once or?
Just a little bit at a time. This is 1 cup of water. I actually think that we might use 3/4 of a cup. Now this part is not a definite in a recipe. It depends how much you dried your chickpeas and how much liquid is in there.
Okay.
So if you dump the whole cup of water in there, it could be too liquidy.
Okay.
We want something that's gonna hold its peak. Look good, you see that?
It's getting smoother,
Yeah.
which I like it.
And now you can see, if you step on my side, you see how this is really moving slowly?
Yeah.
That's why you have to stop.
All right, so time to stop and,
Right? You're gonna
and
open
have
it?
an intervention.
Right? Perfect. Here you are.
Okay, so now I'm just like kind of going around the sides. Let's
Yes.
get everybody in there. Oh,
Okay, so let's taste it.
Tasty.
That's on point.
Honey, that is delicious
Okay,
hummus.
perfect. So we're gonna unclick it, lift that up.
Now, how long can I keep this in my refrigerator?
3 to 4 days.
Okay.
Okay.
And now
And
I'm
the
just
same
gonna
thing, you're gonna spoon it directly in the middle.
I mean, this looks delish.
And at Shuka and Shuket, we do the swoosh, and in the swoosh, we usually fill it with lots of nice things.
So I do the spice first?
Yep, let's do the
all
spice
over
first.
Or just in my little.
Whatever you like.
Well, I think it looks kind of fancy when it's like. Is that good or is
It
that
is
too
beautiful.
heavy? Too
No,
heavy-handed?
keep going.
Okay.
And you're gonna fill that pool and all the little divots here.
Oh, I love it. This looks like professional.
I mean, you're killing it.
Come on.
I'm coming over when you're making this.
Seriously.
How beautiful
oh my gosh,
is that?
That is gorge.
All right. So we have some pita chips here. We could have had some crudité. I mean, listen, this is another one of those things. Why don't you take your little celery stick?
Oh, yeah.
You do a little dip.
Exactly.
And we'll make you like the little chef tasting.
Oh, yes.
Do
Oh,
that?
I love that.
And then we'll put
that
a little
much,
bit.
huh? Oh, my
Yeah,
gosh.
Yeah, why not?
Look at this.
If we're going to do it.
I mean, come to
Go
mama.
ahead.
Okay, oh, there we go.
What do you think?
I mean, it's so good.
Awesome.
So good.
All right.
Oh, my gosh. If there is one thing I love at Shuka, Aisha, it's your salads.
I love salad because it really represents the bounty of what is being grown. We're kind
Fancy.
of doing a pantry salad, if you will.
Okay.
So I found these things in the refrigerator.
Okay.
Okay. And we have some romaine that I've just roughly chopped up here.
Great.
And what I'm going to do is show you how to cut some of these tomatoes.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
that's not a strong suit
So
of mine.
these are baby cherry tomatoes. So we're gonna actually use the serrated knife for this.
This is nice.
You're gonna pinch the tomato a little bit, and you're gonna make it taut, so that when you go right through the serrated knife and come back around, that it splits in half.
Okay, wow.
Okay.
So I'm
So you're gonna pinch it. You feel it's tight.
I do.
Right. Put your knife and
Oh,
go right through.
okay, great.
Okay. We're gonna add it to here. And then here we have our Persian cucumbers. I love to leave the skin on because they're so small.
Oh, interesting.
This-
I always take the skin
Really?
off, but yeah, but that's just, I don't know.
Well, they're super healthy.
Yes.
The cucumber itself.
Okay.
And I think it adds some color and texture.
Yeah.
So because that's pretty small, I'm gonna cut this into quarters. Again, I cut it in half.
Those little.
Perfect. And then I would just cut them into half-inch little pieces.
Now, would you do it like that, or is that
I
a bad
think
idea?
that's a little aggressive because again, we want to be safe and we want to make it to the dinner table.
Now I think
So
I'm Julia Child.
So you want them cut side down because now they're not going to roll away from you.
Oh, right, okay.
And we're going to add these straight away to here. Okay, we're going to add some pine nuts. Do you like pine nuts?
I do.
I love pine nuts. I like pine nuts because they actually have really good fat content, and they add like this luxurious feel when you bite into them.
Okay.
And then last but not least would be our feta.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So we have everything in the bowl here.
Yes.
And now let's talk dressing.
Okay.
My favorite go-to dressing is lemon juice, olive oil, honey, and salt.
Okay. Can I ask your tossing technique?
Sure.
This is what I would do.
They go from the bottom up. It's the
Okay.
same thing like when you were marinating the chicken, from the bottom up.
Okay. Let me
And
try
I
it.
personally don't like a lot of dressing.
Yeah.
So I would just like do a once around.
That's what I kind of figure people can add more if they so
Right.
desire. How's that?
Perfect,
Good?
perfect,
Okay.
that's good.
And then just.
And then same thing, bottom up.
Yum.
Maybe I'll put a little more feta because those nice little chunks are now nestled at the bottom.
This looks delicious.
Yes. So if you just want to put that to the side, we have a few finishing touches before we eat.
Okay. I thought we were done. What's this guy coming here for?
Since you did such an amazing job and we've conquered your fears, we're gonna bring him out again so that you could show him who's boss.
The food processor?
You know it, you know it.
And this guy?
Yes.
Ah!
But before we do that, I'm gonna show you how to break this down.
Okay.
Okay? So this is red cabbage.
Yeah.
So we're gonna cut a little bit of the bottom off, like that. And then you just wanna remove the outer leaves.
See what I mean?
You got it, you got it. There you go.
I guess I just got to be a little more aggressive.
You could use a little force.
Yeah.
We're gonna cut this in half. You're gonna take the knife, you're gonna put it in as much as you can, right? In the beginning, got it? Okay.
God, yeah.
Good, good.
See, now I'm like
Okay,
stuck
hold
and
on.
this guy's
All
sticking
right.
out. Okay.
So
yeah.
keep your hand flat.
Okay.
Okay, all right?
Yep, yep,
So put your hand flat, and now push all the way down. It might take 3 or 4 saws, but just keep your hand flat. Go ahead, who's got it?
Where's the chainsaw? Can I just
hold
saw
on.
it on the other side?
Yeah, let me help you for a second. Because what happened is that your knife is now in here, not the blade.
Oh.
So we're gonna take that out, okay? And then when you get to this point, you're gonna take your knife, you're gonna go straight down on this side, flip it, and straight down on the
that's
other
what
side.
I would want to do.
Okay.
I'd want to be like, shoot, like this. You know the other thing that's, oh, ouch, darn it.
What happened?
I've never gotten through a segment without, no, it's just a little tap.
Okay.
Just a little
So wait,
left
hold
tap.
on, but let's do it together so you don't have a tapping problem again. Ooh, okay, great. Hold on, put it down, put it down.
Starting to see
We're
what
gonna
this-
go down here, okay? And then you gotta be assertive and go down here.
Okay. Now
Practice.
what are we doing?
Just cut it in half again so that I know that you can do it.
God.
Okay, good, see, you did it.
Who'd think this would be the hardest part?
Okay, so let's get the machine. You don't need all of that because we're gonna
Okay, all right.
buzz it 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Okay, you wanna get the
Where's
bottom?
my friend? Okay, here we go.
There's your friend.
Jeez.
Okay. Now this part is a little more complicated than the other one.
Oh, now we
So
have
I'm going to show
these
you how to
blades.
use these guys.
All right.
Okay. One is that you should always know that they're super sharp. Okay. So you only want to touch the edges. This part you want to hold down. You see how that little piece goes down?
Yes.
And you are going to turn it just like this was on an angle and then slide it in. So on an angle and slide
Can
it
I
in.
try it?
Of course.
I don't
Easier
know.
enough? Okay.
There. Okay. All right.
That's it.
Boy, I never knew that.
Okay. So it's locked in here, right? You
Yes.
heard it snap.
Oh.
We're going to put that in here.
I would have put it the other way.
Okay, I just spun it because you need the bottom to like, that's probably, you're gonna turn this on.
Oh, already? Okay.
Yep. Okay, so now it's spinning. So now you're gonna take the cabbage.
My heart is racing.
And you're gonna put pieces of it in. Okay, and then you're gonna put that in there. There you go, look at
Oh!
this. There you are.
This is fun. Get in here.
There you go.
Get in here.
Yeah, go ahead. So we're gonna shut the machine now. Go ahead. Okay, and we're gonna wait for the blade to completely stop
Yeah.
spinning, right? And we're gonna open this, and you see that inside.
I mean, that looks incredible.
Right?
Okay, now I get it. I
So
get
now
it.
We're
The
gonna
food
take,
processor.
if you would, please, take this out. Is that okay?
What's this for anyway?
For the shawarma. We need a fresh crunch
Okay,
on top, okay?
yes, we do.
Okay, so we have that in here. You're gonna take the top out.
All right, let's go.
All right. So this is gonna give you more of like a slice of cabbage. I like this way better, personally, because I like a lot of texture. As you can see in this bowl, it's kind of like confetti.
I like that, actually.
Perfect. We'll do one more little piece, and then I think we'll be ready
What
to
did we
go.
do in the olden days before food processors?
Oh, actually, you have some tongs there. I'm gonna,
Just put a little
Yeah,
on
just put
each?
a little bit of yours on that half.
Come over to my way, the minced
Little bit.
cabbage
There
way.
you go.
Look, isn't that friendly? Okay.
Perfect.
Yum.
We have one more thing, the star of the show, the chicken shawarma.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
Hello.
my God.
Here.
Okay. Wow, look at this.
Man.
Smells delicious.
Come to mama.
Take that one,
Okay,
and I'll take this
yeah.
one.
No, we never
In here.
looked at it. Should I have been checking it? How do I know it's done?
It's pretty foolproof, the recipe, when it comes to cooking. If you want, if you touch this piece right here, see how it gives you like almost zero resistance? That means that it's cooked. And same way you've been doing it.
Just gonna load it
put
up?
it right in the middle. Yeah. Wow, that looks good. All right, perfect. So let's get this, and can you grab the salad?
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll get to the table.
I can't believe we did this. I mean, I can believe you did this. I
You
can't
know,
believe I did
you
this.
nailed it. You have to stop telling people that you know how to cook. Look at this spread.
How do you eat your chicken shawarma? How do you
Okay,
prepare it?
perfect. Okay, I'm gonna show you.
I want to see.
So I can't help but make a sandwich because how could I not? So I'm gonna give you my half,
yes.
okay? And then what I like to do is kind of mix some of these condiments. So here we have harissa and zug, and here's the white sauce we made. So of course we have to put some white sauce on here.
Come to me for those of white sauce.
Okay, I'm just gonna spread it out.
What's
there.
zug? I didn't know what that is.
That is, here you go. And then you wanna spread some of that in there. This is cilantro, serrano chilies, and cardamom.
I want to get some of these onions and stuff in there, right? Yum.
And then I love to eat with fresh herbs. I'm gonna give you some. Are you okay with mint and cilantro?
Do I just shove it in there?
Just shove it in there.
Okay.
And then, of course, we have to bring over our cabbage. Let me turn this around so you could have
Do
your
mine-
half.
I'll just do my
And I'll have mine, yeah.
We'll just kind of sprinkle
It's
it
the
in
rip
there.
and dip, you know?
I mean, it's beautiful.
You know how to do that. And then I'm gonna take this. Do you like spice?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna do a little baby drizzle. How about that? There.
Yum.
And then we'll have to do just a little on
I
your
was
first
gonna
bite.
ask,
You know what I
so
mean?
thank you. Yes, I want a little more.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Should we cheers?
Cheers. Thank you
To an
so
amazing
much.
job. Thank
yes,
you.
I love it.
All right, let's
go.
see.
It's so good. It's so good.
So good.
Delicious. I'm going in for more. You ever put hummus in it?
Of course. And that's the beauty of the sandwich. Like as you're eating, you kind of just like put a little bit more of something else on top.
I know. Don't mind me if I just lick my fingers here.
It's supposed to be messy.
Dragon squirrel. I love it. For me, this is kind of fancy and fun food, but this is a classic family meal.
Absolutely. The reason why I love like the Middle Eastern Mediterranean style of eating is because it's all of these little small plates. And you could really rip and dip and match. And no two flavors on this table don't go well together.
There's something for everyone.
Absolutely.
Even my kids.
Even the kids.
Delicious. Thank you so much. Mom said don't talk with your mouth full.
Sometimes you can't help it.
I truly am. Thank you for showing me this.
My pleasure. It was an honor to be cooking with you, and I'll do it anytime. You mastered all of the food processor, your knife skills. I think you're gonna nail it. Well, cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over the years, I have been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which was,
Exactly.
darn. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job, none of which I mastered because I didn't know the first thing about how to cook. But those days are behind me for good, and I'm finding some confidence in the kitchen. Now, my friend and all-around superstar Drew Barrymore and her chef BFF Pilar Valdez are gonna teach me a few weeknight favorites. We're gonna be making a watermelon salad with pistachio duca and shrimp scampi with bucatini, both from their cookbook, Rebel Homemaker. I am so excited to be cooking with these ladies today, so let's get started. Drew and Pilar, I need to know everything you know.
Well, I know that I love you.
I know that I love you.
She really does, and we're so excited to be here.
What's the plan, Pilar?
So today's plan, we're gonna cut the watermelon, pickle the rind, prepare the duca, assemble the salad, cook the shrimp and pasta, make the pan sauce, plate and serve. So first up, for our watermelon salad, we're gonna break down the watermelons.
I do love a good piercing, but now, of course, I'm stuck.
Good.
Wow, this
Boom.
was-
Savannah, you're doing great over there.
Oh.
It's not
Don't
a
be mad.
competition.
Look at the difference between our two
Yes,
hands.
look at your melons. Oh my gosh.
Put the other half
That's what I was
aside.
thinking. Why are we so juvenile?
I don't know, but
When
that's
are we
why
gonna
we're
turn
such
14?
good friends.
I know.
I
Okay.
see how this episode
Yes.
is gonna
Oh,
go.
yeah.
You're gonna lob off the top of it. We're gonna just take off the dark green.
Mine doesn't look anything like yours
So
does,
what
Pilar.
happened with yours, Drew, is that you didn't, you took off, you were overachieving. You took off the skin and the rind. But our first step was just to do the skin. So Savannah, you can continue on what you were doing, and now we're just taking off the rind. So exactly the same kind of sawing and shaving motion downwards.
Okay. Now,
you're
are we
taking it
keeping
off.
this rind?
We are, because that's what we're going to pickle, actually. So you're going to take your watermelon, and you could cube this, but for this salad, I actually like to cut it in irregular shapes.
I feel good about this part.
Yeah, that looks really good.
Yeah, it does.
So you're going to take your
Rind, yes.
basically, and we're going to dice it.
Okay.
You're going to flip it over so it has, Savannah, I can see the claw coming out, which is really good.
I'm trying to learn.
You want to tuck in those
I like to cut like this.
I do too. I like to lop off.
And this would be a
Thickness.
dicing,
This
not
is
a
dice.
mince.
Nope. Because
What's
it's
the
pretty
difference
chunky.
between dicing and mincing?
Size.
Absolutely. Size matters. I'm going to take a sip on that.
What are we drinking?
This is so good, by the
It
way.
is so
What
good.
is it?
It's a mocktail. It's a version of a Pimm's. It's based on a Pimm's cup, which is usually with gin, but this one is without.
By the way, you would never know there wasn't alcohol in here.
Oh my gosh.
Drew
What is that?
loves-
Very gingery, right?
Yeah, so there's ginger beer, and Drew, I know you love tea, so it's a combination of black and rooibos.
Okay, that's a very unique flavor.
Yep.
Okay.
So good.
All right, so wait, what do we
All
do
right.
now?
Pickling anything is a flavor profile that I really love.
Oh, me too.
It is basically equal parts water and apple cider vinegar.
So
Savannah, so you're gonna
3/4
add
cup
that.
water.
3/4 cup water, 3/4 cup apple cider vinegar.
Got it.
And then
1
you can actually,
tablespoon honey.
and then one, exactly.
I
Ooh,
like
the honey
equal
bear.
parts a lot.
Yeah.
It's just such a easy brain.
Yes.
Ratio to remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's add in the salt.
What, are you sprinkling it on purpose, or are you just trying?
No, I am, because I don't like the dump. Is
Yeah.
like, then you have to work harder to get the solubility. If you shake it in, I feel like it's just a better
That's
method.
actually a very good pro tip.
And
All
then,
right.
Drew, I'm gonna have you add in the fennel seed, which is on
half
top.
teaspoon.
Half
fennel
teaspoon of fennel
Please,
seed.
honey.
Lovely.
Sprinkle on in. All right, you got crazy. It's
I
half
usually
teaspoon coriander.
There you
seed.
go.
I'm
And we're gonna do half a teaspoon of the cumin. And then the last thing is half a teaspoon of the pink peppercorn.
I love pink peppercorn, and I especially love it on green dishes.
Oh.
Savannah, have you had pink peppercorns
No, I have
before?
not.
So they're really, and you can actually take a little bite, and they're like very fruity and floral.
Oh, yeah, but
they're not
peppery.
super, a little peppery, but not as pungent as a
Yeah.
blossom. It's gonna basically come up to a little bit of a simmer.
Okay.
And as long as the honey and the salt is completely dissolved, then you can pull it off. Drew, you're gonna carefully pour it into our 1 cup
Okay,
of
she knows
water.
me too
that
well.
we had.
She's like, you know that graceful ginger side of yourself
Yes.
that you don't have? Try to
Right.
tap
You're just
into it.
pouring it right over.
Yep.
Then what happens?
After 30 minutes, this is gonna be good to go.
Like so
freshness.
easy.
Super easy.
That's pickling.
That's pickling.
Boom.
Now we're moving on to the pistachio dukkha component of our salad.
Okay.
Dukkha is an Egyptian condiment. It's usually a blend of like nuts and seeds and spices. You
Okay.
should have some coriander seed. 2 teaspoons of coriander seed.
Okay. Is this the cumin?
That's cumin.
Okay.
Mhm.
Ooh, I'm
Absolutely.
going off.
Oh.
Going wrong.
then it says
She's
one-
rogue.
1/4 cup sesame seeds.
Hold on the sesame
Oh.
seeds, actually, Savannah. So you're gonna toast that.
Let me
first.
turn it up. How high should it be?
Let's do medium.
Okay. Okay, and it's an empty plate. There's no oil or anything.
No, absolutely
Okay.
not. You want it in a dry
They have
skillet.
oils on them, right?
Yes, they do. So they're starting to release it, and you just have to shake it occasionally, not constantly.
Okay.
And you're gonna notice a change in color. They're gonna start to get a little darker, but really what you're looking for, Savannah, is the smell.
Okay.
It's gonna start to like release this like toasty smell. You're gonna smell the coriander. It's gonna be very floral.
It's starting. Can you smell it?
Let's give that a shake, actually.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I can. Ooh, I like it.
And on the average, would you say about 2 minutes, Pilar?
About 2 minutes, yeah. Take it off, because
Okay.
I can see a little bit of heat. Let's
Okay.
turn
Oh, yeah.
off the
Oh,
pan.
jeez. Okay.
Yeah.
Now what?
And you're gonna divide actually the spices between your and Drew's mortar and pestle.
Halvesy.
What I like to do when I have spices is that instead of go in and like bash immediately, I kind of like to muddle, so a circular motion, and that helps it break down. Because if you go in and you're bashing, it's
Yeah.
gonna like firework spices
Okay, so I'm like
everywhere.
just kind of
So,
stirring.
yep.
Could I start smashing
Yes,
now?
I think so. And you can apply a little more pressure too, Savannah.
Am I trying to get this to like a very fine grain?
Pretty fine. So with the dukkha, we want a little bit of a play on texture. So you'll have fully ground pieces and then some pieces that are just more broken up.
I'm happy with where mine is at.
How do you like
Crush.
mine? What do you think?
Beautiful, lovely.
Okay,
That's
good.
Yeah,
That's
and I think
nice.
you guys can both pop your spices, Savannah and Drew, into that bowl.
Okay. Into one bowl.
Into one bowl. Mhm.
Yeah, yours is nicer.
And that's really nice because then you guys have a texture.
Yeah.
Yes.
Play on
I
texture.
went hard, you went soft.
Well,
So now we're gonna toast the sesame seed.
okay, we need 1/4 cup sesame seed. So
Mm-hmm.
just let it go in there?
Unlike, yeah, you can shake it a little. You can use the spatula. Yeah.
All right.
Sesame seeds, as soon as they start to change color, you want to take them off the heat. So keep stirring that, Savannah. They're gonna go golden really, really quickly. I can smell them, so I think we're almost there.
Okay.
And you definitely don't want to burn them.
No. Burning bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Burning bad. While Savannah is toasting the sesame seeds, Drew, I'm gonna have you add in our salt, our flaky sea
Is
salt.
this a Maldon?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
It's a
One.
tablespoon into that bowl where your spices are.
I love a Maldon.
I do too.
It's so different
I
than
put
other
it on
salts.
top of my chocolate chip cookies.
Yes. Nice.
I didn't know. I had a little baking skill.
And then Drew, you're gonna do, those are hemp hearts or hemp seeds, 2 tablespoons. And
Hemp seeds.
Savannah, yes, they're really great forms of protein and fiber and vitamins, actually. And again, it's like we're playing a lot with textures.
Yeah.
So that's a really lovely addition. Your favorite, Drew, 1/2 teaspoon. I would say, Savannah, maybe 30 more seconds on that, and then we're gonna be good. Of pink peppercorn and just a smidge of black pepper.
Okay. Smidge. That's more
That's
than a
plenty.
smidge.
That's definitely more than a smidge.
Wow, you have a hot.
I love
Spicy
pepper.
tongue.
Everything could be coated and rubbed in pepper.
All right, do you think we're good on these seeds?
Let me see. I feel like they're almost there,
Okay.
right? They're almost turning golden.
But we need music.
All right, I
Okay.
think that looks really good, Savannah. So let's turn off the heat.
Dump them
Yeah,
in?
dump it in. And now we have the pistachios.
I can just kind of like
Absolutely,
do this like
Savannah,
Julia
I
Child
like
style.
you. That's great. You're kind of rocking back and forth.
Am I making you proud, Pilar?
You are making me so proud.
This second.
I'm actually going to stop you guys right there because I really like the 2 textures that we're playing with.
Okay.
Savannah's on like a finer, and then Drew's is on a rough.
I think we've established
this
a
is
pattern.
a really good combo. We're gonna scoop all those nuts into this bowl.
Scooping the nuts.
Yeah.
Pretty colors too.
Really, really pretty. Yeah. And Drew, you're gonna give it a good mix.
No pistachio left behind there.
No pistachio left behind, please.
Okay, that looks amazing.
Yeah. And I'm busting out something here that I was told. It's a gold box Savannah's tasting spoons.
Do you have special spoons?
They're just special because you're supposed to taste your food. Did you know that? I didn't, and now I do. So just take a little.
Take a little, and then we can sort of play from there. So it's gonna be
It's going to have that floral from.
I like it. I wouldn't
yes.
change one thing, would you?
It has enough
Perfect.
salt, enough pepper.
It really does.
All right, success, ladies.
The love story continues.
We made dukkha. We're gonna assemble the salad, but when we're plating it, it's gonna be a little bit of a friendly competition.
Ooh.
Then.
Let's go.
You guys got this. All right,
Okay.
so in your little jar is a simple lemon vinaigrette.
Okay.
It's just lemon, olive oil, salt, and pepper.
Okay.
And it's separated a little, so just give them a little shake.
It emulsifies it, which is
There you
ever
go,
so
Drew.
important. If anyone's doing an oil and vinegar salad, emulsify it first. It'll taste 50 times better.
Dropping your knowledge. All right, so in your bowl, you have a little bit of arugula. I like to coat a little bit of the bowl. I know, it sounds crazy, right, Savannah?
But I'm not gonna use all of that.
No, you don't have to, and you dress the taste, but when you coat the side of the bowl, you're basically not dumping it on the leaves. And then now we can start building.
Okay.
So a little arugula on the plate. Remember, you're making something beautiful.
Okay.
Arugula on the plate.
This is where the competition.
Yes.
Okay. So
And
what's our
then
next one?
Your watermelon slices, you're gonna dip it in the dukkha.
Oh, dip it in the dukkha.
And however you want to dip it is up to you, and you're gonna lay it on the plate.
You dukkha you.
So there you go. So you're just dipping those watermelon slices. And I like to leave a bit of it without the dukkha just so that it has that freshness, and then you'll get the pop.
Oh, so
with the
some
crunch.
dukkha and some don't. But I mean, I'm actually
I
asking.
feel like there should be like late night comedy.
I know. Just cheesy like Rodney Dangerfield.
By the way, the best.
Okay.
Here, there's no rules.
Okay.
Don't forget to finish also with your pickled watermelon rind. You can scatter it around.
How can I win? What if I make like a tower?
I know.
You can
by the
totally
way,
make a
I've been
tower.
Thinking of tower.
Little like
time.
Jenga. And
Okay.
then you can finish with a little bit of Maldon salt also, which
Okay.
just like brings all those flavors together.
I learned from.
Little Salt Bay Maldon salt.
Oh, I love it.
I don't know. Shall we
Oh,
Vogue for the camera?
yes, I think we know whose is best. It's yours. This looks very pretty.
Really?
It really does. I like your little tower.
I feel like they're both pretty.
I also feel like these are three
Very
extremely
different.
different approaches.
Yeah.
You went like.
Just put it on the plate.
No, actually, I feel like yours has like a
Lanes,
strategic
right?
pattern.
Yeah, it does.
And yours is sort of abundant, and mine is amount.
I love it.
All right.
Cheers.
Shall we walk?
Yeah. Let's
Cheers,
put it down.
guys. We're doing one of Drew's favorite recipes.
Scampi.
Scampi.
Scampi. Who's gonna
devein and have their way with those shrimp?
Well, they actually are already peeled and deveined, although Drew is killer deveining them.
All right, we've got the water boiling.
We've got the water boiling.
Did we salt it like the sea?
I love that. Say it again, Savannah.
Salted like the sea.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Drew, what I'm gonna have you do actually is season the shrimp. So that's actually baking soda. And so we're gonna do just a 1/4 teaspoon, Drew, and you're gonna sprinkle it all over the shrimp. And the reason why we do baking soda, I love it, is that it basically helps the shrimp brown and get this really beautiful color. And then we're gonna do salt and pepper on your shrimp.
I feel like you should be doing it.
Yeah. Season it with salt and then we'll give it a good toss.
I love a little flour, a little
I
egg
learned.
wash.
I'm shimmying my salt.
No
Not
dumping
dumping.
over here.
No, not anymore. I'll never dump again.
So we're gonna let the shrimp that has salt and pepper and baking soda sit for about like 5 or 10 minutes. And meanwhile, we are going to attack our garlic.
Okay.
So today we're gonna slice the garlic fine. We don't wanna crush it because that's just gonna burn in our sauce. So what I like to do is just take the tip off. There's a little bit of brownness. You're gonna spin it, we're gonna cut it lengthwise. Okay. If you have some olive oil, we're gonna do 3 tablespoons. Happy to eyeball it. There's also a measure if you'd like, but
Well, I've been encouraged to eyeball, so I'm gonna try.
Eyeball.
I think this is 1 tablespoon.
I think that's good.
2.
Yeah.
3.
Beautiful.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of?
That's really, really great. And then you're just gonna rock it.
Our baby's all grossed up.
She's
eyeballing. I eyeballed. Okay.
Okay. And what you're gonna do, Savannah, is add the garlic.
Put it right in there?
Yeah.
You don't want too high of a heat and to end up like me, who burns their garlic.
And Drew, you're gonna add the red pepper flakes.
Okay. And having enough oil helps you not burn the garlic. How many?
Half a teaspoon, so just that measure. And if you want things spicier, you can go more.
You know she does. Miss Spicy over
She
here.
likes.
It's gonna start to change color. It's gonna go kind of translucent
Translucent.
and sticky.
I have
feel
it
like
in-
you can start pulling.
Okay. You do this.
So we were just infusing the olive oil basically with that garlic and pepper flavor.
Okay, so what? Throw this in?
You're gonna throw it in and then you're gonna give it a good stir. And we're using bucatini, which is basically like a thicker spaghetti with a hole in it.
Okay.
But you could use any sort of long shape of pasta. And you're gonna cook that pasta until just al dente because we're gonna finish it off in the sauce.
Okay.
But you're gonna lay the shrimp down in a single layer.
Okay.
And you're not gonna stir it, you're gonna shake it,
Lay it down.
occasionally, lay it down, yeah. Actually, will you hold, Savannah?
You don't think it's hot enough?
Yeah, so.
Stand back. How are you? What are you looking at to know if it's hot enough?
So you want a little bit of ripple, you do not want smoke. We're not trying to.
And no bubble.
Like, let me.
You want that sizzle and you're not getting
Oh yeah, I'm definitely wanting. I can see it a little bit here. Can I borrow that? There you go. Here you go. There you go. There you go.
Oh.
So let's start.
Yeah,
Here you
interesting.
go.
I stepped away. Everything started functioning.
Meanwhile, my arm is gonna fall off. Holding these.
Oh yeah,
shrimp.
that. You know what? I hear what you're talking about now, Pilar.
Yeah.
There's a
I
definite
get it. That's
sizzle.
why she wanted to hear this.
No wonder. All right.
People always talk about cooking, like smell and what you can see. I'm always like, I can hear my water boiling. I can hear it sizzling. Like,
I like that.
She brought in the strongest sense of them all.
Exactly.
The color will start to tell you when it's cooked. It starts to get pink.
Its
and
tails
these
are
shrimp-
already pink.
Yep.
Do I need to flip them over ever?
Not
You know
yet.
what? I think it's a little too early, but let's peek at one, and basically the color will have changed, and it's gonna have a little bit of like kind of. Ooh, okay.
That looks
so
good to me.
a little more.
Okay.
And you can give the pan a little bit of a light shake, but we're not.
You don't mess with
We're
them.
not
Don't
stirring.
jostle
Yeah.
them.
So Savannah, when you flip them, you're gonna kind of move them to a different.
Okay. They're gonna go in
different spot. There
moving
you
different
go.
neighborhood.
Yeah, because it does, some stoves will have
shrimp
heat
zip
spots.
code
I know.
I'm gonna have you add 2 tablespoons of that butter. So that's 1, 2. Beautiful. Just into that pan.
Ooh, now we're
Lovely.
talking.
The reason why we put just the 2 pats of butter right now is that you're basically starting to build that flavor. You touch it with your finger right now, You see
Pretty
how firm
firm,
it is?
yes. Is that a good thing?
That is a really good thing.
Okay.
So we're almost there. So we're just gonna rescue the shrimp.
Take them out?
Take them out, leave the butter in and cook in.
Okay.
And
Oh,
they're basically like
That's it.
almost done. We're gonna finish them off with the pasta and the sauce. Drew, will you actually, speaking of pasta,
Stir.
I've forgotten. Please stir it.
Test
and
it.
then maybe just try a noodle. No, very far.
Nowhere near.
All right.
Hard as a rock.
Al dente.
Stiff as a board. This is like, it's gonna
Pencils?
That's great. So
No, that's, oh yeah.
So in this little carafe here, we have white wine.
Wine, okay. Dump it in.
Dump it in, and then you're gonna take your wooden spoon.
Deglaze?
Deglaze. What is deglazing, Savannah?
Scraping the nasty bits off the bottom. Yes, I know, the flavor bits.
Yes, absolutely.
I did learn a deglazing.
I love that. All right, you're gonna do not all that butter. Actually, you're gonna do 4 more tablespoons, basically. 1, yeah, 2.
Oh, look at you eyeballing
3.
it. That's impressive.
4. All right, and that goes into the pan.
Look at this is
Hey,
right
double
here.
duty.
This is graduate school.
We're gonna dump in the cooked garlic, all that oil, and the chili. We're gonna let this go. I want you guys to taste it. Where it is, there's Savannah's golden box. So there's no lemon yet.
It tastes lemony to me now.
Really? Oh, from the white wine, right?
Oh.
And that's gonna reduce and cook
Oh
down.
my! What do you think?
It's incredible! I'm actually just gonna come in.
What's this,
and
lemon juice?
So it's 2 tablespoons of lemon. We're not gonna do all of it because I wanna do kind of to taste. So let's start there, I think.
What do you think over there?
Done.
No, not done.
Still not done?
Well, actually, I'd like Pilar to test this because
Happy to.
noodles keep cooking.
Yeah, and we're
And-
gonna finish it off in the sauce as well.
So
This
maybe it's
might
something.
actually be
Pretty
almost
good.
there.
Mm-mm.
Still 1 more minute.
Yeah,
Yeah.
almost there.
Should I turn it down
So
more?
good.
Let's turn
It's
that
really
down.
going crazy
Yeah.
here.
And how's that sounding now, Pilar?
Yeah. Now we got
That's
it on.
the sound I want. I like to pick herbs too for like
Yeah.
salads, but
Oh.
for something like this, I'm like, no, that's totally fine.
Okay.
So you want to get it again.
What'd
like,
you do? Did you cut off
comfortable.
the stems?
I put the stems underneath, so I cut them, cut the stems,
See, by the way, I'm
Oh,
grabbing this
like this?
before
Yeah.
I forget,
and
everybody,
then tuck
just so
them
you see
underneath,
it.
basically.
Oh, she's saving her pasta water.
Always
I like
save
your
a
Today
little
Show
pasta
theme.
water.
Okay, and then I put the stems under.
So yeah, I know
Yes.
it's uncomfortable, but
Yes.
just like you can
Okay.
go slow, and you're gonna do a rough
Because
chop.
it's ready.
Okay. Drew reports that the pasta's
All
ready.
right.
Okay.
And Savannah, you're gonna start putting that pasta in. And it's totally fine that it has the liquid because
wondered.
that's just gonna make a nicer emulsified sauce.
Yeah.
Look how beautiful that
Oh my
sauce
gosh, this
is,
looks
right?
incredible.
And I think you do need a little bit more pasta water, Drew. What do you
Oh,
think?
aren't you
just
glad
a
you
little.
saved it,
A
Drew?
little bit, a touch.
Give me a little splash.
That's
Okay.
great.
Wow.
Yeah.
And is the shrimp just the very last thing I put on there?
Yes.
I like this big old skillet too. It's fun. Makes me feel like a real chef.
Savannah, you're gonna kill the heat,
Okay. Done.
and then you're gonna garnish with your chopped parsley.
Right in the bowl, huh?
Right in there.
And I don't want to go crazy, right? Just a little like that.
Just a little for color, and then you
Okay.
can give it a toss again.
It's
with,
the
Oh
shrimp
gosh,
is
this looks so good.
perfect. Like
Wow.
it's ridiculous.
And how are we gonna
Perfect.
plate it?
we got a bowl for you.
Okay.
Now this
Okay.
part-
This is gonna be a little tricky.
Because
this thing weighs 6 billion pounds. Ow, watch out, watch out. Okay, look, I think we did pretty good.
Oh, I think we did perfect. Look at it.
And then you
By
can
the way,
roll-
I feel like you should Lion King that now. The ball.
Wow.
And then you can serve it with a little bit more fresh parsley, chili
Okay.
flake,
Little
lemon.
garnish. Love
as
it.
you
Garnish it up.
Just a little bit.
We chopped those. Let's go.
Yeah.
Guys,
Shall we?
let's chow down. Let's do it. Yeah. How
So-
beautiful does this look? I mean, this is our garden party. It's so pretty.
It is really, shall we?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
My first Dooku. I've never had a Dooku before.
Duca.
The Duca.
Exactly. It's so good.
You really get those spices
You do. It's delish.
in the back of the palate and through the nose. But it's so cold and refreshing.
Also, right? And then you have the pickle that comes through that is just like a little floral.
Listen, I love that pickled rind.
Yes.
I never knew I could feel that way about a watermelon rind.
I'm really excited that you're saying
Me too.
that.
This is a whole new world for me.
Yeah.
So I want to show you, some people call it a nest. I'm really going to focus on the pasta. If I catch a little
Clear
shrimp
some
in there,
way for you.
I catch a little shrimp in there. So be it.
What are we doing? We're gonna make a little round ball.
Well, you're supposed to make a pasta nest, but this is not working. And then my tongs also won't go all the way to the, God darn it. Here, you know what will really help? Let me try this again. Let me get it with a fork.
Okay.
Because that,
like a fork's
I
full.
feel like this is gonna, yeah. There you
this
go.
should work much nicer.
Want to nest
There
me?
you go.
I want to nest you.
Okay. Oh, that's so pretty.
And then you just kind of dip the ladle.
There you go.
Oh my gosh,
And then
fancy
you
pants.
can unfork it.
And then a little bit of shrimp.
You're so classy. Here.
Thank
There.
you. Yeah.
All right, I'm eating.
Third time's a charm. I believe in you, Drew.
Okay.
So.
Let's see. I
to
no,
move
you're
it.
nesting.
Oh, there
That's
you
your
go.
best nest yet.
There you
See,
go.
third time's the charm.
And that is beautiful.
That's so pretty.
There you go.
I'm chowing down. I can't wait
Yes,
anymore.
yes.
This is delicious.
You guys cooked that shrimp like perfectly.
The shrimp came out
Real good.
real
right?
money.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I agree.
Money shrimp.
Proud of us.
And that like little pop from the shrimp too, that baking soda like really affects the texture, so it feels like super fresh.
It does. Ladies, I'm so proud of us. And we raise a glass
To friendship.
to friendship.
To friendship.
Cheers.
Over the years, I've been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which was,
Exactly.
darn. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook. But I'm hoping to put that all behind me. Today, cookbook author and Southern comfort food extraordinaire, hostess with the mostest, Elizabeth High School, is here to teach me the basics of how to cook. She's gonna be my guide as I attempt to make steak two ways. First, marinated skirt steak with roasted pepper and onions, and then a steakhouse-style filet mignon with roasted Brussels sprouts. I've been waiting a long time to use that cast iron pan. Frankly, I've been avoiding it, but no more. So let's get started. We meet again.
I know, I'm so excited.
You are my Obi-Wan,
This
my
is
Luke
it.
Skywalker.
This is it, honey. I promise we're gonna make it happen. And